Yeah, it has. They did it. They must have done an update, and now it looks like it's working. But I gotta check. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. You were talking.
Oh no, I wasn't. I just said I was saying hi before I get my car in like 5 minutes when I'm underground.
Oh, okay.
Is that game that Ella was talking about? Is that Planet Zoo? Do you use fictional, like, do you use real life animals and exhibits and stuff, or is it like fantasy and fictional type things?
As far as I know, it's like a real life thing. Like you're building like a normal zoo you would see in New York City or something. I don't know. But I don't know. I've never played it, so I have no idea. I've never actually even seen it.
There's an older game, from the Sim series, right? Sim Zoo?
Something like that, I think. I'm not
or
positive.
Sid Meier's Micro Prose or something. They made so there's other zoo game out there.
Yeah, you'll have to ask her. I'm not sure. But yes, it's working. Sweet. I am now back on YouTube again. Awesome.
Do you know who? No. Oh, sorry.
Oh. Are you gonna do something weird?
No, I'm not. No. Would you like to support me in my fight against a?
No.
No.
What the fuck? That is wild. History for Hollywood.
Do you guys know who Noah Khan is, or Khan or something?
Who? What? Huh?
The musician Noah Khan or Khan. He's playing tonight at the Rose Bowl, and there's lots of crowds out. I was just wondering if you listen to his music.
Never heard of him. You sound like you're going through a friggin' car wash. That's what you sound like right now.
Oh, sorry. There's a bunch of buses near me.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was pretty wild. Some dude with a fucking camo hard hat on, and would you like to donate? What? No, never mind. Go away. That was pretty wild.
He looked like he was in the active war zone of his mom's basement.
Yeah, something like that. Meal Team 6. It was Meal Team 6. What are you doing, Sammy?
Currently having movie night with my kids, watching Home on the Range.
Home on the Range. Is that with Tim the Toolman? What the fuck? Tim Allen? Is that his name?
I don't know. It's like it's a cartoon.
Oh, never
But I
mind
don't
then.
know who yeah. It's like these three. It's about like three cows. Funny enough.
3 cows.
Yes, that are out on the range.
Home on the Range. Yeah, that sounds probably pretty correct. That's pretty funny though. All right, can you guys here? I guess I should probably do it too. Help me tap the screen. Shut the live. If you know any conservatives, invite them in. I got plenty of liberals that come in, so need conservatives though. Suppose I should probably share it out too. Of course, nobody ever comes for my shares, so it don't matter. I'm a whiny bitch today, just so you guys know. And nobody else is talking, so I'll just sit here and talk to myself. I don't really have much to say, but I guess I can continue talking.
Why have you been whiny today?
I don't know. TikTok sucks. You know? I like having good discussions. TikTok has taken a turn for the worse, and the good discussions are gone, it seems like.
Hello.
Well, it's because like you said, they can't justify it anymore, so they just are circling the wagons, essentially.
Yeah, there are a lot of them. I have not seen so many conservative lives where they have hundreds of people in them that are all conservative. And if they bring a liberal up, it's one liberal, and they won't let that liberal talk. And then every time they do talk, they say, "You're talking too much." And then they mute them, and then they boot them. And
Mute and boot.
I see a lot of liberal lives doing that too, but it's wild to see all the conservatives doing the same thing right now. They are kind of all sequestered.
How you guys doing tonight?
Grumpy.
Grumpy. Okay. Well, we're going to change that. No, I mean, when along the lines of what you were just talking about, we are on these panels all the time talking about, certain subjects and trying, we try to stick to a subject because there's a lot of, what do you call it, gish galloping, where they come on. But what's interesting to me is when I watch certain people who are very articulate, like, me, I'm John Ossoff is my guy, right? Okay. But he happened to be on my Instagram today, and the way he just talks about kind of everything, because he only has a short amount of time to do it. And he does it really articulately. But when he summed it up, I'm just going, holy fucking shit. I can't believe, call me naive, but I can't understand how people are going along with this shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
With John Ossoff?
Well, no, not him, but what he was articulating so well and so succinctly. And because he has to make a speech and he has to sort of say a certain amount and cover a lot. But when he was talking about it all, and I'm thinking about how conservatives could go along with these things that he's stating, these facts that he's stating that are happening to us right now. That's what I find mind-boggling. It's like, how can these people go along with this stuff? Like, it's not good for anybody, except, I guess, for the, billionaires.
Not good. Well, it's good for Donovan. But John, can I get your age and who you voted for?
38, Trump.
All right, I guess I should probably stop asking that question anymore. What else should I open with? Do you still support Trump?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. What do you like?
I dislike that we're in Iran right now, but I overall like his policies on immigration, border policies,
Yeah, what's he been doing that you appreciate on the border?
Net negative immigration.
Is that true? Can you prove that? Have you seen those numbers?
I have seen it in the ICE website.
On the ICE website. And sure. If you don't include self-deportations, whatever the hell that means.
I don't know. I just gave you a source, so I don't know if you want to. But overall, that's why I agree.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Well, first of all, every president has had a net negative, short spans of time. That being said, I would say Donald Trump is probably not at a net negative right now. There's a lot of speculation about these, self-deportations, whatever the hell you want to call them, but they have no way of proving this actually exists, or have not done so at the very least.
Other than saying it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they're saying that people have left, but
so you can't disprove it or approve it. You just kind of have to be like, well, that's the source.
Do you know what that's generally called?
It's called. How else are you able to form that kind of source or information, other than ICE.
What you just said, if you can't prove it or disprove it, then it's basically an ugly theory, is what they call it.
I mean, any statistics that comes out of any enforcement can't be proven or disproven.
Well, that's not true. You should be able to prove.
Like, if I were like to say like, oh, crime is an all-time low, but then I'd be like, oh well, our enforcement time response is actually higher, and police are not going to all these calls because there's less police. And then we're like, oh, well, we're just reporting that there's an all-time low, but we can't prove that there's an all-time low.
Yeah, but when you're talking about something like numbers, not just a blanket statement of it's at an all-time low. If you say that crime is down,
all-time low literally generates from
if you say that crime is down 25%, then you should be able to prove that it's down 25%. If you say that immigration is a net negative, you should be able to prove that we are deporting more than are coming into the country right now. That should be
I'll pull up the ICE. Well, how do you prove it unless you're there looking at it?
Well, you should have the numbers. The numbers should be posted.
I know, and the numbers that they're giving out is a net negative.
Okay, so the net negative also includes the self-deportations, but they haven't proven any of those self-deportations at all.
How do you know they haven't proven it?
Because they haven't given a list of names or any names at all for that matter.
Why would they give a list of names?
Because they've said that these people have left the country and they know that they've left the country. If they know they've left the country,
isn't that kind of like an invasion of privacy to give out people's names?
They're not American. They're not covered by our Constitution. They've already been
so it's
kicked
only
out
whenever
of the U.S.
it benefits you. Okay.
Can I interject?
Don't you think if they had the names and they had the documentation that they would post it? Do you think they care about privacy of people they're booting from the country?
Let me interject on this one.
No, can you answer that? Wait, just a quick second. I mean, I think that.
Well, I don't think they'll be giving any names and details on where they're sending people, unless it was like some court case or unless they were criminals. Yeah, like or court case.
But do you think that? Have you heard of the people that they're sending to countries that they didn't come from?
Ooh.
Well, that's because they're not allowed to go to the countries that they're coming from, right?
Right. So they're just taking them on air cargo planes and dumping them.
Yeah, because the law is like
this place
you
called.
gotta go to your closest country.
Really quick, John. I was just reading about this. There's a country in the middle of Africa. It used to be called Swaziland. It's called something else now, and I can't remember it. But they've taken these people to these prisons there, and they have no recourse. They're just locked up. I read it in a
you read it.
Mainstream
That's a good source.
news article.
He's telling the truth.
It was. I'll tell you, it was in the New York Times. I know you won't believe that, but that's where.
No, I agree, Tennis. But we do know that all Obama's deportations also included self-deportation numbers, also too, right?
Do we?
So
I don't know.
And why does Obama matter?
Because if you're saying we can't prove it under Trump, can we prove it under Obama? Because I haven't seen a list of names.
I'm only worried about Trump. I mean, Obama was a fucking decade ago, for Christ's sake.
Okay, so we got to be consistent, though, right?
Yeah, the consistency is Donald Trump can't prove the shit that he's claiming.
Okay.
Or he's not
I
doing
yield
it.
my
Anyway.
time.
He could if he wanted to, but he's not.
By giving out all the information of all the illegal immigrants there.
Well, especially if these are people that have committed crimes, which is what Donald Trump said he was going to get rid of, but are criminals, then he would absolutely be happy to tell everybody who they are and all these criminals that have been.
I don't know that. That's kind of like that's more of a statement than like.
What's more of a statement? What
because no, because he would be proud of if he could prove it.
Wouldn't he just be proud?
Wait, may I just finish what I'm saying? May I just finish what I'm saying?
You're just reiterating what he's saying.
No, I'm not actually. It's teasing it out a little bit. If he could cite the names and numbers of the people, he would proudly put it out there. Like, here it is, guys. This is it. This is how many we've deported from New York, from Boston, from Chicago, from wherever the fuck, right? and he would put it out there so he could brag to you guys who love it, right? Who want to see it, that he did it. Correct?
Promises kept.
So like
Exactly. So he would be touting that like promises kept. Exactly.
like he would be like doing this, like thanks to President Trump and his secretary, no more than 2.5 million illegal immigrants left the U.S. He would be doubting that kind of numbers.
2 million of those are self-deportations.
2.5, yeah. But you said that he would be doubting it, throwing it out there, right? Which he is.
We don't. He also said that he was going to pay them to leave, right? Didn't he say like thousands of dollars?
A free flight home and $1,000. It says right there.
$1,000. So that should be something that should be on the budget. We should be able to see that money was paid out.
Well, it's passed through the big beautiful bill.
No, we should be able to see where that money was paid out, though, and he has not even released
Congress
that.
sees it because they're the ones that give out the funds.
No. It doesn't matter. It should be released. I mean, that's something that they can release.
No, it is released
show
through
that
the big beautiful bill.
No. That has not been released. They have not shown that they have spent this money on self-deportations.
They would have to do that during the next audit, during the congressional hearing.
No, they could do it at any time.
No, they have to pull out the numbers every. I think it's every quarter.
But they can do it. They could do it every week. They could do it every week if they so chose. They could pull a report at any time they want.
No, just because you say it's that doesn't mean that they have to do it.
No, they don't have to. But why wouldn't they?
Okay. Why would they? Why would they?
So that they can prove what they're actually doing.
So we can brag
about it. Why would they need to prove to you?
Because we're the American people. Because there are representatives. These people are supposed to represent us.
I know he's doing his job.
This is called transparency. You don't know he's doing his job. And I'm sorry, but it was the Republicans that were all about transparency. What the fuck happened to the whole transparency thing? You don't give two shits about transparency anymore?
Well, I believe what he's pointing out. 2.5 million.
So you don't care about transparency. You're just going to believe whatever he says.
I mean, if the numbers come out later that he was lying, then he was lying. I'll be like, well, that's bad.
Okay, so then you sound like a cult member at this point. I got you. Okay, Michael, can I get
your... If I said that sounds bad.
Yeah, you sound like a cult member. Michael, can I get your age and Michael, can I get your age and what side of the aisle you set up?
I'm 61 and I'm independent, but I believe more in the Democratic policies.
Okay, so a little bit left-leaning. Okay, thank you.
What Democratic policies do you believe in?
What do you mean? I mean, talking about as far as what Harris ran on, I like the idea that the first home owner buyer program that she had, that she was going to implement if she would have got in, which means that
first-time home buyer.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that already a thing?
No. This is an additional. Well, it was going to be a first-generation home buyer, so.
Well, no, not necessarily. It was on. Every state already has something in place of that nature. What she wanted.
Not every state, by the way.
Every state, all 50, all 50. I will pay you $50 if you can show that no states or not all 50 have some sort of first-time home buyers program.
Oh, they do. I agree with you. They do and everything. But what I was saying, but she's also was giving them the additional money to go along with that there.
But you can't do that.
Get on this. So you can't. If she's President Trump doing a lot of things that we know he can't do. He's going against the Constitution. And
I will tell you. I will tell you that you are. I will tell you that you are correct. Every state does have a first-time home buyer program. It is financed through the Housing Finance Agency.
Yes, you can't put multiple different aspects into play because housing.
You can do a federal and a state. You can do a federal.
Yes, but you couldn't do it through home loans.
You could. These were tax breaks, though. By the way, I mean these were something that were going to be taken off your taxes the first year. So it's not a down payment assistance or anything like that. They're not giving you cash to be able to buy the house. They're telling you if you buy a house, then you can get $25,000 tax rebate on the next year, or I don't know if they were going to spread it out over a period of time or whatever.
3.5% down. Yeah. No.
But
A lot
either
of
way,
what
this was a program to try and get more homes built and make sure that more people got into homes.
correct. Now,
I think
what
Houston's
happens?
doing a good job.
Well, what happens when you give people more money? The builders and also the properties are going to go up in value.
That's
So
not true.
you're also, when we inject more money into our economy, usually what happens? Our inflation goes up, correct?
When you balance out the sheet, when you give money to the supplier and the demander at the exact same time, you balance out the sheet and it doesn't change prices at all.
So would you say C19, we injected a lot of money into our system, and
We're
that's
talking
why
about
we
housing.
had... Yes, but it's the same correlation.
That affects housing too.
What, C19 affected housing?
Yes. Inflation
Yes,
rates.
that's how the market works. Yeah, you print a shit ton of
Rates.
money. Everything goes up.
The inflation rates are based on the 10-year, not the
Yes,
overnight rate.
if you print $1 trillion in like the span of 9 months,
I'm sorry,
it's going to cause a massive inflation of money, causing everything to go up. Which we saw for the past in 2021 and 2022, we saw a 9.5% average.
God, why are we talking about fucking Biden?
inflation?
Jesus fucking Christ!
No, I'm saying this is a cause of COVID that we saw this kind of inflation.
Why?
Either way, wouldn't it be a good idea to have a housing plan in this country to try and get the homeless off the streets and make sure that we're building more houses? Isn't that a good
Homeless
idea?
people want to be homeless, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Most people want to be homeless.
No, that's not what I said. I said
That is exactly
most
what you
homeless
just
people
said.
want to be homeless.
What would make you believe that?
Talking to a lot of homeless people. So it's anecdotal.
How many homeless people have you talked to?
Dude, when I was growing up, bro, like we would have cookouts, and I was from Kansas City. Homeless
So
people
you
would come
talked to
and
a
eat
couple hundred
steaks.
people over the last fucking 30 years. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
why I
sorry.
said it's
That's
anecdotal.
that's not
That's
good
my
enough.
anecdotal
I'm
shit.
sorry. That's not
It
good.
doesn't have to be good enough, but in my anecdotal experience, they just want to be homeless. They
How
want to be
many
left
people
alone.
actually have a job and still? I know people that have a job and they're forced to live in a car because they can't afford housing.
Right.
The biggest
They're forced
issue...
to live with.
They're forced to live in their car. But the biggest issue we have
Whereas-
is these rental properties. They want you to make 2.5 to 3 to sometimes even 4 times the monthly rent. That's what we need to get rid of.
Not in my
think
apartment.
I'm going to go against BlackRock, and you do know who BlackRock is, right? Because I had stocks in them, and I got a lot of blowback, and then I began to look up exactly who were BlackRock and what they were exactly doing. You ever seen the signs, "We'll buy your home in any condition"? In BlackRock, and they was teaming up with another major realtor, can't call the name right, company that was buying up all the old
State Street.
that people once lived, but now nobody lived anymore, and they would go in and revamp it and set the rates at such high, like the cost of living to live in a neighborhood that where it normally costs you like about $300 a month. Now you're paying $1,200 because they go in and revamp them, and they were trying to corner the market and control all the real estate. And wouldn't that be a dilemma if we had only 2 major companies that owned all the real estate in the United States?
That's a huge leap, by the way. And Derek, I'm glad you're a fucking socialist. I'm glad you think everybody should be able to own their own home. That's pretty awesome.
I said rent. I actually think owning a home should only be for the wealthy.
Wow.
You
Wait a
said
second.
rent, but you want rent to be cheaper. How about we just let them buy homes instead, and then nobody's renting?
I don't want the housing to be cheaper. What I want them to do is do away with the 2.5 to 3 times to 4 times the monthly rent to be able to rent an apartment.
That's to make housing cheaper, by the way. That's the whole purpose of that entire statement.
Justin, do you know that in the 60s and 70s, you could be a carpenter or a factory worker? You didn't have to be wealthy to put a down
Yes.
payment on a home and get a mortgage and raise a family.
Obviously, we don't live in the 50s, 60s anymore.
No, I'm just saying this country used to run like that, where people could build a life and they could save and they could, raise a family
back when
and
we
own
weren't
a wait a
spending
second, and
like
own a
$500
home.
billion in
John,
medical.
you're interrupting me. Please don't do that. Where young people weren't continually just pouring their money, their paychecks into landlords' pockets and getting nothing out of it for years and years and years, right? And just Derek, you're saying that owning a home should only be for the wealthy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so when you bring up the 60s and 70s, we can even go into the early 2000s.
Even the
being
80s.
a blue collar, being a blue collar worker back in those. Hang on, John. Being back in those times, you could actually make money as a blue collar worker. Starting pay just in Massachusetts alone, and I like talking about that because it's my home state and it's a blue state, is only $18, $19 an hour working for the union. The pay is disgusting. It has not completely kept up, especially in these blue collar worker jobs.
Let's do Florida. I would rather talk about Florida's starting wage than Boston's.
Well, we have a minimum wage. Well, hang on. Our minimum wage in Florida is actually $15 an hour. Massachusetts is also $15 an hour. It's also $15 an hour.
Actually cheaper.
The point is you could own a small business. You could be a carpenter. You could work in a factory. You could do all these things. You could be blue collar, right? And you could invest in a home. And you'd have that equity. You wouldn't just be pouring your paycheck, John. You wouldn't just be pouring your paycheck into rent and losing all your money towards exorbitant rents. Why is that a good thing, Derek?
Well, we have to look at what has caused that.
It doesn't matter what's caused it. We need to get back to that.
Okay, so
no, it
let's
definitely
get back
matters
to
what caused it.
We can get back to that, but we're going to have to completely shift our system. And you guys don't want to do that because what that would involve is getting rid of the immigration.
That's why people can't afford shit. That's why.
Stop relying on China for carpentry projects when you could rely on Americans to produce the carpentry.
Tennis, I don't think we should get back to that. Just so you know.
You don't think we should get back to where people could save up for a deposit and wait and be able to put a down payment already? Wow, John.
Because you keep on repeating the same thing over again.
He asked her a question, John. He didn't ask you a question.
And I'm just you don't want to get back to where people can own their homes and pay off their mortgage? Why not?
Because I don't want to go back to an economy where we're making shoelaces and we're putting cars together and we're just making menial shit. I like the service-based economy. I like moving forward. I like having a more technologically advanced economy and society.
Just put the fries in the bag.
Okay,
That's what I would say.
So if we're in that economy, is there a way where your middle class, your working class, can participate in home ownership?
Nope.
Absolutely, but it's not by going back in time to have more manufacturing in the U.S. I mean, in the 80s, they were still making tons of T-shirts and stuff here in the U.S. We can't compete on making T-shirts.
Yeah, no, I get that.
We just don't buy from China.
That's not my point. My point is, whatever our economy is, and the way you describe it, people are still going to have a certain income level. So whatever that income level is, we, in our government, we should make it so that people can save up and still participate in the home ownership. Yeah. Whatever that economy is, and not making shoelaces.
Okay, I'll leave it there. I know John was trying to talk. John.
Okay.
We should get away from China and focus more on Mexico, our neighboring country, and that would thus benefit us in manufacturing also.
But can I say something, John? The only thing about it, certain resources in order to do certain things that we can't get it here in the United States or Mexico.
if we made Mexico China, and just cut ties in China, we'd be so much better off. Less immigration because they would have a greater economy because we got all our products from them, and we wouldn't need to have them migrate north because they would already have a great economy.
How long did China take to industrialize, John?
I don't know. I don't know much history about China.
It took decades to industrialize.
Didn't it happen like in 2008? They became like the open market.
What the hell?
No.
That's not industrialization.
But John, so like if you want Mexico to be more prosperous, like us to trade more with Mexico and everything like that, then why did we get out of NAFTA?
NAFTA?
The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA.
NAFTA.
Yeah. The answer to your question would be an executive who wanted to adjust the deal came into power and adjusted the deal.
I don't think NAFTA was that good of a deal anyway. Not for the Mexicans, at least. It was a good deal for the Americans. That's why our corn did so well, right? But it was not a good deal for Mexico. Some of it was a good deal for Mexico, but for the most part, it really hurt many parts of Mexico.
A lot of our car manufacturing went to NAFTA.
But now
I think that's a good thing, though.
He rewrote that deal, right? And now he's gone against his own deal. I forget what it was called when he rewrote it in his first term.
USMCA, I think.
Yeah, there's that. And he also changed up, or you know what? He might have stopped at TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. He might have ripped that up. Who can tell? Trade deals come and go.
On July 1st, 2026. That was recently, the USMC. Oh no, 6-year mandatory joint review under. So it was a 6-year under his first term, maybe. I don't know about this. I'm sorry. I'm just researching it now.
Trade deals are kind of dry. I was going to remind you guys that I don't know if you saw this or not, but the WNBA changed their name.
Are you changing? Are you really changing the subject now to trans people?
No, not at all. No, not trans people. I hate talking about trans people. But the WNBA is the whatever basketball association.
And so why did you bring that up?
Because it was funny.
Because he likes talking about trans people as much as he likes talking about Islamofascists.
I do not. Well, I do like talking about that, but no, it was a joke. I thought you'd think it was funny.
We got to think about like former NBA players.
And I actually did talk about
the WNBA.
But you have $39 trillion in debt right now.
We're always going to be.
Can you tell me why we 39? Have been 39 point. I think it's 39.
It was projected that we're going to be in debt. Wait, which party is the one that wants to raise?
The current $13 trillion in debt, sir. I explain that in this short period of time.
Wait, which party wants universal health care?
Don't make it into a party. The reason we're in debt is because we spend more money than we make.
Exactly.
Because we do not tax the rich at the rate that we should tax the rich. No, you're right. It's not. It's a rich people thing. You cannot have an affluent middle class and have an affluent wealthy class. You must pick one. If you want to know why we aren't the way we were in the 50s and 60s, it's because our top marginal tax rate is not 95%.
Well, aren't you a good little socialist? How about we spend less? How about that?
Yeah, we spend less.
No, how about I spend more of fucking Elon Musk's money? How about that?
Wow, I like that Elon Musk makes more than me.
It's not wow. It's not wow, bro. It's going to be wow for those people when people start getting really fucking hungry and the wealth gap gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It will be wow then.
I'll tell you why what you're proposing is a terrible idea. Have you ever heard the old adage, give a man a fish, he eats for a day, but teach a man to fish and he eats for a lifetime? What you are proposing is to give a man a fish.
Remember that stimulus check that everybody got?
I didn't even get to hear what Brendan said at the end because you interrupted, John. What were you Did you finish, Brendan?
I was just saying what you're proposing to do is just simply give a man a fish.
No, I'm proposing to tax the rich. It's that simple. You don't have to make it into a Jesus parable or Christ-like parable.
What happens when all of the things that he's built are destroyed?
Good. Then we get to buy Chinese BYD vehicles that cost $10,000 brand new off the lot. I would like an electric car that is
where the batteries are
sufficient
made
and
by
reliable.
African kids that are scrambling through dirt for your batteries.
The batteries are made in different parts of the world. They're made in all different parts of the world. The United States makes batteries too. I mean,
all sovereign. Oh, please help the African kids.
Here's what I suggest you do, B. You should go to India. You should sneak over the border, and then when you get there, demand all kinds of services, and that they change their entire culture to accommodate you. That's
I don't know why you're arguing with wallpaper right now. We weren't arguing about that. We were arguing about taxing the rich, and you were crying that Elon Musk would lose his company that is 1/3 subsidized by American taxpayers. And you were saying like that's the real grave injustice, not people starving and without homes. And you know
how much people Tesla employs and like how much good he brings into the world. How much internet he gave to all those poor African countries that are impoverished?
What would Elon Musk do without his employees? You think he'll be a billionaire without the people behind him? You think that he's making all that by himself?
Yeah.
Or he just
Elon Musk made a lot of millionaires in his time.
I got news for you. He's not going to make you a millionaire.
I got news for you. He is making me a millionaire.
No, he's not.
I'm doing good.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about a lot of these people. They think that they're part of this country club, right? They think that they're going to be rich like that. And I got news for you.
Wait, how much of Americans are millionaires? Do you know?
I don't really know.
Oh, okay.
I think it's like 1 million, right? Like it's quite a big amount, but that's because
20%.
Oh, okay. Anyways, it's quite a big amount, but right now housing. So like in America and in California, if you owned a 2-bedroom house in a certain area, you could be a millionaire.
It's 3%, B. That's not a lot. That must be that communist math you love so much.
I said like no, he said it's 20%. I didn't say it was 20%. I said that we have millionaires in the millions. So exactly like CT is saying, we have 25 millionaires. John is the one who said it was 20% of the population. I don't know where he got that from. I just ignored that idiotic statement.
No, never mind. It's 7 to 8%. My bad.
So we kind of have the same amount of people in poverty that we do for millionaires. I don't see the problem.
No,
I think
we don't.
We do. We have 10.6% in poverty and
That's
7
not
to 8%.
accurate.
Okay, can you pull up something more accurate then? I would love it.
Wait, what's up? What did you do say about poverty?
I mean, we have the same amount of people in poverty that we do millionaires. And poverty we're always going to have.
We have 40 million in poverty and approximately 22 million and approximately 22 million millionaires.
Yes. So
we have twice as many people in poverty as we do millionaires.
Well, what's the percentage?
Wait, what? Why does it say America added 441,000 new millionaires over the last year alone?
And they're calculating children under 18 in the poverty numbers, which is a little pathetic.
True. That's not true.
I'm looking at Center for American Progress.
Yeah.
.org.
Yeah.
There's 24 millionaires living in the U.S.
I don't care about the millionaires at the end of the fucking day. What I care about is where they're getting their numbers for poverty. Because what are we classing as poverty? Oh, wait, let's look at it.
It's
so based on
16,000 a year.
6,000 a year?
No, it's actually
16,000 a year per individual.
I was verifying.
I think it's 21 or 23.
16,000 a year for individuals. Look it up.
Yeah, this Oxfam study.
I've already gone through all this.
Yeah, this Oxfam study says it's 43.7 million, but then it has a separate for children. That's 9.1 million for children.
So, and also when you're looking at it, you have to kind of wonder,
which is separate from the 43, by the way. It's separate from the 43.
Okay. So you have to also look at it. Are there people that are staying in poverty and working like 1 day a week just so they can continue to collect their Section 8,
No,
their
I'm just
food
going to say
stamps?
no until you can prove otherwise.
I'm gonna say yes.
I'm going to say no until you can prove otherwise. So
How many
say
people
yes.
are on Section 8? Let's compare people in poverty with people in Section 8 versus people who have homes. By the way, you have to have a job to get Section 8 because you have to be able to pay a portion of your wage to the homeowner.
That's why
And
I
then
just said
the
have
government
like
comes and
That's what he
subsidizes
said.
it. So you have to have a job.
I
This
didn't
is
say they were
such a
jobless.
dumb topic. Do we have more poor people than rich, Derek?
We
Yes.
do.
By
Are we
far.
always going
By
to?
fucking
Yes.
far. We
There
don't
you
have
go.
to.
We are always going to need
We
poor
don't have
people.
to. No, well, in a capitalist system, sure.
Derek, why do you like being poor so much that you defend being like the rich so fiercely?
I
He's
know.
a
I
sir.
wish.
You should have heard
I
him
would.
earlier. He said he didn't want any land ownership for anybody but rich people. He's a sir. Please, my lord, give me some more
What are we
shit in my
classing as
mouth, my
rich?
lord.
But what are we classing as rich?
Rich, I would say you could like probably stop working the rest of your life.
No.
Wealthy would be your kids don't have to work either.
No, I wouldn't go that deep. What I would say is anybody, truthfully, in the top like 15 to 20% should be able to buy homes.
And spoken like a true poor person.
I
Thanks
know.
for the clarity.
I know. I wish it'd be a lot easier. A
You
lot more
wish you were
social.
You're making
socialist
70K
programs.
a year. You're
Dude,
poor.
Justin,
Oh no.
Derek,
I know.
you're poor. If you're making
Oh, you're
70K a year,
I am definitely not making 70. I'm making a lot more than that.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I know, but like that's their like, oh, you're poor because you make this much, while you could be in China making like what, 10,000 a year.
25.
Who said that, John? Nobody said that. What are you even talking about? Who are you
Making
arguing with right now? Do you even need us for this conversation?
I'm making the equivalency.
So to be in the top 25%, so this is what I would probably classify as people who should be able to buy a home, is the top 25% is 165,000 or more.
and
That's what I would classify as people who should be buying houses.
160,000, yeah, I could see that. It's still hard to attain that as like a single income nowadays. So
I mean, I agree.
When you look at like the 1970s to today, like yeah, I mean, like, so people are upset nowadays because they are deleveraged by debt, right? So when we look at that time versus this time, sure, wages went up a little bit, okay, adjusted for current day inflation, but the cost of housing, the cost of fucking healthcare, the cost of childcare, the cost of college is extremely decoupled from wages, right? So, like, and if you're born in the 1950s, and you could have gone to get a college education if you wanted to on a part-time summer job, gotten out of school debt-free, and immediately started building wealth, and purchase a house in your early 20s at 3x your annual salary. Today, because everything that I'm talking about, the non-negotiable, like wealth building tools of the average person in America, have decoupled from wages. I mean, people get out of college with already a debt portfolio, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a
It's
terrible
just,
time to import
it's not
millions.
attainable.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in the 1970s, do we have a higher or lower influx of immigrations than we do now, Brenda?
Yes. I'm not necessarily saying it's...
That wasn't a yes or no question.
Okay. I mean, I don't know.
Did we have a lower or higher? Did we have a lower or higher influx of immigration?
I think we had higher back then, did we not?
Yep.
Yes. So what I was going to say is the reason why I think it should be somewhere in that area for what people should be able to buy a house is because majority of the time, if you make that much money, you have savings, you have backup, you are able to hit a wall for a short time, and you're not going to cause the collapse of our systems. You're not going to need to fully be on government assistance, things of that nature. Somebody who is just skating by, and truthfully, the term is called house rich, or house poor, house broke, which one you want to call it, where you just have enough money to afford your mortgage. If they fall on tough times, those are the same people that are going to need to use our government assistance. They're going to be the people who are going to need the help in the long run.
Okay, so the savings rate
Okay,
that
can
was
I ask you
savings
what's wrong with
back then was
that?
10%,
Our
and now it's
taxpayer dollars
2%.
go back to help the American people.
Can't hear
Yes,
you, Michael.
I think I was actually, but what American people from time to time
You're
to
cutting
use some of
out.
their taxpayer dollars when they run. I was asking him, I said, what's wrong with Americans from time to time when they fall on a hard time or find themselves in a difficult situation that we shouldn't be able to go get some of the money that we invested back into this country? This is our money.
I don't see
what.
You're correct, Michael. You're correct. It is our money. But I think you guys love the term and the saying, we should want to help everybody and help the community. We should work as a community. So why don't you allow the people who can't afford a house if they hit a brick wall to continue to rent so we don't end up in a housing crash? Because if we allow everybody to buy a house, just like in 2008, they were allowing subprime borrowers to actually get houses, and that's terrible credit. We are going to continue to see that happen over
This
time.
is nothing like '08. Why are you comparing it to '08? We're not doing that anymore. So what? There is a housing market crash that is going to happen. During COVID, people bought their homes at 30, 40, 50% markup in certain areas. Florida, you're one of the places. Massachusetts, other place. California, one of the places. New York as well. There's going to be a massive course correction, and it's going to be very painful for the housing market, which will seep out into everything else. So technically, we don't have to really do much. We don't even have to make housing affordable to cause a crash. We just have to let it continue on the course that it's going on. And people will lose homes that they paid into and have equity on. And they're foreclosing at 21% year over year.
Yeah, auctions are a great place to get a house. Don't forget to buy the dip.
Yeah, if you have money and you have a job, I mean, I don't know who's going to be hiring locksmiths when nobody can afford anything because everything's fucking crashed and we're in a stagflation crisis. We're going to be in a housing crisis. We're going to be in an everything crisis soon. So who's going to have money to pay a fucking locksmith? I'll look at YouTube and do it myself.
Everybody always, and that's adorable. My business saw a 20% increase.
I can buy your tools online, dude. All I got to do is Amazon. I can get a locksmith kit.
Yeah. Awesome. That's adorable that you think you know what I do. You do not. It's why it's called the veiled trade, but that's irrelevant. What I was trying to say is that my business went up 20% after 2028 because people didn't trust banks anymore. They were buying a shit ton of safes. Do you know how to move a safe that weighs 1,800 pounds up, 25 stairs without unaliving yourself?
Who had money to buy $1,000 safe?
We charge.
Who had money to buy $1,000 safe? I call bullshit. Who had money to buy a fucking $1,000 safe?
We got little robots now that bring the stairs up.
Who had that money post 2008?
All kinds of people. You know, this is so funny too. That this is the way that you think because you have a small mind. B. One of my apprentices did something.
Who had that money? Rich people? Okay.
No, regular people, B. It's just that when you live in the type of environment that you live in, you project yourself onto others. So one of the problems I have with my
I was a baby when that happened. I'm not projecting shit.
No,
I looked at my surroundings and watched people suffer. I also looked at the statistics and saw how it created extreme economic instability for the average American. So I want to know who bought these safes after a fucking crash.
Let me jump in here, please. Brendan is accurate. Locksmithing is fairly recession proof.
That is nothing. That is not even in the jobs report. When you know what jobs are recession proof? Healthcare, education, those are recession proof jobs. He doesn't even make it in the top 5. What are you guys talking about?
Recession proof because you have lockouts, you have physical security that
I've never seen his job in the top 20.
That's why it's called a veiled
of recession-proof jobs.
Okay. When you have a recession, you're going to see a spike in crime, and you're going to see an increased need for types of physical security like Brendan does. It's not
who has money for that. Who has money for
corporations,
that?
the
Companies
asset
Everybody,
holders, the
especially
companies that we
especially
find
corporate
in
America.
recessions.
You know what's funny about like the kind of stuff that you come up with? One of my service calls today, I made $1,000 in 20 minutes. You know how we did that? The Buffalo Wild Wings in Hampton, their door was busted. They had some scammer
You
come
think
out
there's
there
gonna
and
be a
try and
Buffalo
fix it.
Wild Wings
It took
anymore, bro?
Yes, there's going to be corporate interest regardless of how the private sector is doing.
I'm sorry. How are all of the chain restaurants doing right now? They're doing horribly. You are not
It's not
living in
just
reality.
chain,
How old
B.
were you in
But you
2008?
know
Were
what
you
they
in your
have
veil
to do?
trade?
But you know what they have to do, B? They have to
How
secure
many
their
corporations
properties.
cut down, like completely fired their workforce and just fucking shut down? What are you
Guess,
talking about?
guess who shows up and shuts it down, B? Guess who does that? Guess who?
I don't
You
Guess
know.
who?
The
do.
police?
Guess who
Hold
shows up?
on.
Guess who
The
actually
police?
shows up and
Bro,
makes
all you gotta
sure
do is
that
stir a
all
fucking
those
padlock
employees
on that shit.
can't get in anymore? Who do you think does that, B? You think the
The
manager
locksmith.
does
You
that?
change the locks. No, you change the locks. I get it.
Yeah,
Challenge
there you
Yeah,
go.
it's
accepted.
very easy to do.
Once
Hello.
again,
Hold
your
on.
objection is only a function of the fact that you do not have the sufficient imagination to be successful.
No, it's that you think that people have money, you think corporations have money, that your trade is going to be exempt, which, by the way, again, I say, when it comes to recessions, it's not even in the top fucking 20 of recession proof jobs. I've never seen locksmith ever be on a recession proof list, ever.
Well,
Do
I
you
tell you
lock your
what,
house?
B, you will not get
It's
an
always
accurate
healthcare's at the top and then
representation.
education. That's it.
You will not get
You're
an
really
accurate
not going to see
representation
it
of the
being.
world by looking
Hold
at
on, Brendan.
lists and maps.
You're not
Okay,
going to
make
see it
y'all
on the top jobs report because of the labor category. It's a fairly niche job. So when you're looking at recession proof, it's usually focused on industries and not specific LCATs or labor categories, right?
Okay.
So that's why
Let me
you're
ask you a
not seeing it in the top 10 or top 20. It's just, it's niche.
Yeah. I'll tell you another
Hello
one
from
you
the
won't
new
see.
guy.
I'll tell you another one you won't see, B. Jeweler. Where's Jeweler on your bill?
Not
Hold
recession
on.
proof. Challenge accepted. Can I get your agent who, which side of the aisle you lean?
Yes, sir. So I'm 57. I live in Savannah, Georgia, and I'm retired from the military.
Can you
but
normally
had to-
talk faster than this?
Okay, you want me to talk faster?
Please.
Okay, so I'm retired from the military, and I did the fork in the road when Trump was elected. I had to resign from the federal government because we needed back to the office. Done.
Why?
That didn't tell me a goddamn thing.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
so lost.
Okay.
So who'd you
You
vote for,
wanted me to talk
challenge?
faster.
Maybe it went over my head. Who did you vote for?
I voted for Trump.
Okay, thank you.
How much have you had to drink today?
A
lot.
Ooh, wait. Let's guess. Can we please guess?
If he's like my brother and my cousin, no.
Let's have low
Tennessee.
competition.
Because I'm not
Let's have low
talking fast?
competition. No, you got a little bit of slur in your voice. It's okay. I've
Okay.
had a couple myself.
Okay.
No, I want to say you've had. I want to say 4 drinks, but it's liquor, and I think it's bourbon.
Liquor, but I hardly know her.
Nah, dude. He's like 8 drinks in. This is 8 drinks in.
That was good.
Come on, that was a good joke. Come on.
No, I mean
I laughed. I gave you a laugh.
it could be 4 drinks, but there are 3 fingers for each drink. So
Yeah. No, I'm saying they're stiff drinks.
Yeah, I'm a sipper, yeah.
What's your choice of drink? Henny or Remy?
I don't fucking care what he's drinking. If you can
Tito's.
deal with the drunk person,
Ooh.
we can have him around. If you guys, I can't deal with the drunk person. So.
Yeah, you shouldn't bring. You shouldn't talk about it.
No.
I say
Okay.
no.
bye.
So, can I ask y'all guys what would be some indicators that would be red flags to most of the people on here that we're headed toward a recession?
You have to have 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. I think it also has to be
Incorrect.
more than 2%.
Unless you're
Right?
Biden,
No,
and
it's
they can
incorrect.
change it.
No, Brendan, that's common misnomer. It's not 2 consecutive quarters of GDP dip. That generally is like a leading indicator, but the group that defines what is a true recession, it factors in lots of other things. The job market,
Job loss, would that be
the strength
one
of the
the
U.S. dollar, a whole bunch.
Okay, don't we see all that going on now? Haven't we just had a massive job loss?
I mean, in the government, sure.
No, sir. I'm talking about just. I'm trying to think what the numbers was supposed to be. It fell $100,000 short, $100,000 job short of what they projected to be.
It was government jobs because they oversaturated the market during C-19 and prior. And now we are losing those jobs because they are no longer needed because it was oversaturated. We never should have overhired the way we did in any company and sector, especially tech.
Well,
and that is why.
How about the FDA, where we have this cyclospora thing going around, and we used to have an agency that could really track these things, and those workers from the government were let go. So hence we have very sick people in a lot of states. I mean, they let go of a lot of people that we really desperately needed.
Wash your lettuce and your broccoli, people.
Well, we didn't even know exactly where it was coming from.
Just washing it won't actually get rid of it.
Really?
Can you speak to that, Derek?
I mean, I think we have always had outbreaks. What I can say is I think Taylor Farms needs to be investigated heavily for what they were doing and how they were doing it. But other than that, I think at some point, just like the whole Ebola scare and the neuro and all that, I think once again, this is just scare tactic.
Literally, there was an agency. What was it called? FoodNet, where when a foodborne illness came out, they would immediately get on it and do serious detailed tracking and be able to get to the bottom of the source so that less people contracted the illness, right? Now, we don't have that anymore, FoodNet. Okay. Because they just took it out. They got rid of those people. The FDA, they got rid of those people.
And they put and who we got over now? Kennedy.
Well, yeah, we have parasitical diarrhea worms. We have measles on the rise. We have smallpox being introduced. Like, this fucking HSS is fucking just killing it right now.
Measles has been making a comeback since around C-19. Why is that, you ask? I mean, I just put it down in the comments. Where are most of these people coming from that actually have
Sure, I can explain to you.
Have said problems.
You have the dumbest amount of people listening to the dumbest amount of people, and when they're told that vaccines cause autism for 10 years, they stop getting them. And then those vaccines don't stop things like that from happening. So you're going to see an uptick, right?
That's what happened.
Well, and also CT, the vaccine schedules were disrupted during C-19 because of the overabundance of people in the physician's offices and everything like that. So that also led to the increase in cases. It wasn't just necessarily that people didn't want to get vaxxed, but they also got off their vaccine schedule.
Sam, are you at a party right now?
What?
Are you at a party right now?
No.
No, she has a TV on in the background. She has kids. Get over it. But no, again, it goes back to what I said. It's the dumbest of people listening to the dumbest of fucking people, which is why we have an uprising in fucking diseases that we've had on Bay for 50 years. That's it.
Yes, sir. DSA member. Dumbest of people.
Well, I'm not a DSA member, but I'm also not Schnazi, so I'd be very careful how I label people there, Derek.
I mean, listen, look at when it comes to vaccinations, right? I mean, vaccinations have done so much and saved so many lives. You go back to the polio vaccine, and then you have fucking hacks saying somehow that the MMR, mumps, rubella, measles, is a bad thing. And you have people listening to that.
Yeah, but
and not vaccinating their kids. It's really simple.
What are we really talking about here? What we're really talking about is the amount of trust that was lost with regards to the pharmaceutical companies, not just because of vaxes. There's lots of reasons that the American people don't trust the pharmaceutical companies. We see the disgusting shit they do all the time. And then there's other shit that they do that we're not even allowed to talk about. Literally, think about that. Their influence is so prevalent that they can influence social media companies to keep us talking about what they're doing. Think about that for a second. That's why we don't trust them.
You're making a big sweeping,
refute everything.
We're talking about vaccines. We're talking about MMR. We're talking about measles vaccines. I don't know if you have kids or not.
Yes,
but you do. Did you? Yeah. Were they vaccinated with MMR? I bet they were.
None of my kids got the jab.
No. I'm not talking about the jab. I'm talking about MMR.
Why is that funny? No,
measles, mumps, rubella.
Because you don't want to talk about that, Brendan. You don't want to talk about the fact that we have a guy who heads our health department.
Here we go. Make a political weapon out of it.
Rubella and measles, that our young children shouldn't be vaccinated from those things. And I bet you vaccinated your kids with MMR. Correct?
But you're missing the point. I already said correct, but you're missing the point.
There you go.
You're trying to say that all of this is happening because RFK and Trump, blah, blah, blah. What I'm saying is that the faith in the pharmaceutical companies has been eroding for a long time, not just since RFK, and he's been pointing out the problems that we have with the revolving door between the regulatory agencies and companies like the pharmaceutical companies. To blame it on him, especially because he's trying to get some accountability, is ridiculous. It just shows you're a political hack.
None of that.
But the bigger issue is the distrust in these companies.
May I respond to that? Go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
No, I was asking him what are his credentials. Is he a scientist, biologist, or what? I mean, what is his credentials?
He's a locksmith.
Wait, you're talking about me?
I'm talking about
I have nothing to do with
his credentials, sir. What is his credentials?
What is his credentials? RFK?
He ate a whalehead off the highway one time.
He's an environmental attorney.
Yeah, he's an environmental
attorney. And he cut off,
he did a great job with
raccoon penises.
Donovan, you know as well as I do, there was no
you guys just want to turn this. You want to just boil this down to personal politics. There's much more.
I think it should be. It should be when somebody hold on. Can I respond? When somebody gives SSRI advice, who has cut off raccoon penises, who's cut off whales' heads, whose sister was lobotomized because she likes to have sex, that shouldn't be the person who is in charge of our mental health in this country. That should not be the person who is in charge of measles vaccines. And he is out there saying things that are absolutely ridiculous. This is the highest rate of measles that we've ever had in this country since 1991, when that shoddy paper was written to try to link measles to autism, which, by the way, it was debunked.
Much like the new autism ones with Tylenol were. They're all just made a bunch of shit. You guys just run off fucking headlines. Again, the dumbest people listen to the dumbest fucking people is why we are where we are.
Yeah, because you're right. All the dumb people repeat themselves all the time, right, CT?
Well, you guys really like bumper sticker slogans. They seem to stick with you. So I try to keep it simple for the simpletons.
You guys like bumper stickers.
Yeah, exactly. Einstein is famous because he can boil down complex ideals into simple equations. That's how you understand something. That's how you can pick out an intelligent person.
Who was?
Break it down Barney style to make it easy for someone like you to understand.
Hold on, Donovan. Who was famous for that?
Einstein.
Oh no, I think I heard Siegfried. Sieg Heil, right?
Wait. Is that your ham-handed attempt at calling me a schnazi? Because I just made you look silly?
I'm just saying, if simple propaganda works on you, then fucking let that fucking
really
spit.
You're
step your way right to that boot.
Simple. Wait a minute. You're objecting to me making something simplistic. Is that what you're doing, CT? Why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell us your theory of why how the DSA is going to get rid of crime in the United States again? Every time you explain it, it always gives me a chuckle. Please, after complaining about oversimplifying something, explain how the DSA is going to get rid of crime. Please.
Shift like this is ridiculous. Let's talk about the man who freaking cutting off raccoon penises being in charge of mental health.
Let's talk about the guy with
you
the
want to make it personal
head.
politics. What we're talking about is the pharmaceutical companies and the fact that these are some of the most evil corporations ever assembled in the history of the human race.
Brendan, is that why we don't? Is that why?
Okay.
Is that why families are now disinclined to get give their children vaccinations? The pharmaceutical companies.
Whether those people are justified.
Are you going to
not,
answer my question?
Yes, I am. Whether those people are justified or not in the way that they're thinking, the seeds of the distrust was sown a long time ago. Whether you want to call side effects from these vaccines significant or not, the point that I'm trying to make is the distrust that we have for these companies. You guys want to make it personal politics about RFK.
The lack of side effects is
the problem is bigger than just RFK. All right, go.
Can I ask a question?
Who's the leader
if
right
it's
now?
not a partisan
Go ahead,
issue,
Go ahead,
if it's not a partisan issue, like you're saying it's not, then why do 31% of Republicans polled explicitly believe that the jab's more dangerous than the disease they were designed to protect, compared to 5% of Democrats when polled? If it's not a partisan issue, like you say.
Well, it's part of their politics. Obviously, we're still very close to this issue. But I mean, just to give you an idea, I got a new PCP last week, and I asked him about the jab. He said, "Oh, hell no." He didn't just say no. He said, "Hell no." And I asked, and he told me those exact objections that you were just bringing up: spike proteins, blood clots, all that. Like we're only just now allowed to talk about this stuff, even if we can.
He said no to which specific jab?
The C19 and boosters. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I would find funny? CT, did you get the
I'm just going to tell you you're full of shit.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I agree.
Wait. So your PCP is okay with you getting blood clots from the actual illness because at least that's better than getting the jab that potentially causes blood clots?
Or dying from complications of breathing. Yeah, that sounds like a great PCP. You should probably look into somebody better. Check Yelp.
CT, did you get the jab?
I checked his
DocSoc is good too. DocSoc is good.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember this or not, but you guys, and it's obvious that the vestigial tales of your politics are still present. But natural immunity is the best way to go. It's always been the best way to go. And you guys are totally fine with Fauci lying right to your faces about it.
That's why we lost a million Americans.
For an infant, how do you do natural immunity for an infant who gets measles? How do you do natural immunity for a 75-year-old with pre-existing conditions who gets COVID? How do they do natural immunity? Yeah, that's what I mean. But I know, but you're not understanding that just because natural immunity is better, it's not all about you, right? Like if you have grandkids, if you have, elderly parents, if you have people in your life who have pre-existing conditions, it's not just for you.
You're missing it. You are missing the fact that C19 was an anomaly that showed you the difference between how your politics are articulated and how you really feel and act.
No, this is science. This is scientific. This is what we call herd immunity.
You believe science?
Got into a 25-year war over 3,000 Americans, million Americans died. We're like, fuck it, whatever.
It's so weird that you say it's political, but it wasn't. it wasn't the scientists it wasn't the scientists and the doctors who made it political. It was Donald Trump and the right wing that made it political.
Christ help you.
Oh, this is fascinating.
Okay, because this was a worldwide. It was a worldwide pandemic.
Two conservatives in here, and there's 4 people going at them.
Can I ask?
They just talk to themselves.
Can I ask one clarifying question? Well, first I want to make a correction that natural immunity is not better. As a matter of fact, it's actually worse. Specifically because you're giving the chance for a virus to mutate additional times. That's why we like to do the traditional vaccinated method, because it prevents that that initial step potentially, or at least reduces the attacks like surface. Second, I'm sorry, what about the spike protein was your doctor going off about?
That the protein is present for a long time after the vaccination would require a booster.
But it's not.
That's not part of any booster. The protein of itself goes away.
Go ahead.
Wait, there's a reason that we do the boosters, and it wasn't just for a spike protein. It was for new variants of the disease itself.
Yeah, and it eats itself.
But it was for new variants. That's the thing. You got a booster when you needed it to protect yourself from a new variant. On top of that, Donovan, with natural immunity, you have to get it. That's a problem because people were dying from it. A lot of people were dying from the actual disease itself. You're asking you're asking people to die from the disease so that they can possibly get natural immunity from it. That being said, in all cases, natural immunity combined with a vaccine is actually much better than either one alone.
Part of the political narrative that was shared on the left was that, and this came from polls. You asked about the difference between polls between Republicans and Democrats. When you polled Democrats,
nothing about
you,
not
you, one of the other panelists. It was one.
Nobody's saying about polls.
Anyhow, what I'm trying to let me make my point. Yeah, when you polled Democrats and they were asked what the fatality rate for this particular bug was, they would say well over 20%, 30%, even higher. And Trump said that he said this publicly, that he believed that the fatality rate was less than 1%. And he was excoriated in the press for months behind this. Turns out the fatality rate for C-19 was less than 1%.
Donovan, you think it's less?
Not enough to justify the shutdowns and any of this other shit that we saw.
Interesting. Donovan, do you think that less than 1% issues mean that our government shouldn't be involved? So like when it comes to like illegals voting or trans in sports, given that they are less than 1%, that the government shouldn't be involved?
Nice pivot.
I'm just trying to call you out on the things.
Trying to confuse the issue? Yeah, I know.
No, I'm just saying yours is less than 1%. Why'd the government shut down shit? I'm saying when it comes to illegals voting or...
They shut down shit because they had an election to win.
Well, wait, why do you want government involvement for so many less than 1%?
They needed to put in a lot of, mail-in ballots.
Oh. So you think it's more than 1%?
Yeah, if they shut the whole fucking world down, then it's easier to justify doing all that nasty shit.
Well, they didn't. Like, you stopped working?
The hospitals were overwhelmed. Do we forget that the hospitals were at max capacity every single day, dude? You have no idea what it was like to fucking work.
They were so overwhelmed that there was a famous
liberals
TikTok
are being
trend
drugged
of
around.
doctors
You
and nurses
liberals
dancing.
are being drugged around by the nose right now. You know that, right?
I don't know how. We have somebody
following everything he says.
I'm trying to bring it back around, but it's weird how when he cares about less than 1% issues and then when he doesn't. Or when he thinks the government should be involved. When big government should come and make a difference.
Pharmaceutical companies and how fucking evil they are.
We shouldn't even talk about the 1%. We certainly shouldn't be talking about the pharmaceutical companies being evil right now. What we should be talking about is the fact that natural immunity plus a vaccine is actually better than everything else. And getting the disease was killing people. So now you're forcing people to put themselves in a situation where they're going to die by not getting the vaccine.
Well, can somebody explain to me then why the flu wasn't realistically around during those years?
Yeah, sure.
It was.
Explain to me.
Wait, don't.
Very minimal.
Don't.
Hold on.
Do not go down that fucking line either.
I'm not.
What the fuck?
I'm not, Mojo. Trust.
What line should we go down?
I was saying I'd be happy to explain that to you, Derek, as soon as you can explain why we saw a jump in worldwide unalignments over the same time period.
We really didn't, though. If you look at the numbers were pretty damn on par as what they were in 2018. Can you give me a source? Hang on, CT, you need to let somebody else talk.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll look it up for you.
Derek, there's also an increase in shark attacks that year. Can we correlate that as well?
I also play soccer.
How is that
possible?
Good
for you, buddy. Good for you.
I thought we were talking about shit that didn't fucking matter. Yeah. I don't care about the goddamn shark, CT, so let's carry on.
Yeah, again, you're correlating two things that don't.
No, you just have no point, and you know you've lost. Take the L, carry on, you little sheep. We know you got the jab.
What was
Can anybody
even
tell
the
me?
point?
Please, little buddy.
Either one of you? Can either one of you
He
guys
fucking
tell me?
inbred.
Can either one of you guys tell me why it is that the vaccine combined with natural immunity would actually be the best thing possible? Why would that be?
No, I'm starting to feel a little weird talking about it. You're probably one of us is probably going to catch a ban or a ding or some shit.
I don't care. This is fucking ridiculous because every single time this is brought up, you guys just pivot to another fucking subject. And every single time somebody addresses you, you just pivot to a different fucking subject.
Do you know how many times I've caught in fucking bans for talking about C-19?
Then catch another one.
Fucking Christ.
Either address the fucking point or leave. Don't talk about them. If you're worried so much about your life.
You'd like that, wouldn't you, CT?
Do what you want to do. I could give a fuck less. I don't think you bring any information to the conversation. So
Okay, I've got the stats for you. Ready? So in 2015, worldwide, there was 56.3. Then in 2019, we were at 58.4. Then in 2021, we jumped to 69.7 million. Then in 22, we dropped to 62.3. And then we dropped again in 23 to 61.7 before continuing the standard upward trend.
And year over year, we're adding more people, correct? Worldwide?
Yes, that's why the trend increases year over year. So like in 2010, there was 54.3. In 2019, there was 58.4 because that's growing trend because of the larger amount of people in the world, Derek. But then from 2019, we went from 58.4 up to, in 2020, 63.5, right? So that's about a 6.5 million jump, which is 10%. On average, what we see per year is about a million increase.
Did we add roughly that same amount of people within that same year?
No, we did not. No, we did not. And so 2020, we jumped up 10%. Then 22, we jumped up another 10, or 21, we jumped up another 21%. And then in 22, we decreased 10% down to 62.3. And then in 23, we're at 61.7, so just slightly lower. And then we resumed this upward trend on total number of unalivements worldwide because, as you said, the population grows. There was a huge spike in 2020 and 21, then it dropped down. Similarly, in 1958, we saw another spike jump up in 59 and in 60, again about that 10% or more actually. And then it decreased in 61, 62.
Hang on. I'm not too worried about 1962. But what I would like to ask is if you're saying we only went up 6 million people within that 1 year, hang on.
That's not 6 million people. That's not 6 million new people.
No, not new people.
6 million
new deaths.
Unalivements.
Yes. So if you're saying 6 million in a world of 7 billion, 8 billion, whatever the fuck it is during that time, you're telling me that we needed to shut the whole world down because it was so bad, right?
That was in our country. You dipshit.
I never
wasn't
claimed
just one
that.
country.
You said this was in response to the flu comment you made. I said, as soon as you can prove to me why the unalivements jumped during that same time period, we can talk about the flu.
Yeah,
so
because more people.
me showing you that we had a giant spike in the year 2020 through 22 indicates we don't need to have a conversation about the flu because it was either C-19 or the flu or a combination of both. It doesn't matter.
I would agree. It doesn't matter. Fatality rate is still less than 1%. I was going to ask B too. She mentioned something about kids. She loves to hold up kids. B, would you give children like toddlers and stuff like that the C-19 jab? Would you? You think
Mines
we should?
Mines are screaming right now. You're gonna have to give me a minute.
What about the rest of you, blue team? You think we should give the C-19 jab to toddlers?
My OB actually recommended that I get my jab while I was pregnant with my son.
Wow. What about kids though? Should it be in the schedule of vaccines before a child goes to school?
Well, I'll tell you what.
My
Before a
kids were growing by then.
locksmith gives me advice, I'm definitely going to check with my fucking doctor first. I'm not going to check with somebody that unlocks fucking high school lockers. That's for sure.
Yeah, you keep saying that
Wait,
locker is bullshit.
Brendan,
I have the numbers right
why
here.
would it
Do you
be?
think they should take it or not?
No, Brendan,
A simple
why
question.
would it be? Why would it be recommended for the vaccination requirements for school when the flu shot is not?
Okay, you're using logic. Well done. Carry that train of thought. Do any of you others think that we should give the C-19 vaccine to children because your politics and the type of hysteria that your politics are creating?
Yes, we should give it to children.
Yeah.
Especially if they have pre-existing conditions. Wait, hold on. You got to give a caveat to these things. I know you so desperately want it to be simple, but it's not. There are many multi-generational households. You got grandma in the house who's old. Maybe the kid has a pre-existing condition. Maybe the mom has a pre-existing condition. It's multifactorial. I can't just say yes and I can't just say no. I don't know the kid's condition. I don't know what the house that they're living in is. Currently, right now, though, it is not a mandated vaccine for a school scheduling. So, I mean,
right, and neither should it be. There were 0 reported fatalities under 9 years old, but the type of
under 9,
under 9.
Why'd you say 9? Why don't you go to under 15?
Because that's what the information showed.
Okay, how many kids died under 15? Because those are still kids, right?
The type of hysteria you are creating
Donovan
and have created that
push
entire
this 9-year-old
time
bullshit.
caused tears in the fabric of our fucking society. You acted like you cared about individual liberties and free will, being liberals, and come to find out you were lying cowards.
Hey, just
so
you guys
still suffering from the effects of your lying cowardice.
Just so you guys know, when Donovan says under 9, he says it for a reason. Because kids under 15, there were 1,387 deaths directly correlated to COVID-19. Whether it dealt with respiratory issues, heart issues, blood clot issues, 1,387 families lost kids under 15 years old. Guess what, Donovan? Those are still kids. I understand that you look at kids that are 15 in fucking places like Palestine, and you're like, oh, that's a war age. Those are war kids. This is your fucking Americans.
BT, you're not on your best game tonight. You are talking about.
We lost 1,500 kids to a fucking disease.
1,300 kids, and you're making it a big deal to throw shit into their bodies that we don't.
What happened? One is too many.
Yeah, whatever happened to that? Where is one is too many? When the fuck did that go away from your
let's
fucking
go that
lexicon?
logic.
But not one single kid can be read to by a trans person.
Yep, not one single kid could be fucking
assaulted. You guys are off your game today. It's crazy.
You guys are fucking trash. Is the problem? You guys are fucking.
But you're hang on, everyone's dad. Hang on.
Hold on, and Brendan was actually wrong. There were 446 children that died from the age of 0 and 4.
So okay, let's go down that logic though.
But who cares, right?
Let's go down that logic.
And that is per the CDC.
Let's go down that logic.
Accounts for roughly half of the total unalignment burden in minors, heavily concentrated within the first year of life.
Yeah, so when you guys talk about abortion and you talk about immigrants, I don't fucking give a fuck what you say. You guys don't stand on shit. You have no fucking moral standing. You stand on fucking nothing. Your values are trash. You have nothing. Trash.
You're not your best tonight.
You're trash.
Yeah, I'm going to get a giggle in for the baby slayers saying that I don't have any morals.
You didn't care that 1,500 fucking kids died because of this disease, and you laughed about it. Because you're trash.
You guys unalive them when they're perfectly healthy. What are you talking about?
You unalive them because they are perfectly healthy, and you can't prevent a fucking communicable disease.
Do we know the long-term effects of this in children yet?
Yes, they're going to turn into people like you that are fucking slow. That's the worst part.
So you are definitely not on your game tonight. You are.
Derek, shut up. You don't even have a game.
Villain arc.
You're just happy to be here.
A character assassin. That's what his new arc.
Derek, you're just happy to be here again. You've been begging for 6 months to be back on the panel. Be glad you're here. Shut up.
You got to pump the tires up, bud.
I feel like no one answered Mojo's question from earlier about hybrid immunity, and I'm just wondering if anyone here knows why.
I know why. And Sammy knows why.
know why. Because it doesn't work out in the
You know why.
What was the question?
Yeah, laugh it
I
up.
couldn't hear over CT.
They don't know what it means.
Why is hybrid immunity better than just natural or just vaccinated?
I'm just going to go with because then you have both, but I don't know.
Jesus.
What do you mean both? It's the same communicable disease.
I don't have an answer on this. I'm just giving you an answer.
Wouldn't the vaccine be harmful to people that have natural immunity, Derek?
I don't know.
Of course you don't.
I don't necessarily know what you're talking about. I'm just
why
giving an
the
answer
fuck
on
are
it.
you talking about it?
He's asking you a question. Derek is asking you a question.
Yeah, again, he doesn't know. He just said it.
Yeah, we've already established
understand
that.
why that
That's
hybrid
why he's asking
establishment.
you a question. So
he didn't ask a question. He said he doesn't know.
Here he is being humble enough to ask for edification, and rather than do that, rather than do that, you would excoriate him for simply being curious. That is the type of person that you are.
I cannot explain 1 + 1 to a fucking wall, Brendan. I cannot do it.
Yeah, you're a charming person, CT.
So,
I don't need to be a fucking charming person, you fucking trash bags.
Brendan, so instead of focusing on Justin asking the question, do you know the answer? Or are you also asking?
I understand that the answer that you're going to give will be shaped to be political, similar to all of the answers that were given so far.
No.
Oh shit,
It'll be
Donovan
medical.
doesn't know
I learned
either?
it in school, bro.
Oh
I learned
shit,
it in
Donovan doesn't
school.
know either.
You learn it in nursing school. You learn it when you go to med school. It's not
Right.
political.
I know about the idea of boosters and how the viruses mutate, and it's good to have that.
We
But
weren't
the
talking
fact
about
is,
that, though. I don't know why you brought that up.
that all of these procedures attempt to emulate the natural processes that the body has. Now, if you're talking about established vaccines that have had widespread trials and the full weight of the scientific process brought upon them, fine. But when you're talking about the slapdash nature of this particular set of circumstances, no thank you. This is why my PCP said don't take it. This is why there are so many issues.
So
right
can you
now.
just
Right
explain
now,
it?
There's a board
Can
on
you just
Capitol Hill
explain how it
talking
works
about-
to me? Because I'm curious.
There's an entire effort right now on Capitol Hill investigating this. But again, we were talking about the power that
Donovan,
the pharmaceutical
explain it.
companies exert on our fucking government.
Wait, Donovan, explain it. I'm sure you've had the same outrage.
my
when you
answer
took
was
your
correct.
anthrax. I'm sure you had the same
it wasn't.
outrage when you took your anthrax vax,
Google
right?
it
When
is.
you went into the military.
No, I took the anthrax vax.
Yeah,
Brian.
That's the point.
that came out, what, 2 years after you enlisted? Same time that you were taking this
I
one?
think I really
What a
do blame
wild thing to say.
Fauci. I really do blame Fauci for all this. If he just sold it to the public as a disease that attacks fetuses, Republicans would enact a martial law and shot people in sight that left the house.
No, they wouldn't have.
They made it political yet again.
If they would have told everyone these vaccines would have opened your eyes to the Republican understanding of how government spending is a good thing, everyone would have taken it.
Are you feeling all
You
right
know
tonight? Because you are
who?
off.
You know who made it? You want to know who made it political? Trump made it political. I had patients asking me, because I work in the ED. I had patients asking me if I was trying to kill them. I had patients asking me if it was okay to drink bleach, if they could feed their fucking kids bleach.
Well, then that's
If
just
they could
called
feed their
stupidity.
grandmother who was on their deathbed bleach.
Well,
Thanks, Joe.
that
This
would probably
shit
be easier.
was political from the beginning, dude.
The
And
our
by the way,
tractor
Derek, just real quick, like, I
was-
never need you to ask me if I'm okay. You're dumb all the time. I just have to figure out how to communicate with you with crayons to figure out how to get my point across. I'm good.
Can we use
You don't
green
have to ask.
crayons? Anyways, back to a real conversation. CT, do we know the long-term effects on children?
How would we have the long-term effects on children without having long-term happen first?
Awesome. So you just fucking proved my point.
I perved
You
it. I perved it. Cool.
Proved my point.
Okay.
You
What if
complete
it turns
insult.
them into superheroes?
Yeah. What if they become Captain America?
Yeah, and we're all going to become Spider-Man overnight.
What
Anyways,
if
so
they just
you're
aren't
mad.
dead?
In
because
other
it
words,
stopped
we
a
don't
fucking
fucking
incurable
know.
disease?
They might be able
Great.
to
So
fly.
we don't know yet. You guys wanted to fucking give it to every child, and only 1,300
Yeah, because they're
unalive.
still alive. They're still alive for us to figure it out.
Derek,
so you want to use them as guinea pigs?
Derek, you grew up in New Jersey next to a fucking nuclear waste
I
plant.
grew up in
You
Boston,
fucking
so
survived.
close
I think
enough.
that they'll be fine.
Close enough. New Jersey and Boston. I mean, same shit.
Yeah, again, you grew up next to a nuclear waste plant. You're dumb as fuck, but like you're alive, right? You'll be fine.
No, good thing we have better school systems than what, fucking Ohio?
Yeah, for sure. We just have the freedom to make those choices, right? Jersey doesn't.
Good thing I'm from
Can we
Boston.
put it away and get back to Revel and Mojo's original question and like screw C19? Why do we need hybrid immunity for all illnesses?
Well, Google told me hybrid immunity is better because it combines both natural and vax. So same thing I said.
That's asking why is no, you are answering the question with the exact same question. You are saying why is hybrid immunity good? Because it's hybrid immunity. You can't do that. Explain why hybrid immunity is good without saying it's because it's hybrid immunity.
You work in the ED. Why don't you just fucking say it?
No, I want to know if you, who feels so strongly that the vaccine is going to unalive people, if you actually know why vaccines are good for people.
Well, you just told me we do not have long-term studies.
We do. I did not say that.
I don't know. Can you please tell me?
Derek, I'm only here to be informed. Fill me in, please.
I don't know what you're talking about. B's the one who said she knows.
No, I thought you knew, which is why you made the informed decision not to get vaccinated.
Because I'm not going to put fucking experimental shit into my body. I mean, I know you guys love that.
It wasn't experimental. When you said earlier that kids were not tested on
just told us.
kids, no, I never said that. You made the claim and other people backed up your claim.
We don't know the long-term effects,
That is not true. We do know the long-term effects. These vaccines,
40 years?
These vaccines are part of technology that had been studied for decades. So
we have been studying 3 liberals say
this is just made up.
So are you lying?
3 liberals
or
also
liberals
don't.
Lying?
3 liberals also aren't involved in the medical community the way I am. They don't read peer-reviewed papers the way I do.
You're not in medicine.
Derek, you're not in medicine.
Derek,
you're right.
Okay,
none of us are.
I don't think you don't even know the lingos. So, anyways, that's not the point. The point is that they're not as involved as someone like me or Sammy is. Sammy also works in the medical field. So maybe they don't know. But this vaccine was studied decades before it was released to the general public.
Yeah, Derek, you barely participate in the Office Depot field. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I know.
Hey B, most drugs that pharmaceutical companies make, if there is some type of malfeasance or some type of mistake, it's possible for the public to sue them to get compensated for their damages. Can you do the same with C19 for the C19 vax?
I don't believe that you can do the same for the C19 vax.
Can you do it for any vax? Actually,
not
for any vax.
I don't.
Why not, B?
No,
because it was a life-saving.
But you can actually sue,
what are you talking about?
Wait,
Yes,
no, hold
you
on.
can.
No, you can sue the government for them being the ones that passed it, saying that it was safe.
B was right.
You could sue the government, and you can sue any. There have been a lot of.
1986,
there have been a lot of products liability. Excuse me.
No, we just looked this up yesterday.
There's been a lot of products liability suits for pharmaceutical interventions.
Yeah, Dyer, Garofalo, Mann, and Schultz has made a fucking entire practice off of this. So yes, medicines, the pharmaceuticals that create it can be, and on top of that,
liabilities.
The government.
This is what I used to do for a living, but whatever.
Yeah, they read something or somebody told it to them on some fucking weird Zio panel, and they just fucking believe it. They don't look into it at all.
I don't know what is the background, Zach, but it's driving me crazy, man.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize it was.
Yeah, why are you guys being so quiet now? You actually Google search it yourself and realize, like, oh, fuck, yeah, I guess you can sue.
No,
I
just
confident
can't have a conversation with a complete wall. I would have a better
Tennis
conversation
is
with
educated on it, so Tennis could educate you on it.
I would like for Tennis to finish.
Derek, you're the dumbest fucking person we've ever met on this app, and we still talk to you, so figure it out.
The fact of the matter is that where there is a product that's been put into the stream of commerce for the public to, anybody can be on the hook for that's involved. So you would sue Bristol Myers Squibb, and they would make a claim against the government or a third-party claim against the government, and doctors can be put on the hook for these things. You could always drop a lawsuit for something like this.
Oh no, a doctor cannot be sued for this. Neither can a nurse who administers it, unless
Well,
there's
I'm
something in
talking
the
about in general, B. I'm talking in
No, a doctor
general.
cannot be sued for this. Not in general. Not at all. We have
I'm
something called
sorry,
the
but there's
vaccine
something called a
injury.
claim called failure to warn. And I'm not talking about C19 vax. I'm talking about
There we are.
other types of medical treatment.
Well, yeah. See, that's why I
Okay,
brought it
well,
up
failure to hold
because
on. Failure to warn is different. If you don't educate a patient, then yes. But for the most part, you are educating your patients on why they're getting what they get.
Well,
We
some
have an
don't.
actual industry. Hold on, let me finish. We have something called the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. That is where you typically will report your vaccine injuries to. You cannot sue a doctor for giving you a vaccine. The doctor's not even the one who administers the vaccine.
Well, I'm talking about medical treatments in general. I'm not talking about, there's just different types of treatments that that pharmaceutical companies get sued for, and everybody gets named. The government gets pulled in, doctors get pulled in, even nurses get pulled in. And I'm not just talking about C19 vaccinations. You can just, there's a whole line of cases about medical treatments and pharmaceuticals. And a lot of
This is
times
just a
doctors
different, this is a
what?
different subsection. So like, I have medical malpractice insurance, right? I cannot be sued for administering a vaccine unless it's in a patient's chart that they were allergic to that vaccine. Or I gave a live vaccine to a patient who is immunocompromised and they get vaccine injury from that. Then I could be sued. But if I give a patient a vaccine and they get sick from the vaccine and it's not in their chart, I did all of what I'm supposed to do, nothing happens to me whatsoever. It goes through the vaccine injury program. So they're not treated like normal pharmaceuticals is what I'm trying to say.
Well, all I'm saying is that doctors get named a lot in all these cases. A lot of the times they get out of it, but they do have to defend it and they have to make an appearance in the case. And oftentimes they're not part of the comparative negligence, but this is what happens. I'm just telling you.
I have a problem with the FDA and what they approve. And that's kind of why I do not believe half of this vax stuff they try and push. There's one case with the Zepbound or trizepatide that a girl...
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that a girl unalive due to that is FDA approved. She was a California law student in London.
Derek, we have already debunked this at another panel, and I'm not going back into it again.
We'll see.
Yeah.
How do you keep saying the same lies?
Did you have a problem with the polio vaccine? I'm sorry, MOJO.
With the what?
How do you keep saying the same lies over and over again?
I don't say the same lies. It's just you have to...
This was debunked on another panel, it was said.
Well, it wasn't debunked, but the problem was she did have a heart condition that they weren't aware of. But the problem is, why are the doctors prescribing things without actually doing testing?
Because she lied to the damn doctor, so it's not their fault that they prescribed her a medication.
So just like
she
with
lied
the
about her
C19
medical
stuff,
history.
Okay, but like with the C19 stuff, imagine down the road things are linked to it. You guys gonna walk back and say, "Oh well, no, it was because of X, Y, and no, it was linked."
How many
to
lives
No,
did
it's been studied for decades. Are you not hearing? This has been studied long term. We know the long term effects of this particular technology used in this vaccine because it's been studied long term.
Were you vaccinated for tuberculosis, Derek?
Possibly not. Who knows?
Were you vaccinated for polio?
Possibly. I can get out my baby vax book.
I bet you were. I
Jesus
bet you
Christ.
were.
All right, so they're doing the same thing to you now, Derek. They're just leading you around. Yep. They're just going down rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole.
We're roughly
this is exactly what you were doing earlier, Brian.
No, it's not.
It is. This is exactly what you do. You get proven wrong on something. You just change.
I get proven wrong on shit. What do you prove me wrong on? Not a single person ever has proven me wrong on anything.
Yeah, you get proven wrong on everything you fucking
name one thing, MOJO.
Everything.
Oh, first of all, your claim
about the natural immunity.
Natural immunity is better than any man-made vaccine.
Except
natural immunity is basically.
It's a part
natural
of
immunity
getting
is
a
basically
vaccine. You do know that, right?
People,
Okay. Once again, specifically,
I can't believe how uneducated. Specifically, I don't know what that means. I cannot believe you're having this uneducated of a discussion right now.
Jesus Christ, you guys cannot help yourself.
Honestly, it's ridiculous.
It's like
dude.
playing
It's
chess.
very frustrating.
It reminds me of playing chess with a monkey. All you do is flip the board over and sit there and pretend that you won.
That's fair, but
hardly.
I'll take that insult. But what I have to say is that, this is bringing up so much things for me that I had to explain thousands and thousands of times to people. Like it's in the how sure you are and confident you are that you are correct when you are absolutely the opposite of correct. You are absolutely wrong. Your claim that your doctor, your quote unquote doctor, said that they hadn't gotten a vaccine is ridiculous. AMA just came out with the statistics that 95% of PCPs got the fucking vaccine.
Where is
fucking ridiculous?
That did not.
Where is the study that we have on children for the C19 jab? Because everything I'm looking at just keeps telling me we only have a few years of data. We do not have long-term studies because it was only started being administered to children in 2021. So can you provide something that says we have long-term studies? Hang on, Rebel. Long-term studies for children.
I'm correcting you already. It's because mRNA technology has been around since the fucking 90s. mRNA vaccines themselves have been around since 2013.
Exactly.
I think we need
and you
to
don't know
move
what
on
mRNA
from this
technology
subject.
is. You don't know what mRNA technology is. I bet you if I asked you what mRNA stood for, you wouldn't even know
Say
that.
the fourth time.
Measles, mumps, rubella,
No, it's ribonucleic acid. Messenger ribonucleic acid. How do you not know that?
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
No, it's so frustrating. You don't even know what it stands for. mRNA? That's inside your body. It's inside your body right now. It is sending little messages to all of your DNA strands to make copies of your DNA.
Okay, congratulations. I don't care.
But you don't even know
that.
that. And you have such a visceral reaction to this that you don't know anything about. And it's kind of sad.
The funny thing is, B, you hate our government so much. Trump
I don't know what that has to do with anything. You just don't know what you're talking about when it comes to this. I'm not going to shift to what I know and what I...
Edgewise, B.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, it's really hard to listen to all the misinformation on here. It is really
You're
hard.
a nurse. You're not in medicine.
Yeah, you don't even know what it's over-talking everyone.
Yeah, you really, I mean, if you don't want to listen, you don't have to be here. I agree. You need to slow down and let other people respond.
Go ahead, do your ad hom, Justin.
I actually forget what I was going to say because all you do is talk.
It was an ad hom that you were going to say, so you might as well just finish it.
For small
I don't remember, actually.
I'm just going to say that her education far exceeds anybody on this panel if she's a registered nurse.
And B is completely right. I work in forensic genetics. So what messenger RNA is, it's the step between transcription and translation. It means we can synthesize something without using the actual stuff, like how we used to use it for flu. We used the actual piece of influenza and administrated our body so it would fight our immune system. This doesn't use that. This uses DNA we can construct so we can't get harmed. Natural immunization, it doesn't work for everybody. Some people are immunocompromised. Some people can't have the artificially, they need the artificial help. So this is not what you were referring to earlier was human trials. There's been studies on this prior. That is why we have utilized genetic factors to make sure that things do not go wrong. We can adjust things. They can be modified mutations so it can avoid people with certain things. But if you lie about your medical history, yes, you will be drastically affected by this. So it's not administrating you guys don't even understand. B is a nurse who studied this, and she sure, she doesn't do the research, but she has to be well informed about it so she can inform her patients, like the doctors. So it uses genetic makeup. Yes.
Hell yeah, bro.
This is still an experimental technology, yes?
It's not to this point. No, it has been past the testing field.
And they got emergency use.
It's only used as an excuse for in the testing for other strands of other things because the strands keep modifying.
Right. It's called mutation. But they got emergency use authorization for these particular jabs, yes?
Correct.
Yes? Right. And because of this emergency,
if you have an iota of patience, you would hear Brandon. If you have an iota of patience, you would hear a response.
Stop. Let him respond.
Well, he cut me off with my response.
Let him respond. Yeah, you've been going on for a little bit, and you just keep saying.
I understand, but he asked me a question, and he says correct.
You just said B was right. B was right. B was right. That's fine, but
no, I brought up my genetic background and talked about mRNA.
I don't care. I'm asking you to let him respond.
So because of this emergency use authorization, they were able to get immunity from prosecution based on these particular types of jabs, yes or no?
Say that again.
Wow, cross-examination time.
No. Because of the use of this emergency use authorization, they were able to get immunity from prosecution based on this experimental technology, yes or no?
No.
Immunity, not necessarily.
You might not know the answer to that.
No, I do, because again, you can be prosecuted if no matter what, even if it was an emergency, if things were failed to it. Again, you can still be, because even if it was an emergency, people can still falsify their information. Some people, they can be held accountable, yes.
Quote, in general, people cannot sue C-19 vaccine manufacturers like Pfizer and Moderna in standard civil courts for routine side effects or injuries. Under the federal PrEP Act, vaccine makers have broad immunity from the liability during a public health emergency. So here's my point. Because of the actual fatality rate of C-19, which is less than 1%, that would put it in the same group as influenza and not, in fact, a fucking pandemic that would have facilitated the use of shutting down the entire country. So the question becomes, why'd you do it?
Hey, Brendavan.
We're on point number 3.
Hold on. I need to make this damn point. Brendavan, can you look up and see what it says about just vaccine injury? Because I would bet you $100 that it says the exact same thing for any vaccine injury.
We're not talking about vaccine. We're talking about the fact that you manufactured a crisis in order to get an electoral victory.
You just said that they had adverse effects from the vaccine, correct? Isn't that what you read in that? That's a vaccine injury.
There is a section here for compensation alternative. CICP program, instead of traditional lawsuits, individuals who suffer from serious harm from C-19 must look into a federal countermeasures injury compensation program. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, and that is for all vaccines, whether they're emergency or not.
You're also
they do have recourse, in other words. There's recourse for people who are claiming injury.
Well,
because there's a compensation fund vis-a-vis the government, correct?
Well, no,
Brendan?
there's a willful misconduct exception. Immunity is not absolute. A manufacturer technically be sued if there is any clear proof of, quote, willful misconduct and intentional disregard of rules or safety. That causes
what I said. Is that this is negligence, not willful misconduct.
Which generally refers to the manufacturing process.
I'm sorry, any claim.
And not the research process.
Any claim that you would make as an injured party would be with respect to negligence, not willful. There's nothing intentional.
No, what I'm trying to tell you, Brendan. What I'm trying to tell you, and B has already acquiesced to this point, is that C-19 does have a very special carve out for some mysterious reason.
You are.
Yeah, the mysterious reason is that the company
you are also misquoting the unalignment statistics. I don't know why you keep misquoting this as sub 1%. In 2021, the unvaccinated mortality rate was around 8%.
Where are you finding that? Because I'm seeing
the CDC
0.23% to 0.5.
I said
we've gone from one to two.
unvaccinated. I said the unvaccinated mortality rate in 2021, when Delta became the primary driving force behind this and all of this, the mortality rate, now that we're able to go back and look at it, for the unvaccinated population was 8%.
I would like to go back to what Donovan said about, why they shut down the country. And
Brendan.
This is, Brendan, sorry. This is the reason why they shut down. To understand why something becomes a pandemic doesn't necessarily just mean it's deadly. A lot goes into it, right? Like transmissibility is a huge factor in it. Overwhelming the healthcare system, the way it, the viral load that it has, so that when it's spread, is it, likely that the person will get the disease? There's so many things that come into account when we're talking about why we chose to shut the nation down. And it's frustrating to talk to people about this because you just don't know what you're talking about. You don't. And just like I don't know what I'm talking about with locksmithing, I'll give you that I don't. But you don't know what you're talking about with this. And your information is much more dangerous than mine. Mine will not get people killed.
I just think it's weird how people talk about this as if it was somehow not a serious illness pandemic, where, I mean, we saw like body bags outside of hospitals and like
that's what they wanted you to see.
No. What the fact of the matter is, whether they wanted me to see it or not, it was there.
Ice
It was
chests,
it was real.
bodies.
It was real.
And it was real. And it was, and in a large city, where I was, and the desperation and they didn't even know, they couldn't identify unalive people.
Do you remember the hospital
So
ships?
fucking excuse me, there were so many, and that's not just in New York. This was in many large cities and small communities. What do you? I mean, why is this so something that's so minuscule to you guys? I don't get it.
The way in which it was
Scam.
handled. Yes. The way in which it was handled wouldn't have been as bad. But what did they tell us? Oh, put a mask on. Okay, put a mask on. What does that do?
Yeah, it was a novel
Holy
virus.
Fruit Loops. So what does that do? So when you breathe, you are just breathing in your own air. So if you are already contaminated, you're continuing to contaminate yourself. Never mind the fact
Jesus
that
fucking Christ, it wasn't airborne.
That is not how that shit.
Hang on. So never mind that. When we also looked at, these masks actually worked. You guys forgot to tell people that the cloth masks, they are only effective for about 4 to 6 hours.
Everyone told them that.
Why do you say
Told them that. We
Yeah.
ran out of
You have to replace your
PPE. Do you
mask.
not remember? We ran out of PPE. We were on a massive shortage because we didn't make any of it in the country. China made it. So people put on what they had.
Same place
It's
where we
interesting
got it.
because you like to talk about
Also-
it, Derek, really quick, Stryker. You like to talk about it politically, and you like to talk about it, you guys, and we're just talking about it as a disease or a pandemic. I mean, you guys told us to wear masks. I mean, everybody was just, the learning curve on this thing was steep. I mean,
Call it for what it is.
Call it for what it is. Everybody's just trying to survive at this point.
A hoax.
A hoax. Oh,
Okay,
that's
no, I
crazy.
want to call bullshit on that shit.
That's wild.
I want to call bullshit because I had fucking family that was fucking died from that shit. So
Okay.
yeah, it's a fucking hoax in my ass.
And I'm sorry for your loss, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna still call it that because
Yeah, let me go dig up my uncle and tell him, hey man, it's a hoax all this time.
I mean, you could do that.
You said that you were inhaling and reinfecting yourself. Like, fuck all the way off.
Yes, because when you breathe, you get new oxygen, correct?
That's not
No,
how
it's
this
me.
works, man.
You'll get infected by oxygen.
Hold on.
Not about the oxygen.
Stop. This is ridiculous. It's me, Sam. Because I want to leave a spot open for a conservative.
So, Derek, do you know how C-19 was transmitted?
Airborne.
No, it was not airborne.
Oh, really?
Correct. It was through water particles. That's why the masks were effective.
Were they?
They originally thought it was airborne, and then they realized, no, it was not airborne. It was being transmitted through water particles, just like the flu virus, just like a whole shit ton of other viruses. So that's why the masks were
Oh, so just like the flu.
working.
Awesome.
I fucking give up.
No, see, the whole thing about breathing in the virus is bullshit because, I mean, you're contradicting Donovan. I mean, Brendan Donovan, whatever. You're contradicting your fucking teammate because basically he really talked about natural immunity is a thing, which is correct, but basically you're contradicting him because once you get infected by the virus, you get antibodies. So you can't really get reinfected by that same exact fucking strain, which is why it's fucking stupid what you just said.
Please use Brendan's correct pronouns. It's not Donovan.
Would be my
That
pronoun.
isn't a fucking pronoun.
No, his name
not
is
a
Brendan.
pronoun.
Call him Brendan.
That's not a pronoun, bro.
It's okay. I think the point that we're trying to make again is the distrust that we have for the pharmaceutical companies is earned. The type of things that we saw, and there were even people who came out and told the truth. People like Woody Harrelson that night on Saturday Night Live, and he was lambasted for speaking out against the fashion, against going against the cult, and they were canceling people left and right. This is one of the main reasons that Elon Musk bought Twitter, for God's sakes, is because he saw what was happening and wanted to bring balance back to this country.
What medical degree did Woody Harrelson have?
He doesn't.
That gives him the right
He doesn't
to
need
be the
one, you
moral
little
arbiter.
fascist. He is
The
allowed to
moral
have an
arbiter.
opinion. B. Not everyone has to be in healthcare in order to have an opinion about this.
So, Brendavan, Elon Musk didn't buy Twitter because of misinformation or any type of bullshit like that. He opened his big fat mouth, then got trapped because he opened his big fat mouth and had to pay an exorbitant amount for a flailing company.
What does that even mean?
Am I allowed to tell you, Brendan, that locksmithing is just a super easy job and any fucking Joe Schmo can do it?
You can try.
But I can tell you that, right?
Okay. What is a key cost for a 2001 Oldsmobile Aurora?
It's funny because I have an opinion just like Woody Harrelson, don't I?
Say again.
I
Yeah,
have
you can have
an
an opinion about
just
whatever
like
you
Woody
want.
Harrelson, don't I?
Yeah, you can have an opinion about whatever you want, Mojo.
Yeah, good. Your fucking job is easy as shit, and any fucking Joe Schmo with an 85 IQ can do it.
Awesome.
The other thing about what you keep coming back to, Brendavan, is that, you know, we need to level set with these pharmaceutical companies. Well, I just have a question for you. I mean, do you have certain meds that you get, and do you get them from pharmaceutical companies?
No.
So you don't take any antibiotics or anything like that?
Well, if I need to, if I get injured or
If
I
you
get an
get
infection, I take antibiotics. Yeah.
Right? If you needed steroids for something, or you needed some type of medical intervention, right? It's
Then I would have
pharmaceutical
no choice.
companies
Correct.
that manufacture those things, correct?
Right. Yeah. I'm not saying that we should never purchase things from pharmaceutical companies. What I'm saying is that the reputation that they have right now for being these evil corporations that care more about profits than they do about people's lives, That is what we're talking about. I'm not saying you should never buy acetaminophen because it might give your kids autism. That's not what I'm saying.
But it's just funny how you just pivot to that, when we talk about.
No, that's you oversimplifying in order to lay a negative emotional charge on my point.
No. You're the one who's oversimplifying, is what I'm saying. I think you're the one who's oversimplifying by pointing in this grand scheme, this whole problem, the whole thing that happened. That we need to level set. We need to get this. These pharmaceutical companies are evil, and we blamed them for the vaccination and blah blah blah.
We need to remove the profit motive from healthcare in this country. We need to make the focus for pharmaceutical companies and other healthcare industries. We need to remove their focus from profit and move it into innovation and healing and fixing as many people as possible. We need to make it so it's not more desirable for them to medicate people. We need to make it more desirable for them to cure people. Do you understand?
What mRNA technology is currently fucking doing that this administration has now revoked the funding for it. It was on track to start human trials for treating cancer patients. So getting rid of chemotherapy as a potential avenue as the only effective avenue some people would have had. And
I am sure
dude fucking got rid of this shit.
I am sure if that type of research is not funded here in the United States, and it is as good as you say, that there are plenty of countries that are willing to fund that type of technology, correct?
Then you're giving away the fucking secret sauce because you don't agree.
It's not ours to give. What? This is information. If what you're saying is true, this technology will heal
in 2019, and you're just holding a chip on your fucking shoulder. That's all you're doing.
No, what I am simply saying is there should be consequences for what has transpired in the not too distant future. And for some reason, these concepts are somehow politically charged when they shouldn't be.
Because your guy made them politically charged. That's
exactly right.
We had a pandemic. We had a response. We had an effective response for a novel virus. That changed over time, and we had new technology to treat this for the general populace. And then you all came back with conspiracy theories and propagated lies, and then tried to hold someone and hang that person by the rafters for the response that was effective that he did, while everyone else on your side started coughing into the eyeballs of individuals in protest.
Why did Anthony Fauci, if what you're saying is true, why did Anthony Fauci need a pardon?
Because you lambasted him and are attempting still to this day to hang him up by the rafters for his appropriate response to a novel virus.
Right, but by giving him a pardon for a nebulous crime, all you're doing is giving credence to those people who would say that he did break the law, and that they're not willing to tell us what he did.
Yeah, but nobody cares what you think.
I think most Americans care about this. I think it's one of the main reasons.
I think you're
one
wrong.
of the other reasons other than immigration
I think
is
the
why
vast
Donald Trump
majority
is
of
in the
people,
White House.
I think you're the only fucking person talking about it.
Okay, Mojo. Well, right now, until one of your homunculi interrupts me.
Yeah, but I still think you're the only person talking about it. Nobody else is talking about it. You say you think the American people are doing something, but they're not. You can't prove that anybody else gives a shit about this thing that you're saying.
How about those texts that says people that are pregnant shouldn't take that, and that was right from Fauci?
Dude, you have got to get your
talking about it.
Looked at, because that is not what the text messages said.
Oh, what did it say about it? Why are we talking about the diary? Why are we talking about his text messages? Why are we talking about the fact that he was just in Congress? Why are we talking about the fact that he fucking pled the fifth?
Because you're bringing it up. Nobody else gives a shit about it.
Well, there you have it. I said American media policy. Oh, wow, look at that.
Nobody else cares.
No. Can I add something, Brendan? What you're talking about, politicizing it. I agree that a lot of people have done that. You know who did Operation Warp Speed? Trump did. You know who very much hated Trump when he was in office, his first term? Me. You know what I did the moment it became available to me? Because it became available to me before everybody else. I fucking got it. I didn't politicize it. he did Operation Warp Speed. I think it was honestly one of the best responses to a pandemic so quickly that we could have honestly hoped for. It was an amazing job. I did not politicize it. I went and I got the jab, dude.
Right. And he still takes credit for that. I don't get you people. I mean, but you would take credit for that, right? Your guy was the one who pushed for Operation Warp Speed. And he too got the jab, as you guys like to call it. This is so crazy.
What you are doing is you are articulating the nature of the subterfuge. And while we are pointing out the fact that your guy needed all of these legal protection that Biden was only happy to provide, or was it one of his cabinet who was running the machine that had Biden's signature was happy to provide this signature and this pardon when all the American people wanted were answers. That's it. The judiciary, which seems to be, well, yeah, that's what we've been talking about the last 15 minutes.
We were talking about Trump and his Operation Warp Speed, but go ahead. I don't
right, but we're
care,
talking,
and I guarantee you
just said that Fauci was in charge of that. Didn't you? Didn't you just say Fauci was in charge of that?
He was part of the team.
Holy shit. I am taking crazy pills.
What's wrong with that?
These
what
people
are you talking about?
You're just being silly. What you're doing is you're outlining the nature of the subterfuge that Fauci imposed upon the American people through his advisory role with regards to Trump. This is exactly why he needed a pardon, because of what he did during Trump's administration. When he got into Biden's administration, it's smooth sailing. He gets to be a fucking rock star. And at the very end of his fucking administration, that's when he gets the pardon.
I can't wait for Trump to get a pardon and watch liberals crash. I can't wait.
You guys are so corrupt.
We don't really.
You guys are so corrupt. It's funny you point to Trump and complain about, his tax crimes and he's making money. You guys, your entire upper torsos are covered in blood.
Making money. The guy is. That's the way you describe it.
Yeah, you guys are making
so much money
in the blood of America,
hand over fist,
and you care more about Trump getting a win. What the fuck is wrong with you? Isn't that what you said a moment ago? I don't get you guys. Yeah, I don't get you either.
You know what's crazy?
Isn't there an ambulance that you can chase or some shit?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? That
whatever. Don't crash. Don't crash.
You know what's crazy? That the 2020 election could have been an easy win for Trump. Like, think about it this way. Mm-hmm. If he didn't fucking politicize the idea of masks, he could have fucking capitalized on the idea of, like, say, Trump 2020 masks. Get your Trump brand masks. Show the Democrats how responsible we are. But nah, he just basically made all this base turn into petulant children that didn't want to fucking cooperate with any fucking safety protocols, which is why we stayed in this pandemic for as long as we fucking did, because there are a bunch of fucking dumbasses that follow his dumbass.
Stryker, that's so funny you said that, because I was thinking that too. He could have actually been a hero.
Can I say something?
Just really quick. I'm just agreeing with me. He was so concerned that his economy was going to, he was just going to flunk on the economy, that he couldn't take care of the American people. I was thinking, wow, if he did the right thing, he could have been a fucking hero and he would have been reelected. Go ahead.
So what I wanted to say is the one thing that we haven't talked about, which I think is the most glaring sort of proof of what we're saying, is the way they treated the origin question. So in the very beginning, and Jon Stewart gets on what's the other Steve, the other
Colbert.
Colbert. He gets on Colbert, and he's like, this idea that the novel coronavirus that is loose on the world, that started in Wuhan, China, that it is a literal, that they're telling us, they gaslighted the fuck out of us and told us that it was from like a bat or an anteater. I can't remember what they fucking said, but like,
what does this matter?
There's a novel coronavirus lab in
please
Wuhan.
Tell us, so please tell us why any of this shit matters.
Because they've now come out, for a long time in the early days.
Okay, and why does it matter? I just want to know why it fucking matters.
What do you mean? Why does it matter? If they're lying to you about where it came from.
Why does it matter where it came from?
What? Hold on. Well, I think that's a really good question. Why does it? One second. Why does it matter?
I'm asking you. You're the one who's bitching about it.
I think it matters because I think it proves that it was on purpose. I think that it was proven that this was a plan all along.
You think that there was a conspiracy to kill tens of millions of people around the world?
Yes.
Why didn't we just call Israel?
You are fucking wild.
I don't. First off, did it kill tens of millions of people? Did it kill tens of millions of people? Or
yes,
or
all over the world. Yes,
is that what they told you?
That's exactly.
May I follow up with this?
Sure.
Can I ask a question for Zach about this?
Yeah, of course.
Zach, where does COVID normally come from? Where does SARS-CoV normally come from year after year? Because it is a yearly occurrence.
It's zoological or zoonotic or whatever it is.
Or what country?
Okay, yeah. Where does it originate from typically?
Coronavirus? Like SARS was Chinese, right?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Specifically the Wuhan region, which is why the lab exists there to study it, because it typically does come from bats in the region. We know it's zoonotic, okay? We've known that zoonosis has happened for this. The original argument that your side posed for this was that a polybasic protein chain didn't exist matching SARS-CoV-2 or C19. That was the whole basis of the lab leak theory. And then BAT-CoV CD35 came around in 2023, which has been submitted to the gene bank for analysis. That shows that a polybasic protein chain was possible and does exist in bat COVID.
Okay, I'm not even saying that it couldn't have been zoonotic. I think it's ridiculous in the same way that Jon Stewart said that, you know, there's a novel coronavirus loose in Wuhan and
who cares what Jon Stewart said?
Who knows what, I mean, but I'm just saying Jon Stewart is a full-on liberal who questioned the absurdity.
We don't
By
care
the way, one
about
second.
that. You
Hold on,
get that. We don't care about whether they're liberal or conservative. You understand that doesn't matter to us,
The point is that they gaslighted us and they have since changed their tune. That people were literally kicked off of social media platforms for misinformation. They did scientific studies on misinformation that included what they literally in the definition of misinformation, a questioning about its source.
There were people claiming to be doctors that fucking believed in demon semen that were basically saying the vaccine was bad and shit like that. Give me a fucking break.
So,
I'm not saying there weren't people who were saying that it was from animals. Obviously there were, because that was that was the only accepted explanation in the beginning.
No, it just doesn't fucking matter. It didn't fucking matter what happened.
Does that not matter that they
it doesn't matter where it came from. It doesn't.
What
we had. It was the fucking place it came from is irrelevant.
Okay, I don't think
saved any goddamn lives at all.
Listen, I don't think the government can cause a global pandemic by getting a bat to bite
this
someone.
This is the conspiracy theory that you get kicked off of. This is the conspiracy theory that you get kicked off of social media for. Not for simply saying that you don't know whether it came from a lab or a fucking wet market. That's not the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory is that you think the fucking global governments got together to kill tens of millions of people.
No,
that's fucking stupid. You're an idiot.
I think it was the pharma companies. I think they did it with the pursuit of moving along mRNA technology.
Even Fauci initially, when this happened, said he would not shoo away the idea of a potential lab leak theory. He pushed for that and the introduction and looking into what happened there. And then in 2023, again, when we found the polybasic protein chain in BAT-CoV CD35 that has a 75% mirror image to what SARS-CoV-2 does, that shows that it basically came from zoonosis in origin. You don't have a fucking argument here. Fauci even pushed for the investigation that you're blaming him for. And then when it was found to not be true, and then we have scientific evidence that backs up the zoonosis theory, yet you're still going down this fucking path. You're just doing conspiracy to do conspiracy.
You just told me that 75% match. to a novel coronavirus.
Do you not know how polybasic protein chains work?
Listen, just because you say polybasic protein doesn't mean you like 5 or 6 times doesn't mean that you have any credence. Do you understand?
Well, I'm sorry. It's like trying to fucking explain basic arithmetic to a monkey, for like lack of a better fucking term. Like, you have so many protein sequences that could be lined up.
Just because you say it's hard to fucking break a lock doesn't mean that it is.
First off, all I'm saying is that the accepted story has changed. The government will tell you today that
it doesn't matter.
It
doesn't fucking matter. It just doesn't fucking matter.
I don't think you fucking understand how close and how much information has to be shared between this for 75% of this to fucking match.
Does it have similar matches with other SARS-CoV type of respiratory disease?
One. Bat-CoV CD36.
Got it. So there are others.
One.
Right?
There's one other. But it has a 75% match and exhibits the same polybasic protein chain from a furin cleavage site that was originally the origin for this whole theory that you keep bringing up.
Just to be clear, I'm not a scientist. You are not a scientist.
We know.
But the idea of what I'm presenting, if you can't also extend your brain to consider the fact that they could get a study to say that some bat DNA exists, that I'm not going to check, and you're not going to check, and nobody's going to fucking check.
It's already been checked. It's sitting in the gene bank right here. It is open for individuals to look at it across the world. And across the world, this is now the accepted theory.
Yeah, but it's like they can put whatever. Did you see the bat? Do you know the bat?
Do you have the ability? Do you know how difficult it is? This is ridiculous. Now you have to manipulate genes in order to know.
What I'm saying, it is.
You are such a fucking idiot. God, you are struggling so bad, Zach. Just fucking give up, man.
Dude,
I would just like to point out. Oh, sorry, Zach. Go ahead real quick.
Sorry, it has not been proven that it is from bats. You might be right that there's a very close match. I just think it's irrelevant. Like, you haven't proven, and the official story has changed.
I'm sorry. Boy, I wish you guys were as concerned about the Epstein files as you are about this conspiracy.
I want to be clear.
Donald Trump, the guy who pushed that.
Zach just said that the thing he's arguing about right now is irrelevant. That's what he just said.
No.
Like, what the fuck do I have to do? Do I have to grab the bat that they found and wave it in front of your fucking face? Like, what the fuck do I have to do?
I'm saying it has not been proven that it came from an animal. That's just not the truth.
But what difference does it make?
The widely accepted theory here because of the information that is shared
between. The only theory in the beginning.
What
I find really interesting is that we are talking about this fucking topic again when we should be talking about the almost $500 million that was spent on airplanes for deportations that are just sitting there being unused.
Isn't that, what's with that?
Are we not deporting enough people for you?
No, we are literally, we spent $464 million on 10 747 Boeing airplanes that are just sitting unused in Lake Charles, Louisiana right now.
Can I make a point before you guys pivot too quickly? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't want to derail the conversation, but there's 2 quick points I want to make for Zach and for Brendan.
Protein.
Oh my God. Okay, Zach, listen. You fucking failed already. When you were trying to bring up Jon Stewart quotes, you missed the best fucking one that was in your court. Okay, what he said was, there's a breakout of chocolatey, delicious gooiness in Hershey, Pennsylvania. And oh my God, might it be because the Hershey company is there? That's what you should have gone with. Donovan, someone else said it's hard to open up a lock in the car. Dude, that's your fucking profession. Where were you on that?
The quote was chocolatey goodness.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe yes. Okay. Chocolate to goodness. Sure. But Donovan, people are talking about how hard it is to open up a lock in a car, and you don't speak up. What the fuck, dude? Like you're like one of the best ops on this app, man.
Thanks.
You are. No, you are. You are. I appreciate you. I love debating with you. But come on.
I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, you always keep it clean. That's what apprentices do. That's why. And because it's a veil trade, I don't often talk about it. If it's drawn out of me, I will. But that's the stuff that first years do. Like I haven't done a car lockout in months. I'll get them from time to time because there's emergency services and people need to get help.
Yeah,
you know, and if it's
nobody
busy,
said anything about a car, did they?
Well, that's just what Crash Tab said.
No, that was my fault. That was my fault. That was me. I did derail to a car lockout, but
Yeah,
because it was talked about earlier. It was talked about earlier.
I can unlock your car door. I can unlock your car door easy. You just fucking break the
Yeah, but
goddamn
can you
window.
change the combination on a vault? Can you do
Sure,
that,
yeah,
Mojo?
absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I know how to
Okay.
set the tumblers. Yes, I know how to set the tumblers.
Set the tumblers.
And
Okay.
yeah,
There's no
I
tumblers
do.
on a vault door.
I'm sorry. I absolutely have utilized old iron fucking safes, and I've done so and had them changed in the profession that I had when I was selling shit on eBay because I ran into a lot of them.
What do you need to change the combination then? You need a very specific thing. What do you need?
You do, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's called the change key. Yeah.
I would really love to hear what my guy has to say because I'm sure it's going to be more enlightening than this conversation.
Good evening. How you doing, Mojo? And the lady that spoke, how you doing?
Fuck off.
So real quick,
my guy.
as long as me and you, Mojo, if your revolution that you want to happen, like whatever the cause that you believe you're on and that you want to achieve in life, would you agree that freedom of speech and the right to bear arms would still be in your revolution
Only
category?
only if you let me have nukes.
Well, yeah, well, you know me. I believe I should have a fighter jet because they have a fighter jet. Now, if the
I'm talking about
Saudis...
nukes. I'm talking about nukes. not
Well, I mean, we can carry stuff on these fighter jets, so,
yeah,
you know...
I'm still talking about nukes.
Well,
You're gonna let me have a nuke?
If you think nukes are real, then that's on you.
You think they're fake?
Well, I think the idea that, okay, if you can let me listen real quick, I think the idea that it can annihilate mankind, that's fear mongering.
Okay, I didn't say anything of the sort. I just want to make sure you're gonna let me have it. I just want to make sure you're gonna let me have a nuke. I just want to make sure
if you want some pew-pews that can...
No, I want to make sure you are gonna let me have a nuke. That's what I want.
You can have whatever you want under your...
Including the nuke. Including the nuke, right?
If Iran can have one, then we can have one.
So you're gonna let me have a nuke.
Well, if you're letting Iran have one, then yeah.
So no, you're not going to let me have a nuke? I mean, what's going on here? Why
I
is
mean,
this so
I would
hard to
almost...
answer?
Mojo, why do you want a nuke so bad? Because I talked to you, I would rather you have a nuke than Iran. So you're kind of making my point for me.
Okay, so I get a nuke. I get a nuke then, right?
I'm sorry?
I get a nuke then, right?
Well, whatever you want. This is your...
No, just fucking say it. Yes, you can have a nuke.
You're
Just
the
tell me I can
leader.
have a
As
nuke.
long as I have freedom of speech to tell you not to use it, right?
Just tell me I can have a nuke. That's it.
But if 50% say to use it, are you going to use it?
Just tell me I can have one,
If
man.
50
How
if
hard is
50
this? Why is this
Oh my
so
God.
hard? Just
Mojo, you can have a nuke. I'm actually
Sweet,
the guy
then I
that's in
agree.
charge
Yeah,
of
let's
this
do it.
big world.
Wow,
Great, let's do it then.
What is
That's all you
going
had to
on?
say was yes.
Why not? Why not? You know.
I'll agree for you to have your fucking guns as long as I can have a nuke.
Yep.
Listen, Mojo runs a good panel.
That's what the right to bear arms says. Any
That
arm.
person should have a nuke.
If it's the right to bear arms, right, Mojo?
Yep.
It's any arm.
Right to bear arms, including a nuke.
Tanks, grenades, guns, nukes.
All of it. Anthrax.
Ballistic missiles, all of it.
Yeah.
Anthrax.
Yeah, I want
Anthrax is
anthrax
wild.
too.
Anthrax is not arms. That's not
It is
different.
too.
literal
It
arm?
is fucking too.
Hey,
Nah,
can I use a
that's
literal
different.
arm to assault someone?
It is, but they're against the Geneva Convention.
Has it been used in war?
Obviously, yes.
Okay, well then it's a fucking arm, damn it.
Yeah, but like, if the international community condemns it, then
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Our Second Amendment says right to bear arms.
Yeah, our Constitution doesn't say anything about the international community agreeing with it.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Have we used anthrax in wars? It was probably Israel that did it, huh?
I don't know.
That sounds like something Israel would do.
I have no idea if it's been used or not, honestly. I should have just gone with mustard gas.
Probably been used in Russia.
Hey, Zach, I've got a question for you, Zach. Sure. If I develop a new weapon, and I don't know, maybe I've come up with some new technology that makes it so that this weapon only affects people based on their religious beliefs, and I have a weapon that will unalive all people who believe in any Judeo-Christian beliefs, whether it's Jews, Christians, Muslims, whatever. Should I be allowed to have that weapon?
No,
I have it. It's called Marxism.
No, wait. I want to hear Zach's response here.
No, I do think that we should do what we can do to limit the amount of death by other people, and I don't think we need to get too much. Like, our weapons are good where they are. We can already destroy the entire planet.
No. This is a hypothetical question. Okay, pretend I developed a new technology.
Can you have it? I would certainly.
Can I have it?
Someone to
go ahead. Go ahead.
I expect someone would assassinate, would kill you, right?
Okay, fine. That might be the repercussion, but do I have the right to own it, control it, and hold it?
If you developed it, I mean, generally, I'm sort of the belief that you develop something, it's yours.
Yes, and the technology would destroy you. It would destroy my mother. It would destroy a lot of people because for some reason I found this new technology that could figure out your religion, and it would only unalive you if you're Jewish, Christian, or Muslim.
Yeah, I mean, we would do what we could to make sure that nobody had that. I think that
you could do what you could, but do I have the right to hold it under the Second Amendment? The right to bear that arm that I invented?
It depends what state you live in.
No, it does not. We are talking about. No, it does not. No, it does not.
I live in Virginia, right? So I live in Virginia, where Spamberger has come in and technically infringed on our so-called rights there, buddy. And
you are letting Zach off the hook right now.
Well, it's not that I'm letting him off the hook. This is the problem with the state level. The state level may be the problem, not the federal government. Now, the federal government gets big for their britches when they realize the state's not doing their job. And when the state relies on federal governments, aka funding, we have a problem now, don't we?
Like AK-47.
Why are you derailing that very direct question?
By the way,
it's a direct question that's irrelevant because it depends on what state you live in. That depends on what laws are put in place.
Zach is here in good faith. Well, I think in good faith. Zach is willing to answer the question. Why are you derailing away from that?
Well, if you think I'm derailing, I'm just telling you. I'm sorry, you asked me a question. If you think that someone living in a particular location dictates what goes on in another location, that you might, I don't know, you might be a little strange, right?
I'm sorry, no one asked you a question about your location. I asked Zach
Meaning if I lived in California, laws would be different than they are in Montana, right?
We recognize that. We recognize that. So here's the thing: if you're trying to reductio ad absurdum me to the most horrific sort of weapon, then I would just have to agree with you that no, I don't think we should let that happen. And then you would say, well, what do we? At what point do we start allowing people to have arms, right, that are dangerous to other people? And again, I think that is the point of the debates. That's the point of legislation. I'm happy that it's in the state's hand because I think the idea of it being different in different places makes sense. Because I really do. I believe in.
It's not in the state's hands.
I believe in spectrums. And I think that part of understanding spectrums is knowing that at every point you're making new judgments about what is right and wrong.
How do you feel about trans people?
I love them.
They can freely express themselves under our Constitution, which a lot of people don't like, right, Mojo?
I would just want to know.
But they can freely. I got 4 seconds. They can freely express themselves.
That's all it takes is 4 seconds? Damn, that's quicker than a fucking rodeo bull. What the fuck?
No, I appreciate
I've got a
you
question.
giving me the time, but they can freely express themselves, Mojo. Now, I can probably agree with you that capitalism can be reformed, but as long as we can freely express ourselves and right to bear arms, I don't think I can disagree with you, Mojo. And that's all I have to say.
Sweet. Thank you. I agree. We can
Hey, guys.
I'm okay with
That's how we got here.
Can I ask
Hold on,
a question?
pause for a second. We haven't. Hold on, Tennis. Give us 1 second. Guys, we need to get to 10K likes before midnight, please. Thank you
I'll
very
tell
much.
you what, I'll give him 15,000 likes if you let me actually have my 40 seconds.
I need.
Go
wait,
right ahead.
I need. Wait. Hold on. I need like. I need like 2.1K diamonds.
As long as you don't suppress people's voice, Mojo, I think you can grow.
In like 4 minutes.
I'm just saying, you keep on oppressing people, your view's never going to get across.
Don't ever set your gift
you're
goal.
oppressing people, Mojo. And don't beg.
My guy.
Let other people beg for you. Hold on, Crash. Let other people beg for you, Mojo. Don't ever come off as a beggar. Just
my guy. My guy, you are a guest here. We want to hear.
You're a guest on TikTok. Don't fool me for a duck.
Because Carlock pays so well.
Okay. We want to hear what you have to say, but be respectful. That's all, my guy. Come on.
Well, yeah, I'm freely expressing myself. Is that respectful enough?
No, it's not, because you're over talking people.
I sat here on mute and let you have my time.
Thank you.
As
You're
I
still
noted
talking.
in chat.
Thank you.
Well, because I have
It's a
41
crash out
seconds,
timer, dude. It's a crash out timer. They're trying to see how long before you crash out.
Y'all are bullying me. You're bullying me.
No, we're not bullying you. We're just following patterns. That's all.
You're bullying.
But you've been great. You've been great up here. So just keep it up, buddy.
Thank you, psychiatrist. Oh, you're so great.
Can I ask a question, please? It's a little different topic.
How do you guys allow this kind of person to dismantle a panel for like 20 minutes?
He's funny. Well, he doesn't ever last.
Because he's a
20 minutes.
fucking anti-American, and he has to show that he's not. So he's got to bring me up. You see how this works, right? Because if he doesn't bring me up, then he's oppressing me. Y'all have a good one.
You too, buddy.
That's
Oh my God.
God.
Why does ICE? Why can't they get their body cams, right? But they can get these. What are these things that they're going to be wearing on their
electroshock
gloves?
Yeah. I'd like to ask the conservatives about that. Why don't they have body cams, and why are they going to be using these fucking shock gloves?
I think they should.
Before we move on to that, is it okay if I say a cool fact about what we were talking about, chemical warfare?
Please.
It's just be very short and random. I didn't think that we'd ever used it before, like not biological warfare, but we have used it like 4 times in history. But the first one is the most interesting one. I'm not going to say the rest. The first one is the Mongol forces would catapult plague-infested corpses into Ukraine to try to get them unalived from the plague, which is just absolutely crazy in my mind. And it's thought that that's what started the Black Plague pandemic in Europe. Sorry, okay. I'm done. It's just, I shouldn't have looked it up.
Always the Chinese.
Do you agree, Zach, that the ICE should be wearing these gloves and shock, human beings with them?
I mean, they already have tasers, so I don't see what the distinction is. And apparently a taser is much, much, much worse. So if it keeps them from tasing people, then it seems like a win.
Yeah, this is simply a more instant form of pain compliance, right? I mean, if law enforcement has to put their hands on you for any reason, you're probably fucking up.
Oh, really? That's something that you would assume automatically?
Well, in this particular instance, because we're talking about ICE officers, federal officers, Border Patrol, that kind of stuff, yeah.
Brendan, I am positive that you would be fully okay with this if this was under Obama or Biden. You would have all sorts of shit to talk. Come on, you know you would.
We wouldn't be talking about it, first off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that's relevant, but
it would have never made the news.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of civil unrest, and the voltage on this particular tool is just designed to elicit discomfort.
Really? Okay, hold on a second. Why did I'm so sorry, Tennis. I'm sorry.
You never touched an electric fence?
Okay. Brendan and fucking Zach. Why did I hear for 2 fucking years leading up to the election?
Holy shit, am I on the panel?
Yes, you are. Brendan and Zach,
Okay.
why did I hear leading up to the election for 2 years that Obama built the cages? Why was the right saying that the Democrats were mistreating undocumented immigrants? Now all of a sudden you say that when they've got fucking Nintendo Power Gloves that are gonna fucking shock them, that that's totally fine, and if the Democrats did it, we'd be okay with it. When you were fucking screaming from the rooftops about those cages.
I don't see the correlation that you're making. What I am seeing, though, is an increase in the temperature of rhetoric that is causing widespread political violence, especially at these facilities across the country, in blue states.
These facilities?
It's my understanding that they're using these in a capacity where they have to engage with protesters outside federal facilities.
Do you know that shock therapy has been deemed cruel and unusual punishment?
No, this is not shock therapy.
It's tantamount to cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, and I'm sure that
they don't
if you
know.
get a static shock,
they go after people they
forthcoming.
cannot identify and have not identified. They go after people with green cards. In fact, they unalive people with green cards. They unalive Americans, right? So now they're given these things that have
You just did it. You just did
nothing.
it.
No.
Yes, you did.
No,
you
I
told
didn't.
a lie and then said, right? You paused and did it. I'm telling you, it's your
You
tell.
love to say that to me. You love to say that. That's like your big thing against me. I didn't tell a lie. They're using gloves that use shock to stun the people that they cannot necessarily identify, and they have misidentified people that they're going after to detain.
You must know
now
what
they've got these things. They can't even get their body cams that they're supposed to have, right?
Yep.
But they have these things. I mean, come on, make sense out of that.
Yeah, I can. You know what pain compliance is, right? Tell everyone what pain compliance is, Tennis.
No, you want people to know what it is, so why don't you just state it?
Yeah, so quite often, especially, when a violent or belligerent prisoner is being apprehended, police have to deploy tactics. Law enforcement in general have to deploy tactics, one of which is called pain compliance, in order to get them into a state where they're not going to injure officers or themselves. So these gloves here are a much more efficient and direct form of pain compliance that is going to not only cause less loss of life, but less injury overall. You're welcome.
That's gross.
So you're assuming that everyone that they're chasing is a violent criminal.
Why did he say that's gross? No. What I'm saying is that this particular tool, it is an advance in technology that will save lives and see that less people are hurt. And the main reason is because when you're wait a minute, when you're talking about normal pain compliance, because think about this, some of this, and you guys have seen this stuff, normal pain compliance, a police officer, if you're getting arrested, they can punch you. They can elbow you. They can kick you. They can do all kinds of violence. Yes, they can.
Oh, no, they can't.
They can apply restrictive holds that have been known to break limbs. This is a much more efficient and safer way of eliciting
Now
pain
who's
compliance.
lying? Now who's lying?
They can't use any means necessary, right?
That's
What the entire
I'm not
that was
saying
the
they can't
entire
use-
George Floyd issue. And then when you're talking about this pain compliance thing, it requires, again, that the people who they are apprehending are considered violent criminals. And the majority of people that they're going after are just fucking mom and dads that are just fucking walking
any
home from
person they
their
are
kids from
arresting
school.
for any crime resists arrest to the point where pain compliance need to be attributed. It has nothing to do with the person's prior charges.
Resisting natural reaction and making them say,
Who's talking?
Brendan,
What was that, Ibanez? I couldn't really hear what you were saying.
Ibanez, go ahead.
I was going to say that resisting is a natural reaction, and also a lot of cops and Trayvon Ice too would just say anything is resisting. Like if they twist your arm the wrong way and you resist because your arm doesn't fucking twist that way, that would be considered resistance. So they can use it as justification to use those gloves.
Yeah, it's much more efficient than, say, applying a hold that from time to time has been known to cause injuries. Shit, there's a case right now going viral where a state trooper threw a woman to the ground because she was resisting. And this is going viral because it's being presented as excessive violence. There is a law between regular violence, appropriate violence that should be deployed during an arrest, and when it is excessive. These gloves will ensure less cases of excessive force because the compliance will be quicker.
I'm glad you have a
Are we
crystal
talking about the
ball.
shock gloves, like the taser
Yeah,
gloves?
That's what they're objecting
talking
to the
about.
shock
The
gloves.
question is, and don't say pain compliance, because there is something called excessive force. Okay, and what you're talking about is if a police officer or an ICE officer goes to detain somebody, they're not supposed to use excessive force. They try to get compliance. They say you're under arrest or something. But they don't have a right to assault a human being.
I'm aware of that.
Like make it sound as if they have that right.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Excessive force is only violation of the use of force continuum. For instance, I cannot pull out my sidearm if I am not being threatened with deadly force. If you are punching, kicking, biting, any of that shit, like me punching, kicking, and biting would be equal force, whether or not I'm in uniform. It is not assault. You're resisting arrest.
Yeah, resisting arrest.
Wait,
that's fine. But you don't have the. I'm just saying. Go ahead, Crash. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was edging to get in. Please finish, Tennis. Please.
No.
Please
You
finish.
go ahead. Go ahead. I think you had something to say.
Okay, I was going to make a quick point about corrective behavior or correcting behavior. Like Donovan. Wait, I'm sorry. What county? Which county are you on right now, Brendan? Sorry, dude. Sorry. Okay, listen, dude. Like what you're talking about is tantamount to putting a shock collar on a dog because that's more efficient. You want to shock that dog instead of correcting the behavior through compassionate training. That's what you're saying.
All right. So you are a charming guy, so I have to ask you this question. Have you ever been punched in the face?
Yes.
You have. So which would you rather have done to you? A mild shock or get punched in the face?
Those aren't the only two options. That's ridiculous.
It's not the same thing, though. You're talking about a shock collar, which is a wireless device that is on the dog at all times and is set to go off like if they're barking or if they pass a geofence or some shit like that. If you're getting shocked by a cop with those gloves on, it's because you're too fucking close.
How are you going to arrest somebody?
How are you
going to arrest somebody if they're too fucking close? If I'm going to
arrest you, I'm not going to turn on the gloves unless you're fighting me.
But you just said that they're too fucking close, and then you're trying to arrest them at the same time.
Robot, gain compliance. Tell you under your arrest. Turn around.
Can somebody tell me how the gloves turn on?
Wait, robot. You might be a good actor.
Switch.
Robot, you might be a good actor in that decision. There might be some bad actors in making that decision. That like you might wait for like you to be attacked to turn on those gloves. But like we know that there are some people that work for law enforcement that will not be as good as you when it comes to time to make that decision to turn on the shock factor for those gloves.
Sure, but they're already holding a 200,000 volt fucking taser. It takes 2 seconds to pull that out and deploy the prongs. What the fuck?
What do you think?
What did they need the gloves for?
What do you think the over under is on their nicknames becoming the Fister Force?
But now, like, we're talking about
taser face. Like, oh my god, there are going to be so many taser face jokes. It's going to be obscene.
Again, we were talking about this yesterday. The funniest thing is they're going to shock themselves. We're going to get really good videos of.
Oh yes, a whole bunch of males in their 20s and 30s with fucking shocky gloves. Yeah. They're going to do stupid shit like taser face while they're at the precinct.
I mean, in all fairness, I've tased myself and it hasn't knocked me down.
Zach, there's going to be some people that tase them. Zach, there's going to be some people that tase themselves. That's true. There's going to be some people that use those gloves on themselves, and that's going to be funny to watch on TikTok. But that is not the entirety of the outcome that's going to happen. More people will be hurt unjustly because those gloves exist. Just because there are going to be some people on TikTok that shock themselves, and we're going to laugh about it, that's fine. Just because that happens does not mean the real hurt does not happen.
I guarantee you there's a whole slew of policy around it. Before it even arrives at any department, there is a whole slew of policy around it. Like, you cannot just wear this thing while driving and, if, God forbid, you end up in like a high-speed chase or something and you're not paying attention and you fucking shock yourself while going 100 miles an hour. Yeah, no. There's going to be a shitload of policies around it.
We're talking about.
You think they follow those policies? We're talking about people who don't follow policy at all. No, they don't.
We're talking about.
They shot a girl in a moving vehicle.
Yeah,
we're talking about ICE.
I really don't understand. They already have tasers. Tasers are much worse. This is less than a taser. I imagine that they're used for the same thing. How is this a problem? We're literally getting less voltage going through the people that would have been tased.
Are you saying this is harm reduction?
It sounds like harm reduction to me.
Do you think that because this is going to be viewed as something as like a less extreme measure that they may use it more frequently?
That's a fair point. But I think that's to be determined.
Well, we determined that
I think, like Robot said, there's going to be a lot of policy around it. It's not going to be something they can do.
I don't think they're going to get any training on it, to be fair. Like, for real, this last hiring run that they did, they only had 2 or 3 weeks worth of training. Fucking did 6 months before I even went to OJT.
This is all law enforcement, or?
This is all Texas law enforcement.
What are you doing in the background?
I am playing Helldivers 2, which I'm sure Rebel should probably be playing as well. We got new levels and shit.
How was that?
Helldivers 2?
Yeah. For managed democracy because of these socialist fascist bugs and bots.
Okay, Tyler Robinson. Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, that's the game he was playing.
Is CS here?
Dude, CS got so heated at me yesterday.
Well, to be fair, you are you.
I mean,
CS got heated at you yesterday?
So heated on...
if CS is here, if CS is here, I'm fucking dropping and calling her right now. I don't think she's here.
It's confusing when CS is vexed at you because she sprinkles platitudes in with her insults. So you kind of get whiplash.
That just sounds like Southern charm.
You're not wrong. they say about bless your heart? Yeah, that's it.
That's the ugliest damn little baby I done ever seen. Bless its heart.
There it is.
Bless its heart.
So yeah, ultimately this is harm reduction, and especially with regards to protesters, and that was my understanding. That's what they were deploying these for. It wasn't for like frontline ICE agents who were going to, like you said, Tennis, apprehend individuals. And with regards to crowd control, I think this is a great idea. So I don't know why you guys aren't on board.
I'm not on board with any of it.
I'm for abolishing them.
Because it's not harm reduction. It's not harm reduction, dude. It's harm enhancement.
Well, no, not in the long run. I mean, it seems that way just because before their gloves were normal gloves and now they're not. But this is essentially an upgrade in the same way that tasers were an upgrade in non-lethal engagement of law enforcement as opposed to weapons. Or, I don't know if you remember this, the truncheon or the nightstick. Do you remember that? Cops used to, I remember a couple times when I was in a place I shouldn't be, a cop just rolled up with a nightstick and gave me a nice crack on the side of the knee or jab in the belly. Like, get the fuck out of here kind of shit. You know, that hurt. That kind of stuff. Yeah, you know what I'm talking, and it's totally legal.
Do they not have billy clubs anymore?
They most don't. You can carry them, but it's not standard issue, right, Probot?
Nope. We have aspetons. They're collapsible. It's like a collapsible lead pipe.
The little metal thing.
I think you guys have normalized police violence and police brutality.
Right.
You've made it a part of your normal everyday existence that you think state sanctioned violence is okay. Like, it's wild to me that you don't understand that other countries do not handle their population this way. When there are peaceful protests going on, not every fucking country goes around and decides to tase people and pepper spray people and just, yeah. I mean, the rest of the Western fucking world, they don't use chemical weapons on their own civilians, like mass pepper, like just pepper spraying into a fucking crowd.
The UK
throwing
carry a nightstick?
They don't carry guns, dude.
No,
whatever.
They don't carry guns.
They just
carry a
use
nightstick.
smoke bombs and
stick.
tear gas and like use it on their own citizens. It's so
you
wild
seen
for
the
people who are
in the UK that got
I'm
tear
not
gas?
finished. I'm not finished. It's so
UK's
wild
not
that you guys have normalized this sort of police violence against peaceful protests.
Yeah, let's tell the Workers' Party in France that.
There's a lot of this pepper spray tear gas stuff. People just protesting, and they're basically the pain that's inflicted on them right in their face. Like, how is that? How can you say that's normal?
It never starts with tear gassing. It always starts with something else that's much more violent.
No, yeah, it starts on the police. Listen, they did it here in the Bay Area. What they did is when George Floyd protests were going on, they pushed the protesters. They used military tactics. They pushed the protesters into an alley, and the alley that was, the back part of the alley where the fence was blocked off was made of wood, and they lit the fucking alley on fire. Then they tear gassed everybody in the alley and shot them with those those rubber balls.
You're talking about Charlotte right now, aren't you?
No, I'm talking about here in California.
I mean,
everyone was just peacefully protesting. And I watched it multiple times. Ibanez is in LA one of the worst protest places in California.
Oh, I saw. Were they peacefully protesting on the interstate?
Some were, but at this point when this happened, nobody was on the interstate.
But
yes, you can. There are people. Yeah.
The interstate is not a place to play Frogger.
Did Martin Luther King not shut down highways and freeways? Are you kidding me? How the fuck would we get anything done if somebody wasn't inconvenienced? Do you even know the history of this country and the way that peaceful protests
Martin Luther
have
King
achieved
scheduled
every single goal?
that did that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
They didn't just randomly decide
so
after
did
they were
George
done
Floyd
looting the Foot Locker that they're going to go on Highway 91. That's not what's happening now. Be nice try.
Wait a minute. We're worried about gun owners doing mass unalivings and your ass is willing to get out in the middle of a street with those same people behind the wheel of 2,000 to 4,000 pound missiles. Like, tell me exactly what part of that statement sounded fucking cool.
What people are missiles? I have no idea what you're even talking about.
You're worried about people with firearms doing mass unalivings.
I've never been worried about that. I support the Second
You're willing
Amendment.
to protest in the middle of a fucking street with
What are you
nothing
talking
but
about? Who are you talking
large
to
metal
right now?
vehicles rolling
I
through the
support the
street.
way. What are you talking about? I've supported the Second Amendment since I've fucking known you on this app. What are you talking about right now? I don't care about
I'm
mass
aware.
unalivements.
I'm aware, but it's the same rhetoric. You're willing to actually get out in the middle of a street and you say it's just inconvenient. No,
I didn't say I
those
did it.
same crazies that will shoot up the fucking concert will run your asses over in a vehicle. Like, get out of the street.
Well, in the
It's not
60s, that's
smart.
not what they were doing. In the
Exactly.
60s,
Thank you,
they
Dennis.
were not using their vehicles as weapons. So the go ahead, Stryker.
LA traffic would basically, if they blocked the entire freeway, chances are that the traffic was already like really heavy at that time. So
yeah, that's true.
That only started with like
it's just a party at that point.
Yeah.
I mean,
LA is a
that's
fucking
crazy.
protest city.
I don't know. I could not protest in the middle of a street. Like, that's...
Well, in the 60s, they sure did it. And you know what? They got a lot of shit done. I mean, look at what happened at the Emmett Bridge. What was the bridge called? Somebody?
I mean, back in the 60s, they were also brave enough to spit on troops. I'd do that to a Marine today.
Good trouble.
Yeah, we've gotten more violent. We've gotten much more violent in this society because people have normalized this type of violence and made it seem like this is just like okay every single day to, you know, I don't know, peacefully protest and then have someone come smack you with a fucking electric glove. Fucking wild. Y'all are fucking sheeps, dude. Fucking right into that slaughter.
Have a shepherd.
Begging to be first in line. Begging to be first in line.
You know, for everybody on this panel, I mean, you know, we better hope that we could protest and not get unalived. But it's happening. And you guys, some of you on this panel are like, oh, well, that's just, you know, cost-benefit analysis. American citizens.
Pershing Park protest in 2002. I was a protester from adolescence, pretty much right up until my late 20s, until recently after I got out of the military. And I was part of a famous protest in D.C. that was arrested unjustly. We sued and won. I've been in this the entire time. I do not have any type of fixation with regards to violence. I know how the police engage people, but I've also seen a metastasis with regards to the way that protests are. When you guys say that they're peaceful protests while the city's burning behind you, it's hilarious. The way you protest now is not the way you protested back then.
You gotta look up. You gotta look up. Okay.
It is only one target. Let's all calm down.
Let me find a picture real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Striker.
In Minneapolis, it was a lot. It was 200 buildings that was put up the other day.
I gotta find a picture.
Have you seen? I was going to say the Rodney King riots. I mean that was a big riot in LA in the 90s, and you know, I mean, the thing is, when there are situations in this country that don't stop, where people of color are being unalived, right? That's what
you did it again.
What these protests are about, and you make it sound like, oh, you know, this just kind of these people didn't have a right to be angry. They didn't have a right to protest. And no, I don't think. Obviously, you know, I don't agree with violence in the protesting, but it has to happen because otherwise, this is just going to keep on happening.
I think you guys desperately want there to be real injustice that you can get angry about.
No, have you seen the protests?
Most of the stuff you picked is the worst stuff.
Zach,
frankly, MOJO knows what we should be
real injustice.
Protesting.
He was already handcuffed and held down by 4 officers. For real, dude. He was already in custody.
Emoji, put me in the big box, please.
And what happened with Rodney King? You know
Not
about
even
that
just
one,
Rodney
Zach?
King. We can go back to the 1800s when we were protesting in the 1920s, when we were protesting for an 8-hour work week. This country has a very violent history with giving workers rights. They used to unalive union workers in the middle of the streets who were protesting for an 8-hour work week. So we didn't used to protest that way. We didn't used to be this violent. No, it's always been this way. Always.
I'm just saying the actual
You're
injustice
just justifying it now.
No. There actually used to be, again, we used to not allow black people to drink at the same water fountains. That was a thing you should have protested. We didn't allow gay people to have basic rights. Well, you should have protested. Like,
what about Israel-Palestine?
Tell me what we
What
have
about a genocide happening right now? What about a genocide happening right now?
I know
There's a
there's
protest happening tomorrow, this whole entire weekend up and down the Bay Area about this. You think that's a justifiable cause? I think that's a pretty justifiable cause.
No, I think that's exactly what I'm saying. It's another made-up cause so that you can feel like
made up, but that's
you can cosplay as a protester.
Hold on. Yeah, it's not made up, but that's a different subject for another topic. I just want to point out to like when Brendan said like, oh yeah, it used to be peaceful. Like, nah, I mean, let's cut to the chase. The ones that make it violent are the police, and it's historically that's how it's always historically been. Because like we're here, look at this. It says the quote is, "I plan to lead another non-violent march tomorrow." The whole comic is pretty much being sarcastic, saying that the civil rights movement was violent, especially.
They're trying to say you led violent protests, correct?
Yeah, there's just like what Fox News does with protests today, and basically it's the same rhetoric from the '60s, you know, especially when calling MLK like a secret communist and all that. So basically,
it's not even creative.
Yeah, it's just regurgitated.
Zach, if the police would go after Jews the way they go after black people in this country, you'd be out protesting the same way.
Or Hispanics
with
ICE.
Wait, is she wrong? Do you think she's wrong about that?
Yeah, I don't think the cops quote go after black people.
Is that being asked?
No.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe you weren't. Go ahead, Mojo.
Imagine if all the immigrants that
it was Brendan that was saying that. Wow.
Yeah.
I can't believe you said something like that. I think she's probably right.
What?
I think if the police in this country were going after Jewish people like they're going after black people, I think you would be pretty pissed off.
Imagine if it was ICE going after Jewish immigrants.
I don't think they're going after black people. I don't think the police.
Oh my God.
That's a problem. That's the problem. You live in an alternate reality.
No, I think that if there is an overabundance of caution and suspicion around black people, it is because they objectively have high crime rates.
You're so disgusting. Fuck, you're so disgusting.
That was pretty
You're
gross.
such a fucking piece of shit.
That was a despicable statement.
This is where they signal their virtue.
No, it's just gross. It makes me want to gag.
Even you wouldn't say something that gross, Brendan.
I'm fucking.
Well, yeah,
Brendan, you don't
Brendan
find
stopped
that,
short
like-
of that shit real quick. You got away from that fucking subject as fast as you could.
You don't find that problematic there, Brendan? What he just said? Well, let me ask, do you agree with it? Do you agree with it, or at least find it neutral?
I mean, what can you really object to?
Did you really just try and justify the over-policing and excessive, like, arrest rates of black individuals as an overabundance of caution?
Yes.
Because they're violent. That's what he said.
Why?
Yes,
like
because they're violent.
Hey, you believe they're inherently
just
violent?
In general?
No, in the communities that are over-policed.
No.
Like,
Do you think that they're arrested more often, possibly because they are over-policed? Is that a possibility?
I think that's probably 100% true.
Like,
but
you
again,
don't
but
even
hold
know
on one
like
second.
the exoneration rate of the black population since the 80s?
I live in a town, and I lived in New York. Never in my life have I ever seen a drive-by shooting. Never once. But there are places, there are neighborhoods where that happens regularly.
No, it doesn't happen.
Okay, Zach, I'm gonna tell you.
You sound like a fucking nerd. I've
Zach,
never been to the ghetto, but there are places where
No, I
there's
lived in
shootings. Did you hear
Bed-Stuy.
that?
My first apartment was across from the Marcy
Yeah,
Project.
I'm gonna tell you why you're full of shit, Zach. Because basically the reason why black communities are over policed is because propaganda that was always used against black people throughout the ages, ever since the ending of slavery and the introduction.
I think that's part of it.
Because they brought up like things like black laws to basically arrest black people. They made out black people to be more violent than other people, and so therefore they used to justify over policing neighborhoods, like historically. And that's pretty much why black people use propaganda as being more violent because of that shit.
But you can't. It's not a propaganda thing to say that in terms of violent crimes, gun deaths, or like they just overrepresent their population.
No, they're over policed. They have an exoneration rate that is almost 58%. Exoneration.
I think that might have
Holy
might have
fuck.
as
Honestly,
much to
bring
do.
back
Certainly
segregation. I don't want to be around you people anymore. Bring back fucking segregation. I don't want to be around you people. I want to get the fuck away from you. I want to be in my own community. I don't want to be around you nasty people anymore. You guys are disgusting.
All right, I want to give you a stat here real quick. This stat comes from July 5th of 2022. There have been more than 700 drive-by shootings since 2012. So in a 10-year period, there were 700 drive-by shootings. That means there were 70 per year. That means there were approximately, well, what is that? 70 per year?
Yeah, gangs are a problem. It's interesting that you guys are.
Hold on, no, gangs aren't a problem. Okay. Certainly, there's not one happening every day.
Yeah, there's gangs in every major city in this country.
Yeah, so once again, the claim that Zach made was just. The claim that Zach just made was proven wrong. I just want a response from Zach on this.
I think most of them happen in blue cities.
I wanted a response from Zach on this. I'm sorry you didn't hear that.
Oh, I didn't. Sorry.
I just think that was a wild thing to say.
We can't hear you, Zach. We can't hear you.
Your claim about drive-by shootings has been proven false.
Drive-by is just a subset of shootings, right? And
okay, so now you're
specifically said drive-by shootings happen every day.
I did specifically say that, and I didn't say every day.
You did.
You did.
Well, by the way, to be clear, 70 a year means more than once a week. And if you say that, let's say they happen in 5 neighborhoods in America, then you're actually not looking at too crazy of a. You're looking at one every couple days per neighborhood.
There are 42,000 people every year. There are 42,000 people every single year that are killed by guns.
Yeah, sure, but and that is
you were talking
a lot
about
of that is
70.
What we're talking
you were
about.
Talking about 70.
I didn't mean drive-by shootings.
42,000.
Again, what I was trying to illustrate is there are neighborhoods that exist at a level of violence that we cannot even comprehend because we don't live in them.
So you made one up.
We can,
so
because you made it up.
Zach.
No, it's the south side of Chicago. What did I make up?
You made something up, and MOJO proved you wrong.
No, I just did the math for you.
Where do the Crips and Bloods live?
MOJO
Do they live in the city or do they live in the suburbs?
Where do the nerdy white kids who get picked on by their classmates live that go in and shoot up little kids' schools? Where do they live? You want to go there? You really want to make it a race thing?
Yeah. You guys are attempting to make a chicken or the egg argument out of policing in high crime areas.
Yeah, we should police white people because they tend to do mass shootings more.
The police are causing
because they got their feces upset about Trump.
Right,
or whatever the hell they freak out about.
That's
shoot up little kids'
your
schools.
Politics has devolved into, right?
Brandon, you are deminimizing police violence.
What?
Yeah, it's just
diminishing or minimizing?
Just minimizing.
Or diminishing.
It's a word.
There is a de minimis tax or
is.
tariff, so to minimize would probably be a word.
Right. I'm sorry you don't know it, but now you learned something.
Just not in this context.
Just keep your
nice
ears
try,
open.
though.
No, it's sorry you can't use
what is a de minimis tariff? Do you know? I'd say the context was pretty appropriate, Brendan.
So
I don't.
you're trying to let me speak in your language. Then what would you say? I'll adopt your word.
So de-minimize only means to it's a computer term to but de-minimize is not a word.
It is a word.
It is a word, but having nothing to do with this context.
No, sorry,
it means to,
sorry
take
that
our
your
taskbar
vocabulary is so fucking contracted that you don't understand it. But
diminishing.
That's another way that you're
minimize would have worked.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to make it de minimis what police do to people of color. And the way you did that was you lied and you said that these drive-by shootings happen so much more than MOJO explained. So let's just circle back.
I said, again, if I exaggerated by a couple days, right?
A couple days.
So it's 70 a year. It's 70 a year, right?
All across the United States.
Did it all happen where you were, Zach?
Fucking drive-by shootings don't happen.
You talked about a New York.
Why are we even talking about drive-by shootings?
MOJO gave you the statistic.
And again, there's no reason
MOJO gave you the statistic in the United States.
Guys,
you said it happened in New York.
I was making a point about the level of
violence. It was a bad point.
I'm sorry that I got you off on a very specific thing, which, by the way, again, I'm not even that off on, but it's fine. I'll accept the L.
You are way off.
You were way off.
No, Matt.
I was not way off.
You know,
was this just a Charlie Kirk argument? Did you just try to pull the whole Charlie Kirk thing of, if you include, violent crime from gangs, obviously that
violence.
Do what? Well, no, I mean, he literally said it on that day.
This is counting or not counting gang violence right before the fucking shot went off.
Right before.
Is that the argument you're making here, Zach?
I'm not 100% sure of what.
That's why you pulled up that stat?
I wouldn't call it a stat. I would just call it a lie.
The drive-by thing?
Yeah.
I didn't even mean to make a stat. I was just saying that there are neighborhoods that experience a level of violence that we can't comprehend.
Okay, so we'll accept we'll accept his revision. Let's move on.
Why?
Well, but how does that lead to his argument?
Why do these neighborhoods have violence?
There's a bunch of factors. Some of it's not a lot of opportunity. Some of it's cultural norms that are pushed on that community. There's lots of reasons.
You guys are so fucking racist. My God.
I'm sorry. It's not popular to be a criminal in pop culture right now.
Is it popular to be a criminal for a fucking white kid who got picked on and goes and shoots up a little kid's school? Is that fucking popular? Is that a part of our culture?
You're so derivative and repetitive. Why do you do that?
Okay, so are you talking about rap? Is that what you're talking about? That's the culture that you're talking about?
Well, it's been pervasive for a long time now, since the late 90s. I mean, like original hip hop.
Why can't you answer a simple question?
Well, I am.
If you were talking about rap.
Okay, yeah, I am. I said cultural factors. Since the late 90s.
White people, white people listen to rap too, right?
Yeah, I get that. Okay. But they don't generally join the Crips. They don't.
Do they shoot up schools? Do they do mass shootings?
Wait, stop, B. So, if white people listen to rap, then it's obviously not the rap that's the problem, right?
Right. It's not that. It's the fact that other cultural leaders don't step up and fight this kind of thing. It's an issue. It's an issue when record executives want to further this type of narrative as opposed to something more uplifting and wholesome.
Wait, that doesn't work either because it still affects white people. So the rap, you're gonna have to leave rap out of this altogether because
your questions aren't about white people. Why? I don't understand. I thought we were talking about high crime areas.
I am asking you about the culture of these high crime areas that you think causes this violence, causes them to be violent, and you
certainly contributes to it. Yeah,
you initially said rap,
hip hop,
but we can go ahead.
No.
Yeah. You initially talked about the music.
That's one.
Yes, okay, but that can't be one. I'm just trying to prove to you that it's not one right now because more white people listen to rap than black people.
Well, it's because there are more white people in the country.
It's just poverty. It's just poverty. That's all it is. And it's everything that has
not
to do
just
with
that,
poverty.
but you can't ignore how. I mean, it's almost encouraged. There's this entire culture of snitching. You know, snitches get stitches. That kind of shit.
Are you literally blaming the music?
Who commits the most mass shootings in this country? What race is it, Donovan?
Do you think Marilyn Manson was the cause of Dylan Klebold and or Klebold and Harris?
No.
Do you think that's why?
It maybe it contributed to it, but it wasn't the cause.
Because they're white?
No, I just said it probably contributed to it, but it wasn't the cause. I mean, one could say The Matrix contributed to it. One could say Pearl Jam, you know, the song Jeremy.
Okay, good. Then we can go ahead. That's good. We can go ahead and move away from music. So what part of this culture? What part of this culture do you think is bad?
Rather than address the obvious truth of what I'm saying,
I'm trying to get down to what you said.
I'm clutch your pearls and say, "Oh, you're racist." I'm not. That's what you're doing.
I have not called you racist at all. I am asking you simply about the statement that you made about the culture of these fucking communities, and I'm trying to nail down what you mean by culture of these communities, and it's obviously not rap. So what else is it?
Well, what are you talking about? Trap music, rap music. There's a lot. It glorifies this type of behavior.
You just said it has nothing to do with the music.
No, I didn't. I said it was a factor.
Then everything's a factor. The fucking heat of the day, how hot it is, or how cold it is outside.
Yes, Mojo. Thank you for that.
What are the other factors? That has nothing to do with culture.
Well, I mentioned some of the other factors before you guys started again feigning umbrage. The fact that there's no negative consequences for this type of thing. The fact that there's a culture of silence that makes it much more difficult for law enforcement to pierce this veil of nonsense.
No. I'm gonna stop you right here because you have people in the fucking mafia. You have people in the mafia that don't like snitches either. So this is not attributed to like just like black communities and all that, and hip hop and all that. It's just all they're doing is just expressing what they experience. Like if when you hear country music, what do they talk about? They talk about like fucking pickup trucks or other shit that they experience in the country.
They're not talking about extortion and prostitution.
Yeah, because the reality of the streets is different from the reality of the fucking of country life, right? And even in country music, still talks about fucking being like outlaws and all that shit too. So like,
I reject this premise. I reject his premise altogether. Him saying that black people are inherently more violent because of their culture. I don't care about the cultural argument. That is just not true from the statistics. I mean, there is one category that we can point to that's pretty consistent across the board when it comes to violent crimes. There's one specific group of people that fits in that. Men.
Zach said it. Oh, fuck.
Men.
Wow.
80% of violent crimes are. I mean, if you really want to talk, if you really want to talk about something that is actually a defining factor that goes far beyond what the population of that particular group would be, it would be men. Men make about 50% of the population. And hold on, let me finish.
No, what's the solution to that?
Lock them all up underground and just use them.
Yeah, there we go. Start a new war. Here we are in Iran.
I'm just kidding. But I mean, you guys are kind of eye rolling at it.
About
out of
Zach already said it. It has to do with fucking poverty.
Yeah, it has to do with poverty. I agree with that.
Hold on,
that's why when you see violent crimes committed by race, it goes honestly to almost to the exact amount of the population. So 54% of mass shootings are committed by white people. 20% are committed by black people. That's pretty along the lines of population.
How many are trans?
No, wait, hold on. If it's about poverty, if it's about being poor, if it's about living in poor communities that causes this kind of violence, because the violence occurs because people are fighting every day to get their fucking basic needs met. You know what solves that? Meeting their basic fucking needs.
But I will say, and this is 1 second. This is not as much a indictment of the community as it is what he was saying about rap music, which is that unlike country music and even really rock and roll, it was never about money, right? Like that's not actually something that those genres
spent a lot of time talking about. Whereas it is a main focus. It is a main focus in rap culture, which also at the same time, which also at the same time glorifies violence right alongside it. It is not fair to say this.
I'm going to fight him on this because his original premise.
Hold on, stop. Don't fight him on this because he's just going along the premise that it comes from poverty. The reason that rap music is about fucking money, or there's so much money in rap music, and that's what they talk about on a regular basis, got to get your bag and all that other shit, is because they're fucking poor.
Yeah, but the Beatles were poor. They didn't talk about money.
You mean literally in Johnny Cash's name? Don't you dare bring the Beatles into this.
I'm just saying it's not. It wasn't a like every other song trope in rock and roll. It wasn't in every other song trope in country music.
It's not like in rap either.
Johnny Cash's name.
It is in rap. It absolutely is.
It is not. You are oversimplifying. You are oversimplifying rap to a hyper extension of like the minutia of songs that you fucking understand. Almost like you're hyper conflating that fucking White Lightning and songs like that didn't exist in country about fighting the oppressive law force while they're running moonshine through the fucking hills. Are you shitting me right now?
No, I'm fully aware of the elements of what you were mentioning with outlaw country earlier. Like, I love country music, I love rock and roll music, and I love rap music. But this idea that you're going to tell me, you're going to sit there and fucking gaslight me to tell me that rap isn't specifically more violent and isn't specifically more money focused than those other genres. I mean,
I'm not even, I don't even have to gaslight you because it's such an expansive genre of music that the vast majority of it doesn't even talk about it.
I mean, like, sure that the vast majority doesn't talk about it, right? Even if I believe that was true, which I don't, because the vast majority of rap actually never becomes music you listen to. So for every like one poet that makes it through, there's 100 fucking.
What is a teen takeover?
I don't even fucking understand.
Nobody knows what that is.
Again, the entire premise is
that isn't happening all over the country right now. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Did you see what just happened in Houston? Like Houston just had to
another
introduce
white
a
kid who
dress
shot up
code.
a school.
Carnival Cruise Lines banned rap music on their fucking boats.
Okay,
the fuck are we talking about?
I am just gonna go back to the 1990s where they started putting fucking parental guidance labels on everything, and that people started blaming video games as well. Just because one fucking company decides to do an overreaction for a specific genre of music doesn't make the correlation correct or true.
Your politics is stuck in the 90s.
Dude, you're the one who's advocating for it and using it as an example currently.
No, I'm saying that
what do you mean?
Some of these factors they're obvious, but you guys can't address them because it violates your political dogma. Oh my God! You can't say anything. You can't say anything about a minority. That's terrible. That's racist.
No, it's not even that. It was the expressed hyper-conflation that Zach just did, where he tried to state that black people are just inherently more violent. Are you
that's
shitting
not what
me?
I was saying. What I was saying is
what
that
you said. I asked you to clarify it, and you said yes, they are. That is word for word what you fucking said.
Let's just circle back for a second. This all started when I made the comment that if the police were shooting up Jews the way they shoot up, or they falsely arrest, or they brutalize black people in this country, you'd be rising up as well. That's where all of this started. And then you zoned in on New York drive-by shootings. And now you've pivoted
my response
to music.
Was, I don't think cops are going after black people. That was my.
We know they are because of the exoneration rate.
You guys
hold on a second. If we believe that we're in a society right now that is giving all sorts of liberties to minorities for reasons that they are only getting because of our past with minorities, then I don't know if recent exonerations by liberal court judges all over the country is necessarily a fucking argument.
Oh my God!
And now you're saying they're all
this is just this is a weird fucking tangent, specifically because black people make up 13% of the population in the United States. White people make up 59%. Sorry. Whatever it is, what it currently is, I'm probably dated on the exact amount.
It's like 17 to 20.
Anyways, 17 to 20. Okay. They're like 17, 20% versus what? Like 59, 60% for white individuals in this country. The exoneration rate that we currently have on file right now for the African American individuals that live in this country is roughly 58%. That means for every one or every two, at least one is getting let go because they were unjustly arrested for a crime they didn't commit. They were exonerated from it. The same statistic that is used for the vast majority, the overarching population in the United States, the 60% of the white people, is around 32%. You would think that if they were being policed correctly and policed adequately, that those numbers would be relatively the same. That's at least what statistics would tell us. And you're trying to tell us here that liberal judges are the cause for this?
I think we should probably all remember exactly how this conversation went as well. Tennis did what she said was right. What happened is she made the comment about the Jays and about Jewish people and about black people. And Zach said, well, the police should be cautious. And we said, why? Because they are more violent. That's what he said. That was his claim, that they are more violent. They are not more violent. Statistics do prove this. So your bias and your inability to see reason, you and Brendan, because Brendan is also unable to see reason, is why you think the way you do. It's not based in reality.
Yeah, because I have these statistics. I've never left my house or actually went out into the world. But I have this book here. And oh, yeah, by the way, Zach, you're a nerd. That's you, B. You literally just claimed
me citing statistics. Me citing actual evidence, and
it's the police
you just
that
living off of your
violence,
feelings.
Right?
It's
the
you living off of your feelings.
Crime. Yeah, see, this is why no one can fucking talk to you, B, because you just went off for like fucking 15 minutes, and I got maybe 6 words, and then you've done this to Zach like 5 or 6 times now.
I haven't been talking for 15 minutes. Are you unaware of how time is?
Fixate on that.
You just don't like what she's saying.
Okay. And
you don't like what she's saying, Brendan.
It's like freaking fact. No, it's just fucking nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. And to say that the police are what's causing crime in these neighborhoods, it just boggles the mind. What happens if all the cops come out? What are teen takeovers? Like, this is happening all over the fucking country. This is a huge problem right now.
Hold on. I'm the one who said that police. The reason that so many people are caught or arrested for doing these crimes is because they are overpoliced. I said that. Nobody else said that. B didn't say that. Tennis didn't say that. That was a statement that I made. So stop and attribute it to everybody else.
So if you believe that, have you called your city council or whoever and tell them to send less patrols to those areas?
I would say even out the patrols to all areas. Because there's plenty of white crime in the fucking rural suburbs where people are beating their wives and shit, getting drunk and beating each other up. And
yeah, what do you want us to do? Look through their window to see that they're doing it? Are there more reports that you can cite in any one area that there's more crime in the white suburbs?
Yeah, there are plenty of reports that show this.
If you could bring them up, that'd be great.
Okay, so I just looked up the statistics on the FBI. And again, we can all attribute this back to poverty, right? And then we can ask, why is this population dealing with more poverty? But for homicides in this country, the black population, which makes up 13% of the American population, just look that up too, makes up for 59% of all homicides. That is a wild overrepresentation.
No, I guess what Rev said about exoneration and being found innocent and all that stuff. It's not 13%, by the way. I believe the most recent census did say that they're between 17 to 20%. It's much higher.
Even if it was 20% with 60% of the homicides, that would still be a wild overrepresentation.
Okay, you want to know who 97% of the homicides are? Men. Are we really going to hyper-focus? That's why I brought that up earlier. You all, hold on, let me finish. You all laughed at it, and you all thought it was ridiculous. I didn't actually bring it up for the Democrats on the panel. I brought it up for the Republicans, because we're not allowed to talk about men being the majority of the violent problem in this country, and yet you want to talk about black people because it's some 50% statistic, when men in representation of violent crimes and homicides, it's much higher than that. But we can go there.
But I'm okay talking about the fact that men are the ones that are, like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with discussing that.
Okay, you're okay with it today.
No. I'm saying, no, I would always be okay. Why wouldn't we, if what we want to do is stop murders, then first we need to talk to our sons, right?
Zach.
But secondly,
what is that exoneration rate for the statistic you just quoted?
The homicide one.
I don't know. I mean, 58%, is that what you said last time?
Yes. It's 58% for violent crimes, particularly schmurder.
You think they might you think they might be getting arrested too often because they're over policed?
Well, also, I think it is worth asking how many murders are actually solved every year. Because if they weren't solved, I don't know,
but the ones that they tend to find criminals for are the ones in these over policed areas, aren't they?
So if you arrest someone for murder, right, and then you can't prove it, then they are exonerated.
That's kind of how the legal system works. You know,
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that does not mean that everyone who is arrested for murder and is quote unquote exonerated is innocent. And,
that would account for white people too. That would account for white. Excuse me. That would account for white people who are arrested as well, right? So you have to count in that for all the people who are arrested and accused of murder, that a lot of those are white people who are exonerated. So
I want you to look up the term exoneration and read me the definition in the context of criminal law.
By the way, exonerated means exonerated means after trial and you've been found guilty and then you are exonerated. What you guys are talking about is that there wasn't enough proof to prosecute. So it's different, slightly different. That means that you were never able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there was a crime.
Yeah, and I'm saying that doesn't.
That they were the perpetrator.
Well, hold on one second.
That the crime had obviously been committed.
If it happens in like the ghettos of Baltimore, right, and they arrest one guy and he is exonerated, the reason that they arrested that guy is because he looked like the guy who did it. So it doesn't really change the racial statistic because the victim still exists.
But you're making that up. Maybe they apprehended the guy because somebody said their name or something, not because of their identity, not because of their skin color.
Maybe they were just looking for a black man.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying is if they're just looking for a black man because they were like, it's a black male ages 25 to 40 who did the thing, then that's why they were looking for a black male, right?
Zach,
because that's who they just target anyway.
For all you know, based on the information that you're giving me, it could have been a fucking moon denizen from space, and a cop could have unalived someone and then just called it in as a black man did this.
Right.
Well,
you're not
stretch.
giving.
All right, John Benet Ramsey.
Yeah, wait a second. You're going,
granting anything in regards to like help your case out here, other than potential black man did this. When, especially the exoneration rate for this that shows that they are over policed and over convicted incorrectly for a crime they didn't fucking commit.
Oh, ridiculous, man.
Which is why he, whitewashes the G-side that's going on in Israel. Because he's always trying to justify it. Sorry.
For what?
I don't know. Just bringing up something else.
Oh, that's fine. I just don't like chasing them around. Donovan is so good at that. He is so good at never answering a question and just moving on to a different fucking topic.
Yeah, it's the Trump tactic, right? Like, always the offense. What's Trump's lawyer's name? The one who taught him that?
So Trump, the new AG.
Todd Blanche?
No, it was his. It's not his lawyer. I'm sorry. It was his mentor. It was.
That's exactly how he does it. You know how I got tennis off onto Todd Blanche?
Was it Roy Cohn?
Yes, it's Roy Cohn I'm talking about. Yes.
Yeah, he did. He said, always attack, never admit you were wrong, just keep attacking. Don't ever stop. Yeah. That was in The Art of a Deal. The Art of the Deal.
Would Trump be who he is, but for Roy Cohn?
Yeah, he plays that to a T as well. I mean, he's so good at doing that. He's so good at just attacking, turning around and attacking. He's up on trial for fucking 34 felonies or whatever, and he's still attacking the entire fucking time. He just lost an election and sent a group of people down to the Capitol to invade the Capitol and take over the fucking government, and he's attacking all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Then he's got people like Donovan parroting the stupid shit he says, so he's got everybody else attacking as well.
Yeah, and it's like the whole thing about bringing a lawsuit against the IRS, that which you control, and then settling it for. They brought the lawsuit for billions of dollars, settled it for roughly 1.8 billion for us all to pay to people he pardoned for attacking the Capitol. Like, that's crazy. And Zach, you think that's fine? It's mind bending.
There was a giant hotbed of police activity in the Chicago area that falsely tortured black men to get confessions out of them that put them on death row. Over 100 individuals in between the years of 1972 to 1991. This is John Burge, was the name of the commander that basically ordered his detectives to do this. They gave them electric shock therapy, suffocation with typewriter covers. They gave mock executions for these individuals to try and derive a confession out of them, where later all of these individuals ended up on death row, and he was later convicted in 2010 of perjury and obstruction for lying about it under oath.
My God.
Over 100 individuals, and that's just one instance of this.
So I just looked up exonerations. They make up 0.0002% of all arrests. I think you're off with your numbers. There is the fact that black people make up a large share of the exonerations that happen. And it is true that every year when there are exonerations made, they make up a large percentage of that number. But it is not a significant number compared to the amount of arrests that are made every year. Not at all.
Still, I would still say to you, Zach, I mean, if the police went after Jews the way they go after black people, you would have a problem with it, wouldn't you?
Here, I'll answer the argument that you actually want me to answer, which is if I believe.
It's the argument that she gave you. Why the fuck would you do that?
Because I don't think they're going after black people, and that's part of the argument. But let's just say,
going right back to that.
The easier question is, how would I feel if I felt like, the police force was anti-Semitic? I think that's that's what she actually wants to know.
No, and I just want to, I'm speaking from your point of view. If police were going after Jewish people the way they go after blacks, you would be up in arms. You don't need to get cute. Don't get cute about it. Just address what I said.
Yes, I would be so upset. Again, I think it's a ridiculous point. I don't know what it was trying to prove, and
it's not ridiculous. It's not ridiculous.
I don't think
like the people that are hurting the people that are hurting Jews these days or attacking Jews are people. Like a lot of them. In the last year, I think in 2026, there was total hate crimes, something like 280, something like that, right? For all.
Is it a hate crime if I just call you, I don't know, a Jewish prick? Is that a hate
180 crime? Of them. 180 of them.
I'm going to end up having to come in here for you, Zach. You do realize you just conceded on the fact that they said that the police are targeting African Americans, and you just gave them a feeling of how would you feel if the police were targeting the Jewish people the same way that they're targeting African Americans right now?
I will not accept. You just
conceded.
What do you mean?
You conceded to the point that police are targeting African Americans.
No, I mean, I didn't. That's why
you would be furious and you'd be up in arms if they were targeting the Jewish people the same way they're targeting African Americans right now.
And you said you'd be very upset about that.
Assuming what you think about how cops are dealing with black people, if the same treatment was applied to Jewish people, I would be very upset. I don't agree with your premise about what is actually happening in the relation of policing. I think that there's a lot of very legitimate reasons to understand how we got to this point that are a lot about structural racism and a lot about the past and a lot about our dirty history with, basic civil rights. But I think the violence that exists in these communities today is real. And
well, I'm going to tell you this. I've seen police blotters. I've seen police blotters in cases that I've worked on in New York, of all places, where police have targeted people of color with this anagram, DWB. You know what that means? Pick them up for driving while black. That was in a case that I worked on, a race discrimination case I worked on in the Southern District of New York. Okay? I know it's anecdotal, but that's real. They target black people. Yeah, in New York, of all places. It's just police. It's police driving while black.
Those
there's other ones that I could
cite. Can anyone tell me why that is?
New Yorkers. Why is New York so racist?
Can anyone tell me why that is? Maybe it's because cops were originally created to be slave catchers. The history of policing in this country.
Yes, Boston was absolutely so racist that they created the police to catch the slaves.
Yeah, Boston's still racist, man. Boston's fucking awful, dude. Like, no offense to
Boston has some bad.
They started out being so damn racist that they were the end stop to the Underground Railroad just to create a police force to take them back to the South. Yeah. Tell it again.
All right. What we're saying, it's the police and other people.
It obviously wasn't the police. That's not why they were created.
It is
It
the
is obviously the
police.
police. It is obviously the police. The
This is
history of the
obviously not
police.
why they were created, were they?
That is absolutely why they were created. They were created as
Then tell
slave
me what
catchers in
Boston
this
was
country.
thinking, making the very first slave catchers up in Boston, Massachusetts during the Underground Railroad.
Well, what's your
I
point,
can't tell you
robot?
what they were thinking. I don't know if that's even where they originated. I just know that
It
the
is.
police
You can
force
absolutely just
Are you
Google it.
just trying to say that the
originated
North is
from.
worse than the South? What's your point?
That is not why the police were created. I'm
That is
being
absolutely why they were
facetious.
created. They were created to protect private property, and at the time, the private property were black slaves.
See,
This is
there
the
she goes
history of the
again.
police force.
Because of
This
all
is the
those
history of the
slaves that
police
were
force
up
in
in
this country.
Boston,
This is a
Massachusetts.
well-known fact. This is a
Yeah,
well-known
it's a
fact.
well-known
Just
fact that
Google
all
it right
those
now.
property slaves in
Let me get this. I
Boston,
didn't want to get up
Massachusetts,
and do
that's
this.
why
Yeah,
they
that's
made the
not the
police
first place.
force.
I'm sorry that you're getting your fifis hurt because of a job you used to have, but you should know the history of your own
I
career.
mean, you're getting your fifis hurt because you know that was an outright lie.
No, it
You're
wasn't an
calling
outright lie.
Boston,
It is
Massachusetts
history.
creator of
I
slave
didn't. No,
catchers.
I'm
It's
rejecting.
fucking
I'm
lying.
rejecting that it even happened in Boston. I don't know that that's even true. I do know that the history of the police force in this country originates with slave catchers. That is undeniably a fact.
Okay, then look it up. And I'm telling you, the very first police force in this country was in Boston, Massachusetts.
There's two. There were two creations of this. In the North, it was explicitly due to rapid urbanization, the rise of organized labor, and mass immigration, prompting wealthy merchants and political leaders to establish professional, centralized police departments to prevent strikes, control disorderly populations, and protect commercial shipping assets. However, in the South, policing originated with slave patrols established in the early 1700s, which were designed to suppress slave uprisings, capture runaway slaves, and enforce slave codes to maintain the institution of slavery.
Well, goddamn, that's gotta sting.
Oh, yeah, it stings so hard that you just call the sheriff's posse a fucking bunch of slave catchers. Yeah, we already knew that. But modern policing comes from Boston, Massachusetts.
Again,
What
it
she
had nothing to
said
do with
is
slavery,
from
though.
slave
But it had
catchers.
nothing to do with slavery, though. How did
Exactly.
you miss that?
Policing had nothing to do with slavery. How about that?
No, not in Boston. In the South, it certainly did.
I think it
Do we
predates.
still
I think
run posses
policing in
today?
Boston.
No.
Policing
We
in
use the
Boston
Boston,
predates
Massachusetts
policing in the
fucking
South.
model.
No, I'm talking about the history and the prevalence for these ideologies to pursue through decades. And again, especially because, it's definitely a huge issue in the South of, racial discrimination and things like that. But when you take into account the history of, its creation, if you want to just say the South, fine, the South, to catch slaves, it is no wonder that it prevails through the years in a country that's never really addressed the issue.
Yeah. So there.
Is that crickets that I'm hearing?
I think it's like
that is.
pew pew.
It's his controller.
It's his controller going off.
I'm getting wild here.
Oh, you're going after slaves?
Oh, that's what you did.
Yeah. They're literally xenomorphs.
That's
so
terrible.
I mean,
It's a video game.
This is a peak xenophobia. They're literal xenomorphs that I'm shooting. So
literal aliens. Oh my god.
Yeah, I hope you know. I was just kidding. I hope you know.
But Zach, I want to know, what did you think you were getting at with the exoneration rate that you were reading off? Like, what was your point about that?
Point is that it doesn't happen very often. That they might overrepresent in exonerations when they happen, but your point of trying to make it sound like every year we arrest X amount of people and 58% of those people are exonerated because they're black is incorrect.
No. I initially, in my argument, stated that of exonerations, 58% of them go to the 20% of the representative population.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I mean, I'll accept
you let them go back there after all that. You could have literally
no one would let me
on.
fucking talk.
Zach, you should have taken that silence opportunity to fucking move on.
I mean,
they're never going to let you get away from it if you just stay with it.
I don't feel the need. Like, I'm not a racist person, so I don't feel the need.
Yes, you are.
Then
You're
maybe you should get off
absolutely.
of race.
You are.
Well, but I also think that this idea that we can't discuss race because of racism is a ridiculous statement too.
No, I don't think that we can discuss race in the terms of this group of people is inherently violent due to this reason, which for you it's poverty. So, I mean, I can understand saying people who are impoverished are inherently violent, but boiling it down to a race makes you fucking racist. You can make it a classist issue. You could just say people of this class, that includes white people, Asian people, Hispanic people, people of this certain class, which is the impoverished class, commit more crimes than those who are not. But you don't want to do that, right? Because you're Superman capitalist.
Listen,
So you have to boil it down to race. Wait, let me finish.
With friends of
So
mine
you,
who were
so
black.
let me finish. So you have to boil it down to race so that it fits your narrative and your worldview that is inherently pro-capitalist. In reality, the issue is exactly what you said. It is poverty. Therefore, race doesn't matter. Anyone who is impoverished will commit the crime.
Sure.
Change your hearts and minds.
The whole
one Zio at a time.
The whole point of saying, I mean, again, the whole point of saying that your population is X and your rate of violent, of homicides is Y. And if Y is bigger than X, that's a problem. That speaks to race. Again, I'm not going to.
No, it doesn't. You cited it perfectly. You said it was poverty. You were right
poverty
about
is the
that.
underlying reason that the community
And it's not
has
race.
that problem.
That's not race. Poverty, class, and poverty, they can be related, right? This is what we call intersectionality, that thing you guys fucking hate so much. They can be related, but they are not the same thing. So when you say poverty is what's driving these people to commit crimes, it is most definitely and most literally poverty. You cannot bring race into it. When you bring race into it and say it is because they're race that this is why they're committing these crimes, that is when it becomes racist.
Mm-hmm. It's actually kind of the definition of racist. I believe it's the third option from the top. But I mean,
yeah, but is that
Zach?
like,
you would literally have to
1 when you say
agree.
80% of men or 80% of killers are men, right?
Holy shit!
Is that
93?
Anti? What is the word for anti-men? Like it's
misandrous?
Yeah, is that misandrous?
You want to look at it that way? I don't care how you look at it. Doesn't bother me.
No, but I'm saying I don't think so. I think that's just literally stating a fact. And then your question has to be why?
No, you don't know why. Conflating again race with sex when you're not even accounting for the systemic issues that have arisen over the years because of this. The examples of like systemic police force misusing their powers to unjustly put like people of a different color behind bars.
I mentioned all of that.
Commit. We talked about the exoneration. No, you didn't.
I did. I said that there's all sorts of structural racist issues that have gotten us to this point. I think that covers that.
But then you're trying to attribute it to them as a race, not as a systemic issue, not as a socioeconomic issue, as an inherent racial trait.
Okay, well, how about this? First off, that's not what I'm saying.
What you do with Arabs as well, to be fair.
1 second. That's not what I'm saying. But imagine this. Imagine that for all sorts of structural reasons, we made the black community in America poor, right? Redlining, slavery, going back on every agreement we had to give them land, and generational wealth, all the things, right?
Black Jim Crow.
And so 1 second, and then maybe starting in the 70s, we start to, put in drugs and we start to do all sorts of other terrible things, right? If what that means is that you're getting a concentration of trauma and poverty and, and all the things, and they're in a community and they're in one community, then it's fair to say maybe there's a new part of that community that is not their fault necessarily, but does exist in the same way that people who are experience trauma when they're young do trauma later to other people, right?
So what is it? Is it the generational trauma that makes them violent, or is it the poverty? Because now you're changing your answer.
It's the poverty which creates the generational trauma, which creates the violence.
And the redlining and the segregation.
That the systemic misrepresentation, these systemic issues that unjustly police them. None of this that disenfranchised them and prevented opportunities being presented. Generational wealth couldn't have been amassed for the individuals.
I literally mentioned all of those things.
I don't think you really did. I don't think you're actually taking this into account when you're trying to still attribute it to them as a race. That's the disconnect here. That's like me trying to attribute the most stereotypical shit for Jewish individuals because everyone has said it. Like, think of whatever fucking anti-Semitic trope from World War II era you could think of, and then me being like, that's obviously a part of them now.
Dude, so let's say that the most basic stereotype is greedy and like hustleness, like a lack of ethics when it comes to business. I call that out every time I see it in my Jewish peers. Every time. In my family, in my Jewish peers.
Underselling. You're underselling the fucking tropes from 1930s.
No, but I'm
not going to say them because I don't think they're true. Obviously, because I can't attribute it to a specific subsect of people. Just like you cannot attribute this to black communities as a whole. Because it cannot be attributed to them if it was done to them. Because that is not their defining characteristics.
How about this?
That's what makes it racist.
1 second. The big one is Jews control the world, right? And I've been telling people, 1 second, I've been telling people as long as I've been in this business that there's two types of Jewish hatred. One,
business?
In the business of talking about this.
This business. He calls it a business.
Yeah, for real. I thought he was the racist business. Like, what the hell?
Wait, how much do you get paid to be a perpetual victim? How much?
I wish I got paid any money for all of this, but I don't.
No. So you're a victim for fun?
I don't think I'm a victim.
Why do you wish you would get paid for that when you
what I'm trying to say is there's two different types of Jewish stereotypes. One is that we kill babies. One is that we control the world. And the control the world thing is real and it's actual. And when people say it to us, we shouldn't gaslight them by being like, you're an anti-Semite.
They don't control the world. They make up like 1% of the world's population.
Well,
this is fucking wild.
Sort of control the world.
You
believe the stereotypes. Are you a Jewish version of Uncle Ruckus?
It's not a stereotype to say that we have immense and by the way disproportionate.
No, it's a Nazi dog whistle. No, it's a Nazi dog whistle. You're right. It's not a stereotype. I will give you that. You are right. It is definitely not a stereotype because stereotype. It's not. It is a Nazi dog whistle. That's what it is. And you're telling me that dog whistle has an ounce of truth to it? That a population is so small. I think it's like, what is it? The population is like 1%?
No, he thinks it's true, and he thinks it's about to be more true. Why don't you describe that, Zach? Because I heard you talking about this.
I think it's true. I think it's true.
And you think it's going to become even more true. Can you describe that for this panel? Because I think that's mind-boggling.
Well, sure. The people that are going to be in real charge of the world in 20, 30 years are the people that
you said 5 years on Guy's panel the other day. You said about 5 years, and you gave names. And you gave names.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, Dario Amodei, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Larry Ellison.
They're all Jewish, and what are they going to do?
Well, they are the owners of all the AI and most of media now.
Mm-hmm. And so
again, I'm just
axiomatically that means what? When I say we
control the world, I mean that we sort of do.
You're just a neo-Nazi.
Outsized. How is that a?
No, this is really fucking.
Because this isn't controlling the world. There are other people, multiple people in the AI game.
This is like being like black people dominate the NBA, and you being like, "Don't be a racist." It's like they do. It's objective. We all have eyes.
you might be the actual living example that might make me believe in horseshoe theory. Holy shit. Like, what the fuck?
He is a living embodiment of a Jewish Uncle Ruckus.
I don't know what that means. But we don't
If you never watched the Boondock Saints, I'm sure somebody here is going to tell you.
Well, it's just the Boondocks. The Boondock Saints.
I can't believe that you think this. This is fucking
Boondocks,
wild.
Yeah.
Dude, the internet is so interesting. You meet some of the craziest people on this fucking app.
What?
No, and that's why I brought it up, Zach.
True.
And that's why I brought it up, because I just really want you to defend this. I mean,
well, just tell me what is untrue about it.
No, it's not about. No. It is not about what's untrue about it. It's what you are foretelling of what is going to happen.
And then we're gonna get rid of tens of millions of jobs in the span of 5 to 10 years, and those people are gonna look up in the sky and they're gonna be like, "Wait, are these the same Jews that you've been talking about with this Palestine thing?"
Dude, you haven't even solved for Moore's law yet. Fuck.
Dude, you've gotten crazier. Are you okay?
You explicitly you victimized yourself so hard. You wrapped all the way back to world domination. My guy. Fucking what?
I've known Zach on this app for 2 years. You've gotten crazier. What has happened lately? You just completely lost your fucking Zio-loving mind?
No, but
the Germans were the
this is
actual
all great.
victims. I'm going to have to pull the card now. We were the real victims, especially in 1945. Yeah, that's where we're at now. The Germans were the victims.
You talked anymore, I was going to lose my shit, dude.
No, this is real. He
oh
really believes
God, he left. Wow.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
It's fucking
wild. Oh my God, damn it.
Sorry to disappoint you, B.
Hey,
fucking hell.
Wait, never mind. Hold on.
Now you have to drop him.
At least he said we on the way down.
My God. What a fucking whack job.
Thanks, Holmes.
You get him talking with like Guy Fawkes, and you hear this stuff. And I was just in the comments listening, but I was like,
dude, he's just like a Jewish supremacist, so it fits his narrative. Because like the idea that he has this idea that AI is going to take away all these jobs in 5 years, like we have no evidence of that. As somebody who is like locked in on the AI thing right now in terms of investment and monetization and seeing how it's affecting jobs and looking at what its economic consequences are going to be, we are nowhere near that. We have been, the only place that it's really, really losing jobs is in tech itself. Like the more we use AI in medicine and radiology, the more people we're ending up hiring because of it. Like the pattern is not there. There is no evidence of this. Most of the studies that have been done are showing that 95% of the companies that are integrating AI have not found that it is going to replace a bunch of human capital. We are not anywhere near that. And again, we also have no idea how it's going to be monetized yet. Like shopping apps that are powered by AI are cheating so that they can get more money. Like he lives in fucking La La Land because he wants to believe these things because he's a narcissist. Like this guy is so unbelievably like he's so locked into certain things and he can't see outside of them. He's incapable of challenging his own ideas. He is also somebody who like doesn't give a fuck about harm. Like he says that he wants to talk about things and he wants to be like, he wants to do good for the world. He doesn't. He genuinely doesn't.
He literally just said, like, the American public was so mad about having pushed 2 for Hebrew that, they're going to take over all the call center jobs with robots. Like, again, they're already mad that they had to press 2 for Hebrew.
Mm-hmm. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking insane. An insane thing to fucking say.
I know, it's
like
crazy,
it's like so fucking delusional. Like the guy's fucking delusional. Someone get him some Zyprexa. Get him a good Jewish doctor to give him some Zyprexa.
What accent was that?
A good Jewish doctor?
I mean,
Doctor.
Stereotype.
It's very Jersey. I think it was Jersey.
Doctor.
So it
I'm
was
not.
Jersey.
Yeah, I'm not good at accents.
But you tried, though.
Yeah.
You
Zach,
tried.
get some Zyprexa. Maybe you'll be rid of those fucking delusions that you have.
Delusions of grandeur.
But that's what they
No,
did to
he's the victim
Kanye,
of the
apparently.
grandeur. So I don't even know what Freud would have to say about this.
It's weird. Yes, press 2 for Hebrew.
Yes. You like that?
Oh.
I came up with that after you
was
said the
pretty
Jews
funny.
were running the country. I was like, really? Did we have to press 2 for Hebrew?
Zach, you say, what have I said that was incorrect? Why don't you come up here and I'll tell you?
Everything you say when you're moving your mouth is something incorrect. Like, come on.
Did he drop or did you drop him?
I dropped him because HR doesn't like to talk to him.
Oh, I thought it was Brobot. Me and Alicia in the comments were saying it was police brutality.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
it was German aggression. Is what it was. It was German aggression.
German aggression.
No.
Oh no, the Gestapo has arrived.
It was Hindu. Wait, hold on. It was HH. It was Hindu hate.
Oh yeah. I'm mad at Israel for that too. They're giving fucking weapons over there and fucking getting people all riled up about nationalism. Like that should not be the case over there. Like Hinduism and nationalism.
Hindu hate.
Das robot. That's funny.
Yeah, let me speak. Just to make some statements that, well, the truth has time and space, and our truth and his truth might be different. It is because the way we perceive things, and also as we experience life itself. And of course, when I say truth has time and space, what is a timeline when we make a statement that seems to be truthful as of today, but it could not be truthful 50 years ago or 20 years ago. Having said that, I think if we're going to be discussing all of the things that I've heard here, I think if we divide the section from economics, political, and the social effects of these economics, then we could understand more our history. I commend somebody that talks about history. I did commented earlier that human nature or behavior is shaped or governed by the economic system. When I
Don't
say
mention
that,
human nature. Human nature. Don't say it.
Oh, okay. Well, or behavior. All right. Now, the reason why I say that is this. Okay. If you go back to the hunter and gatherers, right? If they do hunt and gather, they have a vast land, right? And if they meet somebody, a different tribe, that would limit their food supply by going to those places that they have to gather and hunt. And that's the start of the owning of the area where you could hunt and you could gather. Now that was replaced by when 50,000 years ago. That when you throw.
Just get to the point.
Well, the point is, like I said, human behavior is shaped by the economic system that's going on from the feudal system to mercantilism to capitalism, and the socialism or slash communism, imperialism, globalization, whatnot.
Okay.
Along the way, when we look at that side of economic system, when we settled down because we know that we could plant in a certain area, then the rise of feudalism came in. And
all
then,
right, but what is your point?
My point is that is basically is, regardless of your skin or who has the power to own something, right? An ownership of land, for that matter, in a feudalist society, or the mercantilism that comes in, that another class of the society that benefit from this when mercantilism, of course, there is a barter way back as well. So they were able to invent money as well, and so is the power, and is so the political, the political setup of every one
Okay,
of
we
those
understand.
history.
We understand that economics affects the way people behave. That the way that different countries eventually evolve can shape the way that they interact with each other. But what is the point of telling us that?
Well, the point that I'm telling you that is that those are things that you were discussing earlier. It always boils down to where you are at in the food chain, and it's a matter of survival. It's a matter of you become greedy. You want to acquire wealth.
Are you are
There's
you
no.
just trying to tell us that poverty causes violence?
Do you think it's not?
I think
No,
he's
We
reading from
agree.
the
I
book
said that
Needy Baby,
earlier.
Greedy Baby.
We all agree.
Yeah,
No.
obviously,
What I'm trying to say.
poverty
Oh, go ahead.
has an like obviously socioeconomics plays a role in violence because it plays a role in desperation, right? And desperation causes people to do things that they would not normally do in order to make certain ends meet. And that is a contributor to violence. It also causes more tribalism, and tribalism can cause things like gang violence and things like that in order to secure safety in an environment where you're not given safety through the state in an appropriate way, right? Or you're seen as an adversary to the state in a lot of ways because of your poverty. But the solution to those things is, and again, that could happen in any kind of culture or religion or type of people, right? Like that is just a kind of a common thing. When resources get scarce, people act in a certain way in order to secure safety and resources. So the solution to that is to have better like upstream policies to help those things, right? To help people get educated, help people have access to healthcare, make sure that policing is done by people from those neighborhoods, and that there is a collaboration between those people and law enforcement, so that you can enforce the law in a way that doesn't also make people feel unsafe, right? Those are the things that we know help areas get out of poverty and reduce crime. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not that person is black, white, brown, speaks English, doesn't speak English, or is what religion they practice, right? Like we have data and evidence to show you what actually changes those kinds of behaviors and those kinds of problems.
Because of, again, the very basic human needs is not being met, or you're being
Yeah, I just
scared
said
to a lot
that.
of people.
Resource
Yes,
scarcity,
yeah, but
right?
yeah,
So
but well, the point is, when I describe the economic description of all of those things, here comes why the police is there. The police is there. You were right. It's that's the response, because of the principle of ownership, that you have to protect who owns things. So the political structure comes in because of that economic activities that's going on. They have to preserve the peace so that the economy will move on. But it doesn't
yeah,
change the fact. Hold
I
on,
already
yeah, but
explained
hold on.
that.
But let me see there. But it never gonna change because of you choose either ways, either the socialism or the capitalism that we know of. These two systems actually failed humanity big time. Now,
Yeah,
if
but
it's gonna be
we don't live in a purely socialist or purely capitalist system. We live in a mixed market economy. We have some socialist programs, but we also have private ownership, and we have the ability to have more, and we have the ability to have private ownership of businesses as well. Like we don't live in one or the other. We live in a mixed market.
Yes, that's the point. But it doesn't change the fact that these number of people,
Rich
will
people.
grow. Well, the have-nots, or the poor people that as you describe, because the system itself is rigged. I'll make a point in this way when I say that these two systems actually failed us, or the humanity. If United States represents the right, which is the capitalist, the so-called free market, and
Wait,
China
hold
would
on.
be the socialism.
Hold on. No, I'm not doing this. Tell us what your solution is if you think this has all failed.
Say it again.
What's your solution?
I believe that the solution would be a crowdfunding and developing all of this non-profit, non-governmental, charitable, angel investing and management consultancy rolled into one.
You want to base
hold
you want to base an entire economy on charity? Are you fucking
Of course
serious?
not. Of course not. What I'm trying to
This
say is
just
this.
sounds like private
No, no,
equity
no.
with extra steps.
No. Let me explain it. No. Let me explain it. No. Let me explain it. Let me explain it. Okay. If China is represented by socialism, we know that it's no longer practicing
Wait,
socialism.
stop, man! You were going
economically. No, what I'm trying to say is that to have a fund to come up with a business in that a system, the state actually funds them at the beginning in 1970. When they joined the economy, right? I mean, the world
we
economy, right?
understand that China is a state capitalist society.
Yeah. All right. Now, the United States, it's coming from your private fund. You go if you have a collateral, and if you could borrow to the banks, right? That's what it is. Now, what I'm trying to say, the possible solution is that rolled into one, and it's a project base, and let the people contribute as a crowdfunding, provided that it's
that's
well
called the
researched.
government. That's a public.
Yeah.
That's basically a public option, right?
Yes,
That's
it's
what a government.
crowdfunding.
That's what a government does. Like a government is the most efficient way to do what you're talking about. Like the reason that there's poverty in some countries and there's not poverty in other countries, or the degree is so high, like from all of the information that we know as economists and all of the things that we have studied in macroeconomics, comes down to strong institutions. When a government has strong institutions, they are able to create more wealth for more people, and that is the easiest way to alleviate poverty. China uses a different system. They use a system that has state capitalism through strong institutions. We do private capital through and have socialized subsidies through the government in order to do that. So it's a different thing. We do things like federal grants. They do things like federal projects, right? They're controlling the project from the top down. It's like vertically integrated, as opposed to what we do here, which is we spread that around to different private institutions, whether that's universities, whether that's different research labs, whether that's federally funded programs like the NIH. That is essentially what quote unquote crowdfunding is, to do things that are necessary to push society forward. That's why the socialized programs in America are the resources that have created the technology to push society forward and alleviate poverty.
No, but what I'm trying to say, the model that I'm envisioning is a project, rolled into one, and have this duplicable in any other parts of the world. So basically, you are creating, with the help of the public, by putting donation to make sure that this particular project will be funded for 3 to 5 years.
That's super inefficient. That's super inefficient. The most efficient way to do what you're saying, is to just do it through the government. To have people just donate money to projects that they want to donate to would take forever to have people understand and know what the things that actually need to be done are. By centralizing those things through a government, we have a better chance of getting those things done. That idea has already been done. It's called a government.
Wait, hey, Just Mouse, are you getting your idea from Keynes, or are you getting it from John Locke?
No, nothing at all.
Nothing at all? What is the
no.
government in your particular solution? Does the government exist?
The government, like what we said, is that it is an institution there, right? As we know of in United States, right? Yes, they do contribute for the grants, for the medicine and all of that, for research and all that. But what I'm trying to say here is that to spur a business to grow, is basically all of these things, but we rely on the public, not non-governmental. Like I said, non-governmental, non
What if the
Yeah, I
public
heard
doesn't
that,
want to do
but
it?
yeah.
What if the public doesn't want to
what's
do
the
it?
role of government in your particular society? What
Well,
do
the
they
government
do?
is the government is there, like what we have right now. But putting up a business is through our crowdfunding effort, that we fund what we see there in those projects, that it would actually, a project is a business actually, so that it will compete with the business environment wherever it is
So
at.
you're for the free market, and you want the angel investors to do the right thing and cover the gaps, not necessarily the government.
Well, no, not the government. Nothing at all with the government. It is non-profit,
Oh,
non-governmental, charitable, okay, angel investing and management consultancy rolled into one. Because as you see, the non-profit
yep,
as
I
of
got it.
today,
How
it
do
is
you
not
convince
that's
people to
I
radical.
do
got it.
it?
It's
So then what's
changed,
the incentive? What's the
or
incentive
it's
of these
somewhat.
people what are these incentives for these angel investors and these non-governmental organizations? Where are they getting the money to do it, and why are they incentivized to do it?
Well, because of the crowdfunding. If you present them with the studies and well documented, and the project has a feasibility study, business
Dude,
feasibility study,
yeah,
and all of
we
that
People are
kind of
tried.
stuff.
Dude,
stupid.
that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. We can't get the government to fund
No,
the
no,
right kinds of. Hold on, I'm making an example here,
yeah.
right? It's like, how do you convince crowdfunding to fund certain things? And the other problem is that if you don't have people who kind of understand what the thing is that you want to do, let's say it's a project in medicine or something that you want to have funded. The thing is like, you could get a lot of grifters in a system like that, where they just convince a lot of people to give them money to do a study that is not even viable or feasible, because people are dumb. Most people don't know how to read a study or a feasibility study or really understand what that is. And people could just snake oil their way through a bunch of different quote unquote angel investor, non-governmental organizations and get this money. You have to hire people to look at studies and have it has to go the other way, right? Like, you have to be a scientist who comes to an agency and say, this is what I want done. And they already have to have the money to do it. They can't go now and crowdfund that money by telling people what it is, because there's no way for them to have true informed consent unless they are actually capable of understanding that information. It would just create a whole lot of corruption.
Well, yeah, those things that you said are true. That's why the approach that I'm kind of thinking is that the website, the project is there. Before even it goes to be a project, there should be a scientific study on such project.
People
Okay,
don't
we start
read,
with
dude.
hold
People
on.
don't even read anymore. They don't even want to read. Listen, I saw a study done on, just side note, just because you've been talking a lot. I saw a study
Okay.
done on pregnancy tests in America, and they said that they have to make the language simpler on pregnancy test instructions because Americans' comprehension level is getting lower and lower every year.
Hey, leave
So
me
they have to
alone.
be more
But can you
Span of
play
attention
Doom
as
with it?
but
well.
that, no one's going to read these projects, bro. I'm sorry.
No,
I don't know where you mean, but
But
no,
Americans
no,
don't
no.
like to
Those are
read.
good points.
but
No, those are
can you
good
play
points.
Doom on it on the
Those are
pregnancy
good points.
test?
Okay,
The
but
other part of it too is like, you have
okay.
to have people who have a lot of extra money blowing around to be able to even get people onto a website where they're reading about studies that they are willing to donate to. You're really talking about such a small subsect of the American population who would even have the money to donate to something like that, right? A lot of people right now, like especially in the current economic conditions, are struggling to make ends meet. There's no way that they also have money to donate to random projects that might not be monetized. I mean, if they donate to this thing, do they get a cut at the beginning? Do they get a cut if they're able to monetize whatever thing they're doing? And in that case, if that's the case, you can just go through the regular channels of investing in something and actually knowing that there are contracts and there's a structure towards you getting something back for that investment, right? Like, we already have VCs and angel investor funds that you can do those things through. They just have to be monetizable. If you just want to do them for the sake of doing good work, you got to do it through the government, dude.
Well, not well. Yeah, maybe that's the thinking that most of us have. But if these little projects, like for example, a website that you could go, and all of these projects are listed, and all of these are well vetted by professional, like who prepare the business a feasibility study, that this would yield 5 to 10%, and as you are funding them, well, what is $1 to you if we are 10 billion people on this earth? That's where I'm coming from, and it needs
Yeah,
only to be
no,
funded
I
like
get it.
500. You know what I'm
It
saying?
is it's a nice sentiment. Like I get it. It's a good sentiment, right? Like if you were to gather a bunch of like projects and studies and put them on a website and you could crowdfund some of the ideas. I mean, that kind of exists with GoFundMe's and Kickstarters, right?
Exactly.
Kickstarter is that, right? Like there's people who have projects on there and you can go and you can donate a small amount and it allows people to do something interesting that maybe you care about, but like it's not a substitution for what the government does, right? The government does enormous amounts of work in this country. At least it did until Trump came around, right? Like the things that we funded are require also like huge infrastructure. Like there's the reason that the federal government and universities had such a relationship. It's because a scientist can go to, like, for example, right now, I am doing a study at a university that's being paid for by my job, right? My private job is paying for my study. But if I was doing something that was probably like better for the world and not something in economics and finance, and I was like I could get that money from the from the federal government. The reason my company wanted me to do it at a university is because of all the resources that university gives me to do the study, right? They wanted me to have access to the infrastructure of that university, not just the labs and all of the things that I could use there, but all of the people, all of the research material, all of the libraries, all of the things that gives me access to, the intellectual capital it gave me access to, right? And so like doing stuff like that costs an enormous amount of money without that infrastructure. When you're doing it on Kickstarter and you have somebody who wants to do a project, but they don't have access to a university laboratory, or they don't have access to the resources from that laboratory, procurement options from that laboratory, it becomes a way more expensive endeavor, right? Having those relationships actually cuts down on the amount that you have to pay towards doing something, because those infrastructure already exists.
Yeah, I hear you.
But it's like, I mean, what you're saying kind of already exists, right? And I like a lot of the stuff on Kickstarter isn't usually like science based, right? Because that just requires a lot more infrastructure.
Yeah.
Like you could do some things off of Kickstarter. Like I know authors who have done stuff like creating leather bound versions of their books, that people really love those books. So they buy it off of Kickstarter, and then they use that money to go and make these very expensive, beautiful versions of these books. Stuff like that, and it happens all the time. Like,
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm so sorry, host. You lost a lot in the panel, but
No,
that's a thought.
don't be sorry. This is the fucking smartest panel. I don't know what they're
Well,
saying most of the time.
yeah, but that one, she talks about really a complicated one. Now, I'll give you an example. For example, a website, right, where it lists the projects, right, and you also welcome those experts. Let's say a good project that was listed is let's say in the shore of Peru, the underserved, identified that there's a feasibility study that 100 boats of fishing boats would actually help these people in that area. So it creates a dignified work, and the experts as a management consultant, maybe the way it was presented is that these 10 boats and the engine, for example, somebody from Italy, knows how to take care of this, and then some expert also knows to use a GPS that would pinpoint the fishes in a certain point of time. All right, and of course, somebody knows how to have the refrigeration
right.
and
I see what you're
those kind of
saying.
stuff, right? So
Yeah. So you're
these are
basically
these are
a
these
website
are
that connects people that can solve the problem together, right?
And,
You're saying like someone can help procure the boats, one person helps you build the engines, someone else helps you with the GPS system that helps you track the fish so that you're not overfishing, and it basically allows this area to have dignified work for an X amount of people. Yeah, no, that's a great idea. I mean, these are all things that can still be done, right? With the government still functioning as a main provider of things, right? Like you could still do something like that through private industry by connecting those people and saying, hey, here's a project that we could actually like make a real difference in. And I get it, like NGOs would be a great way to do that too, right? NGOs that are already existent there that are looking to solve those kinds of problems. I just don't think that this is a replacement for government intervention or government like policy.
No, like I said, government is out of here. That's why I describe this outfit as non-profit, non-governmental, charitable, all right, and angel investing and management consultancy rolled into one. Why they did mix all of these
I get
things?
it. I get what you're saying.
Because the idea is this: you gather the foundation stuff to create a cooperative, and then later on, they will own this. The ownership will be transferred permanently on the particular one. And the best of these is that there must be an apprentice that this particular operation might be also doable in, let's say, in the Philippines or in Mexico that has a coastline. Now, I'm not trying to change the world in a big way. We could start with
small things,
human needs only. Like for example, water, where they could source the water and all of that. And all of these are scientifically be done by the experts around the world. You become paid volunteers. I'm pretty sure some of us would be willing to work with meaning or purpose in their career, not earning a lot of money or something to that effect.
Yeah, this is actually how they solved. This is how they solved a lot of the mosquito net problems in Africa. Is through projects like this, like where there was a place that was able to manufacture them. There were people on the ground that were willing to distribute them. And then there were people who were willing to like teach people how to use them. And then there was like Doctors Without Borders, which is like a non-governmental agency that would help people, these are things that have been done to solve these kinds of problems before. It's interesting. Mojo, do you remember I had this like really long conversation with Milton Friedman once, and I actually had a similar idea to this, whereas like if you built up non-governmental organizations and nonprofit organizations enough as bigger institutions, they could actually play a balancing role to private institutions within the realm of capitalism to actually help create more of an impact, so that government would actually be there to make sure that there is a remaining push and pull between non-governmental nonprofit organizations and capitalistic for-profit institution or corporations that would create a more balanced system so that we could actually solve problems of human needs without disrupting like projects that could create wealth, right? That you could have both. It was like a fucking fever dream talking to Milton before I got there, though.
Yeah, but that's the idea. And now it is more credible if there's a website there that every step of the way is being filmed, and you could access it through that. Oh, this is project. Okay, they approved this project. It went to this 10th step and all of that kind of stuff. And then, okay, let me click this. When they were deciding it to this and this and that, oh, it would take care of this. Again, the ROI must be 5 to 10%, and it should be funded for 5 years to make sure that it keeps running. And then when it's really running, the organization keeps one management consultant that would do the audit and all of that. But the ownership will be transferred to this foundation cooperative staff. Okay, and then it's up to them. You know what I'm trying to say? You kind of build that. So the funding, the crowdfunding is the funding from the crowd, all the world for that matter. I think that's the only. Yeah.
I think it's a great, I mean, look, I think there are people out there who are doing stuff like this. It's just not, I get what you're saying is like, you basically want to get more eyes on those kinds of projects, have it centralized in a website or some kind of mechanism where people can know about it, see how it's working and be
Yeah.
able to donate to it. You want it to be like, you want it to essentially have better marketing, and so that more people can see it, more people know about it. Because there are projects like this, especially in like more developing nations, there are projects like this all over the place, that are trying to connect different companies and different people and different levels of expertise. Yeah,
the expert on
into
this and
solving
that.
those problems. Yeah, I mean, look, this is something that I actually wanted to do before I got into what I'm doing now, was like looking at how to build up institutions in these developing areas so that they could do stuff like this. Because like I said, that's like number one reason we know that some places are poor and some places are rich is usually strong institutions, and non-governmental institutions is usually how it starts. So yeah, I get it.
Now I have to full disclosure. I don't have the legal names or entity yet, but I have the full ecosystem, and I am gonna be talking to lawyers to guide me. I know some stuff already. It's just the IP itself is about 200 plus, and the trade secret is more. But I'm scheduled to see lawyers and guide me and all this the necessary things that I have to build. But there is a prototype already. One of them actually is up and running, but I put a password to that because it's not being cleared by the lawyers yet. I'm just throwing this idea, and I all the things that you said, all the things that hear from the discussion over here, it inspires me more to do this. And again, the mission, I will die, my bloodline dies, but the mission is perpetual because that's the way I designed it. The whole ecosystem actually yield about initially about 25 websites, including the apps that goes with it. All right. And when I do the research, when I do the research, I use different AI tools. And the AI tool says those people that you mentioned earlier, that from 1917 to 1949, the Mao Zedong and all of that, and it listed more, right? The AI's comment is this. These people that trying to do what you are trying to do are all rhetorics. They don't have methodology like what you built so far in here. So that's why, I said, no, let me test all of these ideas first and also these things that's going on. Now, I'm not saying that it would solve. I did ask a pre-mortem, okay, and what it would yield. Of course, it gave me a particular example, a moondragon in Brazil, but I don't think that they are that creative enough to actually implement this in every country that needs this, including United States.
Where are you located?
Huh?
Are you located in the U.S.?
Yes, I live in California.
Oh, okay.
I have 20.
I get what you're saying. It's a great idea, and I hope to see it.
Yeah, when it's when I get when I got the go signal from the lawyers, I will definitely do that. And again, we will welcome those experts, those people minded like you guys are, that looking for the best of humanity. And even the AI says this is the humanity shot. Because like I said earlier, these two systems that we have failed humanity when 1% owns the wealth and 90% is suffering in this world that we are in. And then of course that in China, there are not, you know what I'm saying, the politics in it, the sociology in it, all the suffering that we know. But I'm not saying that this would cure everything, but it's good to point that if we satisfy our human basic needs, maybe we could start really learning from each other and improve humanity as a whole, you know.
Yeah, I just
And
want
it's
a
everybody
revolution.
snoring now. It's really hard to explain it until that website is up and running and scaled and all of that kind of stuff. But it's really, I'll stop there. I talk too much as well.
That would be a factual statement.
Okay, bye guys. It's 11:04 here in California. I have to go get some sleep.
Oh shit,
We're
I'm
in
about to
just
go out.
house.
Take it easy, bro.
Thanks, man. Have a good one, guys.
I just had a conversation with ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT, or actually Gemini, what would happen if like every month, it's like a lottery, but it's automatic, and it pulls $1 from every single American, and then it gives the sum of it to one randomly picked American. And it does that every month, and yeah, it basically said like it could it wouldn't it within well, I say within 100 years it'll maybe solve poverty, but yeah, it wasn't efficient.
So did I hit the nail on the head there, heuristic? I think he's a syndicalist.
Yeah, it's basically a version of that.
Well, he brought up Mondragon, so I'd assume.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, there have been projects like this that have been trying to solve problems in developing areas for a long time. Like I said, the mosquito nets was one of them. And it actually, I mean, those kinds of projects did help alleviate like malaria outbreaks. And, even the thing with the fishing boats, like I've seen projects like that with like farmers selling biofuel on the world market and getting them to be able to sell like small farmers it was actually in Uruguay that could sell their biofuels at the world market for world prices, as opposed to like, because like they couldn't get their biofuels to a ship and the ship to put it on there and then ship it to a place. Like all of those expenses were basically removed by someone creating an app to basically take away all of the middlemanning so that they could sell their biofuels at the world stage for those same prices. And it worked. Like it helped. It really did actually help a lot of farmers become much more wealthy. And the way the system was set up in Uruguay, like they were actually able to like make a big shift economically in their agricultural fields. So there are projects like this that exist. There isn't a centralized location of these places to go and like donate money to them. So I think that is actually a good idea to do something like that where normal everyday people could see what projects are being done and be able to support things if they wanted to. I mean, they did that with UNICEF and like feeding kids. They made it available to a bunch of people to be able to donate a small amount of money to help kids be able to get food and school clothes and like school supplies. Like this is an idea that's existed for a long time, but is not very well centralized or well marketed, like I said.
Well, to me, it sounded like he just described Bill Gates and the Bill and Melinda Foundation. Specifically, like it's almost identical to his Water in the Desert. He put out the kind of angel investing like a reward. It was a few $1 million. If you were able to design something that could bring water to the desert, which what they came up with was a kind of like a trap that you bury in the ground, air passes through it and it pulls the moisture out of the air. Which actually gives you clean drinking water in the desert. But that's exactly what he described. You can get in on any of those Bill and Melinda Foundation projects. Like they're doing another one now that's for ethically cleaning human waste instead of doing the treatment plants like we do. They're talking about different forms of plant and other materials that will eat through the waste more naturally. That way you're not dumping gray water or chemicals or any of that stuff out.
Mushrooms.
And yep, mushrooms are part of that system. But yeah, that's the angel investing he was talking about. That's the syndicalism. It's the corporation like Microsoft being that kind of benevolent force that drives humanity. They don't need specifically more donors. It's that the corporation already has all the money. They co-op with everybody around them to bring new ideas and drive humanity forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things we'd have to do is make it a rule that foundations, if you are a foundation, sorry, I'm brushing my teeth, you have to be using more than 5% of the foundation to do your charitable work. Right now in the United States, if you're a foundation, you only have to be spending 5% on charitable donations. It should be 80%.
And it can't be, what's it called, money
That's
laundering or
so fucking much.
aren't like charities like, because I know that the right always like says some dumb shit about like Bill Gates, like because they have these laws of conspiracy shit. But I've always heard like charities, every time they have corporations, every time they have a charity, it's always just a way of paying themselves off. It's never really an actual real solution. Just like philanthropy is basically bullshit from what I've heard.
No,
A lot of the time, rich people donate to things that they like they'll donate money to like the opera, and they'll donate money to the art museum that they like to go to. They'll donate money. I mean, not that those things are bad, but to actually alleviate big problems like poverty, charity just doesn't work. We already know it doesn't work.
I mean, that's true. Just for the Bill Gates part, when he was the richest man, he put 10% of his net worth into that foundation. And that's all they've been doing is doing work to solve hunger needs, water needs in the desert, stuff like that. Ethical human waste repatriation, I think is what they call it. I mean, it's all good project works, and that the foundation is putting all of its money into those.
The guy that I'm most impressed with is Yves Chenard, the guy who founded Patagonia. Basically, all of the money goes into a trust that is all earmarked for environmental, all of the profits, all of them, go to a trust fund that is all earmarked to save the planet. All of it is for green technology, environmental programs, and environmental progress. And it showed, basically that model shows that you can use corporate profits, you can balance out corporate profits and societal and environmental need. And I think that corporations that do a lot of damage to the planet, that extract a lot, that cost a lot humanitarily and societally, should have to balance that out. It should be their duty to use those profits to balance it out. And Patagonia showed that you can create a model like that to work.
I really like the otter gifts now.
The what?
The little otter gifts. I don't know if you just saw that one.
Oh no, I didn't. I had to come downstairs and lock my door. I have a bad habit of leaving them unlocked sometimes. Jolly baby.
Sounds like such an unsafe area.
It's not. I live on the Connecticut South Coast.
I think you have more of an issue of water getting in rather than humans.
Unless we're talking about liquid humans.
Do what? Liquid humans?
What'd you say?
Just just trying to play a joke because it was all quiet.
You guys had Zach up here for so fucking long.
I didn't even know you were down in the gulag.
Yeah, but I'm not just gonna kick him off every time I want to come up.
Zach's good opposition. He's not the dumbest guy, and he's very calm.
Yeah, I would say it's fair opposition unless we get into like Middle East territory. Then it gets kind of
gross.
Yeah.
He's just such a disgusting person to me. I can't stand him.
I agree.
I have a really big problem with people who hide behind politeness as a strategy to be cruel and disgusting. I have a really big problem with that. It gives me such a big ick, right? Like, I prefer the stupid goons who come up here who just say crappy shit, because at least I know what you are. Zach does have the ability to convince people of his side because he hides behind politeness and strategy and, oh, I'm just like trying to do the good things for the world, but it's not real. He's a propagandist and he's good at it, which is why I hate him. Like, because I just think it's so icky and so disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, that guy will turn people to think that what's going on in the Middle East and AI is gonna be the whole thing. And I guess that he wants to convince people that Jews control the world too. Like, what the fuck?
But I have a feeling that
it seems targeted and tactical. Like, if he's able to concede those points, like the fundamental anti-Semitism that came out of 1930s Germany, then he can say, oh, see, the Jews are still the victims of the world, and that way they cannot be blamed for what they're doing in Gaza.
Yeah, and look, the propaganda around that, it goes deep. Like a lot of what like Nazis talk about is that that Jews need that they need people to be against them in order for them to be quote unquote the victim, but also like it's their like cycle of like making sure that they can then gain power after the fact. That it's a strategy in and of itself. And like, I don't think like, I can't, maybe, and for what I know, maybe I'm fucking wrong, but I can't imagine a world where like that there are a small group of people who are trying to perpetuate that and are willing to sacrifice an enormous amount of their own people to continue to perpetuate a cycle like that. Like, I've like gone down the Groyper pipeline. Like, I've seen what those people talk about. It's crazy. And Zach is playing into it for probably exactly for the reason Robot is saying.
It's interesting because I remember seeing this video like way back, like when this was before I even came on TikTok. There was like a video. The person that was actually like on the video, the main spokesperson, he was Jewish, but he was basically saying how like Zionism feeds off of anti-Semitism. Like, Zionism needs anti-Semitism in order to justify its own existence. And it's like, it's interesting because like, I've been calling it out recently when like look at Penny's panel, and she takes like classically anti-Semitic tropes, but repackages it towards like, towards Muslims, right? Like the whole like ideological subversion and all that. But it just feels like, I feel like they know what they're doing. They know exactly where that propaganda comes from, and they act like that propaganda cannot be traced back to its original form and shit. But it's like they perpetuate, like, I don't know, it's just weird. But yeah, I see what you mean, because I was listening in and I hear like Zach talking about like, oh yeah, there's only going to be these amount of people that are going to be Jewish and people are going to blame them and shit, and it's almost like he's salivating for that. So I just like, that's why I told him like he's a big pusher of anti-Semitism in disguise of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing too is like, it's also feeding into his narrative that like AI is going to be bigger than it is, because it's not. Like, at least not yet. Like, and if it is going to be really big, like, it needs to be regulated so where it's not controlled by a small group of people. Like, the reality is that it's probably going to have a massive course correction. And then there are going, like, every single like piece of science fiction I have ever read that talks about artificial intelligence, like, there is also a course correction on how it's used, why it's used, and how it's regulated or governed. Like, it's not going to remain this like private entity, like wild west. It's just not like that. That's never going to be the case, especially if we do end up with an AGI, which I don't think will happen until we end up with quantum computing. So I just think that he's got a lot of like delusions of grandeur.
I don't think it'll happen even with quantum computing. Because no matter how smart the programmer is, you cannot endow that intelligence onto a machine. You can still only program what you know into the machine. There are always going to be unknowns.
But I do think that quantum computing, the reality is I'm not talking about a super intelligence. I'm talking about a general intelligence. So a super intelligence being smarter than human beings. I'm talking about a truly generative AI, I think requires quantum computing, because our brains are quantum computers. We use quantum computing at that fucking level, at the electron level. That is how we think and how we are able to like pattern and recognize and understand and grow and have neuroplasticity. And so I think that in order to have a generalized intelligence, not a super intelligence, but just a generalized intelligence, it also needs a mechanism of holding possibilities in a way that's not just an LLM, in a way that's holding possibilities in the way we do. And we do that at the quantum level.
Now, can you explain that all in binary? Thank you.
00011001001010110.
Yeah, but 11001.
So that's funny, and it didn't take you much energy to get to that. If you say that to something like, I don't know, Chat GPT, you're gonna burn through like 1 trillion gallons of fucking water while it tries to figure out thank you. It's not very smart. Not in your general sense.
It's not. LLMs are just not as smart as Zach desperately wants them to be. They're just not that smart. And people who use AI too much, like, I mean, in the beginning, people were like so excited about it at like my job, you know, but like it hallucinates and it makes mistakes. And if the time that you have to spend like going through and checking their work is actually more than just doing the work yourself. And that's exactly what we found. It was so hard to implement it in our workflows that we ended up just saying not yet.
Yeah, it's the same age-old problem in robotics, because what was his name? Isaac Asimov essentially postulated this, where he skips the step because we don't know it, but somehow, some way, we make an actual artificial intelligence that is intelligent, that could have sentience. You know, it can do some things on its own. And that started the whole fucking spiel of like modern science fiction and all these really cool stuff, but it's still not a reality. Like, I think people haven't delineated from this that like, I can program a robot to draw a picture, but if I fuck up somewhere in there, I'm human. I will make a mistake, and I give a human too many fingers, for instance, that robot's just going to do whatever I programmed into it. It's not going to delineate and say, hey, you humans don't actually have 10 fingers on one hand. You've got 10 fingers on 2 hands. Like, that's just the ticket. And that's what we constantly see out of today's AI.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the
I don't
things...
know if AI is right. Are you saying AI is writing the code?
No, absolutely not. It makes the mistakes of the programmers.
Well, then that's just an if-then-else statement. If there are 5 fingers on each hand, then move ahead. If there are not, then put 5 fingers on each hand. It's just an if-then-else statement.
Yeah, I mean, but if you think about robotics, you know, it was only recently that we realized that we couldn't make the fingers all the same length because articulation for our fingers is based also on the fact that our fingers are different lengths. Like, this was a simple thing. Like, this is such a simple thing. If you think about it, your hands, none of your fingers are the same length. And when we were making robots, we were like, oh, fuck it, we'll just make them all the same length. But it actually changed articulation to such a large degree. They were like, oh, fuck, we like actually have to make the hands all different lengths, as like the fingers all different lengths.
We gave it hands and it can't pick up a glass.
Yeah, because like literally just like how important, like even other animals that have hands also have are like different lengths of fingers. Like, just think about like the biological evolutionary trait. Like, it is necessary if you are going to have like micro articulation with your hands that you also have to have different lengthed fingers.
That's
like,
why
just
prosthetics are.
Yeah, it's just great. Like the little shit that you don't think about, and like how nature designs things versus how we design things. Like nature designed our brain to have consciousness. So the depth of the complexity that nature creates things is far greater than what we can do. We create highly complicated things, but they don't have the same depth that nature does. It's complicated and deep. Really, really deep. That's why when we like started like learning about the cell and started learning about organ systems and this and that, like it wasn't intuitive. Like and that's the biggest problem that Republicans have. They think that if they can just kind of understand something as something basic and intuitive, that they understand it, and they don't. Because a lot of this stuff isn't intuitive, right? They think there's only 2 sexes because that's intuitive, but they forget that intersex exists. It exists in tons of species, right? And it's a normal thing in tons of species. Trans people existed before the word for trans people existed, right? The brain develops in such a way that some brains develop as women and bodies develop as men, and that's a real thing. Right? There's a biological imperative to understand that and then to correct that with the technology that we have today. They can't understand that because that's too complicated. They can't see it or feel it. So they can't wrap their head around it.
I know what will break their brain. And it fascinated me back like years ago as a kid, learning that half of the world's biomass, you know, I'm part of the biomass, everybody up here that's living, all the trees, half of the world's biomass is fucking ants.
Oh yeah, there's so many.
I'm sure ants. They can't conceptualize that.
Yeah, there's so many fucking ants. Like, yeah, and like and like, you know, I'll talk about something like the like we were talking about, bro, about the catastrophic loss in bees and butterflies, and they're like, who the fuck cares? And it's like, do you not understand like how that system works? Like, before there were ever animals walking on this planet, big animals walking on land, there were fucking insects and plants. Because that is the necessary foundation of life. And they just like don't care. They're like, oh, well, you know, line go up, monkey make money. Like, no, you're dumb.
Stonks. Yeah. They have no conceptualization of like keystone or cornerstone species, how these interactions actually turn into making the food chain that led to us. Like, factually, they believe that angels came and plopped them down and made them out of clay.
Oh my God. They really are that dumb. Like, they really are that dumb. Like, sometimes just out of a pure sense of masochism, like, I like when I listen to Nana Crass, and I never go in there because they like know me now because I used to just like harass them in the comments back in the day, because they're so dumb, and I'll like listen, and it's so idiotic. And like Moon Geezer, this guy, like, why do they all think that he's some sort of like the prince of the Republicans? Like he just knows so many things. Like he's super dumb.
He's probably
It's because
I can almost guarantee it.
Yeah, it's because they operate on platitudes like basically if you're an old person and you talk about how like I don't know how you were basically able to fucking fix a fucking engine or something like that, then suddenly you're a genius on every fucking thing. I don't know. It's a whole like thinking that old equals wise kind of trope.
Yeah, I mean, it's just strange because they'll like call him up when they like want to know an answer to something, and he'll always have an answer. And I'm like, dude, like you don't. Again, the problem is not that they're stupid at playing the game. It's that they don't know the rules. They don't know how anything works structurally, foundationally. So when they have ideas, it's like these little blips that come out of nowhere. Like this is what Donovan does. Like Donovan does a lot of this like cherry picking of like small instances or these little things without actually like, and he says he's talking contextually, but he doesn't actually know what the context is, or he doesn't, or he has a bias around what the context is. So he's explaining it from this extremely biased point of view instead of seeing it for what it actually is. Like they constantly sacrifice what something is for what they wish it was. And then they build off of that, which is why it always sounds like magical thinking to us, because it's like, dude, this doesn't make any sense.
There's no more magic box. I pulled that man out from behind the curtain already. The other day I was questioning Donovan on this panel actually, and I wanted to get to the root of like where this comes from, because I can tell that he's starting from the end of his thought process when he brings up some of this stuff like the Islamofascism or certain individuals within the government are doing XYZ, that it's always the end of his logical thought train. So I started rolling that back, and come to find out, and it literally took the Fauci investigation or congressional review, whatever you want to call it, where he was pleading the fifth. Donovan believes that Fauci was just the player in a consortium or a cabal of deep state individuals headed by Joe Biden. And if you catch that, Joe Biden was the leader as the president of the Democratic Party. That means a shadowy cabal of like deep state controlling the whole country. He's blaming the Democrats as a whole for fucking everything. And it's wild.
Yes, I don't know how a Democrat married him.
That Democrat would also be implicated in this particular cabal.
That's what I mean. I don't know. I can't. I could never. Like, I could fucking never.
You could never.
Imagine being so mad at your significant other that you blame the literal world's problems on that one individual.
Like, how do you even co-parent with someone like that?
They would have to have like extremely different ideas on how to parent. That's true. That'd be weird.
Genuinely, like, how do you co-parent with somebody who has these ideas? And like, I would, like, is he not allowed to talk to the kids about that stuff? Like, you know, his kids go to school with other kids who are Muslim. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way that his wife is just like, yeah, it's fine. You're not allowed to be friends with Muslims. Like, what kind of liberal are you?
Well, you've heard him like temper his speech when she's around, and he leaves the room in order to say certain things for sure.
Yeah, but like, she must know that.
Well, I'm wondering if what we get is actual, like, Donovan. I'm wondering if what we're getting is the performative stuff rather than what he's giving her.
It's possible. I've thought that about him. I have thought that about him, that he like enjoys like just being contrarian, and like that's why he doesn't go on like right-leaning lives, because maybe he would have a harder time on there like as much, and like that's why he comes here, because like we are basically his wife.
That's probably true, actually.
Or maybe we're just astute enough to like challenge those ideals, whereas most of the mouth breathers will probably just smile and nod. Yeah, that sounds good. Islamofascist, yeah.
He has been going on pennies, though.
Ugh.
Yeah.
She sucks. Are you guys going to be here for like another 15 minutes? I have to shower.
I don't know. There's like nobody here. I'm gonna probably just go to bed.
Okay.
Send an invite to Zach. I'm here.
No, ew, gross. Moochie,
Well,
what are you
Min,
doing?
if you wanna talk for 15 minutes, go ahead. I'm just sitting here playing a game anyway.
Oh no, I gotta shower.
What's the deal with airline food?
No, I gotta shower. I just took my meds and I need to shower before they kick in.
Oh no, that's fine. I wasn't talking to you. I was telling Min he has to talk for 15 minutes.
Okay, well, if you guys are here in 15 minutes, I'll be back. But if not, good night.
Good night.
Mojo, do you ever do one of those lives where you have like you live rap people's comments?
Live react people's.
No, live rap.
No, I'm not gonna rap.
Those lives are super popular right now.
Live
and I can
rap?
Oh yeah.
I'm like white. What the fuck? No.
Surprisingly, the best people that do it are a bunch of white dudes.
I don't even know what that means, but what a weird thing. That's so fucking weird.
I don't see.
So what? Somebody comments something and I'm supposed to rap it? Is that what it is?
You incorporate it into your flow. Yeah.
Wait, I have no flow, dude. What's wrong with you? I think you're expecting.
It's time to get really good.
Yeah, I think you're expecting way too much. Wait, who is the guy that was doing Omegle or whatever that was doing that? He would just scroll into the live and tell somebody to give him like 3 words, and then he incorporated a rap, and then he ended up getting on the news because of it and shit.
Not sure.
That sounds interesting.
He was really good, like really good. And on the news, I think it was a couple people that had written down a bunch of words, and they would show it to him, and then within the next few lines, he would incorporate it within the rap, and it was just a constant rap, and he ended up getting. They probably gave him 20, 25 words throughout the whole process, and he just incorporated it into one long rap. It was very strange. But I guess he kind of got famous after that.
There's some white guy with glasses and a goatee, and he occasionally incorporates like religious stuff because he's a strong Christian, but he's really, really good. He has a TikTok channel, and then there's these 2 brothers from Boise, Idaho. They're amazing. They do a lot of battles.
Yeah. Okay, so if any of you are interested in watching, this guy's name is Harry Mack. HARRYMACK. He has 3.3 million followers on YouTube. Very, very interesting dude. I'm sure he's got some of his Omegle stuff on there. I'm trying to see if they have the new show that he was on, but I don't know. But he's pretty good. That's probably where that fucking trend started with this guy.
Mm.
You okay? Robot, you sleeping?
No.
I heard it
I went to Conservative Live recently and...
Do what?
I went into a Conservative Live recently and it was like a bizarro universe. My stomach it for so long.
Which one did you go into?
I don't want to name names. There's 60 people in here.
Why don't you want to name names?
Because
Are you afraid somebody's going to come after you or what?
No, I'm not you. No, I'm just kidding.
Everybody does like coming after me, that's for sure.
No, it was Penny's, and there was that one person, I know you know her, Chris Han.
K-Han? KKK?
Yeah, but she has
was on the
KKK
panel
in her
last
name.
night.
Yeah, and
she
she
was on
has
the
like...
panel last night. Sorry.
Oh no, just overtly putting KK whatever in her name. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, sorry. What the heck?
You can cuss, dude. It's okay. What the fuck? Yeah, she actually did that as the ETR thing, so she auctioned off her name for a week. Same thing.
Wait, I got something to talk about. Mojo, are you looking at Discord?
I can.
Do you see the last image in general?
Dinosaurs?
Yeah, so looking at that T-Rex, what on earth makes you think that would be an accurate representation of a T-Rex?
Why do you ask that?
Well, what's with the little arms?
T-Rex has little arms.
But that makes no evolutionary sense. Have you ever seen like a skinned chicken?
A skin chicken? I don't even know what that is.
Skinned?
Or a defeathered?
Defeathered, You notice that they have like little arms? It's because they have wings.
Okay.
I'm thinking that those arms were actually wings. And if we actually think about it even further, the zodiac includes all animals that we know of, except for the dragon. I think the actual T-Rex was a dragon. That's where we got the whole notion and idea for it.
I'm just going to say, okay.
You're not thinking philosophically, Mojo? Come on.
This has nothing to do with philosophy.
It does. It changes our worldview on what history is.
No, that's irrelevant. You're talking about fucking the natural world then and biology or possibly
and sociology.
And
how do we view things like evolution and the historical record, the fossil record?
We believe a lot of stupid shit. That's what we do. I don't know which one to tell you.
No, that's true.
I don't know. I don't really care where fucking chickens came from. Makes no difference to me.
Well, I'm not saying where the chicken came from. I'm just saying if you look at a chicken without the feathers, you notice that it has small arms. in proportion to its body because they are
wings that cannot fly. Yes, I get it.
Well, chickens can fly. Chickens can fly up to your roof if they wanted
to. They can't really fly.
Well, they can. They have historically been able to fly. We have bred them in captivity to not fly.
What's your guys' favorite cryptid? Mine is the Yeti.
A hide-and-seek champion. That's a good one.
I don't even know what the fuck a cryptid is.
I kind of like Siren Head. I kind of like Siren Head.
Like a thing that didn't exist that everybody just made up stories about?
Yeah. Or Mothman.
Yeah, I don't know. These are fucking weird.
Skinwalker?
Yeah, Skinwalker. Sasquatch.
Wow, Yeti, Sasquatch, and Skunk Ape are the same thing. They're just different locations. Sasquatch.
Where do you think the reports of the Yeti came from? Or the Sasquatch?
Yeti came from like Siberia, northern China.
Great apes or something?
Like Tibetans.
No, I mean, like, where do you think the people saw and they mistook something for that?
Probably a great ape that's since died out. Because a lot of those stories have persisted over like centuries.
Mojo, I have a political question for you. And Robot. If I'm not mistaken, Todd Blanche, stumped for someone recently, a candidate for something. I can't remember the specifics, but has an attorney general ever done that before?
Stumped for somebody? Well, he actually went and did a rally with Donald Trump, right?
Yeah, like stumped for participating in a rally. Recently, I can't remember who it was for, but
no, I thought it was for Trump or with Trump. Oh, maybe it was just with Trump.
I think it was with Trump, but for someone else, but obviously,
an attorney general, yeah, I'd say several state attorney generals probably stumped for their governors.
Well,
I know even here in Texas, Ken Paxton stumped for Abbott before Abbott was a governor. It's after it was during Rick Perry. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Perry.
But that was a whole that was an inner circle. Abbott was already in government. He was attorney general then. Yeah. And then ran for the governorship. Like they were all already in government. They're just moving seats.
Yeah, you guys everywhere.
Wow, we're being boring with politics. I'm sorry.
Wait, well, probably not. Maybe I'm just tired and grumpy. It's like 1 o'clock, dude. I'm just gonna go to bed.
I mean, it sounds good. Nuke it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, that doesn't mean that there maybe isn't one. I mean, I kind of get, I guess,